Hello, people of Earth. It's your pal, the Orbital Outcast, Rad Gnarly, coming with another low-key broadcast. Look at that transition chunk, as today is the big day. We are proudly presenting the A1 Climax for the benefit of the Gord Downey and Shanny Wenjack Fund. But first, I'd like to say hello to everyone in chat or checking us out on VOD. No matter where or when you happen to be in this great big old world of ours, we are happy to have you with us. We hope this day finds you well. All right, as we said, this is the big day, so I'd like to welcome one and all. Let me see if I can do this. Watch this chunk. To ba-bonk. The A1 Climax! Okay. Oh, look at that. We have a donation. Ooh, you son of a gun. Thank you very much for those $20. Wahoo! All right. Exponentially closer to our overall goal of $500 dues. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate that. Now, what is the A1 Climax, you may ask? Well, thankfully I have this handy scorecard available with the rules in the top corner. I can tell you that it is a 20-wrestler round-robin tournament consisting of 2 blocks of 10 wrestlers, where there's singles matches between each of the wrestlers in each of the blocks. You win by 3-counter tap-out. Winner gets 2 points. DQs can only occur in the ring after a very generous 5-count from a referee, so very rare occurrence will be a disqualification. Block winners will be fighting to be the A1 Climax champion. Good gracious me. Let's take a quick look, if we can, whoop, at our field. Taking a look first at the A block, you see we have the Flying Frenchman, Edward Carpentier, the instant classic Christian Cage. Earthquakes here, John Tenta, Davey Boy Smith Jr., not to be confused with his father, but they both are Bulldogs of some repute. Owen Hart is here, Leo Burke, Lance Storm, Kevin Owens, Abdullah the Butcher, bit of a wild card there, and Kenny Omega rounding out the A block. And now let's see if we can just take a quick look. Obviously the chart is empty as we have not officially started yet, but let's take a look at the B block if we could. Oh, hang on, let me see if I have to fade that. Do I need to fade you? Yes, I do. Woo! There we are. And in the B block, we see Roddy Piper, Sami Zayn, just doing this quick, Mad Dog Vashon, the Canadian Destroyer Petey Williams, Gene Knitsky, Edge, El Vampiro with his very funny CML nickname of the Canadian Casanova, El Vampiro. Apparently a heartthrob in Mexico. I wouldn't have put that on Vampiro, but I did only come to notice him later in his career when he was already covering his face with makeup. Anyway, the model Rick Martel is here, and of course, Bret Hitman Hart. You can't have a tournament of some of the greatest Canadian wrestlers of all time without Bret Hart. Okay, now, let's see if I can set this up properly. I believe I've done this setup where we have our first match ready to go already. I don't know why I'm showing you the B block when I should be showing you the A, but that's okay. Because in the A block, our first contest is, boing, Kenny Omega versus Lance Storm. Quick tail of the tape between the two. See a slight height advantage there for Kenny Omega. Oh geez, let me check the cards here. Lance Storm overall, 26 years experience before he retired. Kenny Omega working on 21 plus years of in-ring experience. So a slight edge to Lance Storm, who might have a better showing in this tournament than you would expect of him, as we don't really have to worry about him cutting promos or any sort of backstage politicking or angles or any of that. This is purely a scientific wrestling contest. All right, just waiting for a word for producer. We have the yes, sir. Oh. Yeah, start a new one. Start a new one. All right, had a little conversation with the producer there. Got the prediction sorted out. We're going to get that started. Yeah, thank you very much, Uwe, for the compliments on the layout. Took a long time to get this all sorted. Kane Drago, I see, is in the chat. Nice to see you as well. Hope you're having a good one. Tried to donate, but just realized my credit card expired today. Oh no! Oh, that's too bad. What poor timing on the credit card company's part. I'm not going to put that on you. Anyway, we should have a channel prediction rolling imminently. I wonder if it'll scroll across my activity feed. This is fun. We'll look at the Twitch app as we go. Hang on. I can at least set up the match. First we save. There, everyone should have heard that. First we save. Saving leak progress. Please don't crash. Okay, good. Oof, that's my constant fear, because OBS is using a fair chunk of resources today with all these extra graphical elements. Okay. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. I shall set us up the match. Ooh, the crowd is engaged. The crowd is getting restless. All right, sir. If you spoke to me, I did not hear you. I know you're deafened currently. Sometimes you go undeafened and then the green happens, but then I don't hear you speak. Just talking to producer. Got my own producer today, ooh. Okay, thanks. Just let me know when it's done. Echo? What's echoing? I hear you everywhere. Ooh. What's going on? Is everyone having that same issue? I'm not doubled up anywhere. It was going crazy. Okay. Ooh, that appears to be on your end. And whatever it is, you're handling it with a plum. Aw, Kane Drago via Animeme Tad. Thank you so much, Uwu, for helping Drago out. Oh yeah, it could be because you did that, and it put up my stream after you donated again. That's probably why. If you have an echo, that's on you, mister. Your kind generosity generated that echo. Okay, I'm being told that our prediction time is done. Oh, quick honk out there. Thank you, Barry, for the honk. A quick shout out to Bruce's Gooses, who helped us become affiliate at the beginning of the year. Okay, we are ready to go here. Let me get to the main screen. Let me make sure it's on fade instead of Stinger, because Stinger might break us. Okay. Oh my gosh. We are underway here in the A1. Both competitors wasting no time. No time at all. Get my block up. As we said, Landstorm might have more of a, not an advantage per se, but might have a better showing than one would suspect of him. Hey, some moves going on. What's going on, everybody? Nice to see everyone. Well underway. Oh! Landstorm taking advantage of the fact that it is very easy to suplex your opponent out of the ring. The GWA ring. Facilities today provided by the Gnarly Wrestling Aisle. The Fire Pro stream we normally do at 2 p.m. on Thursdays. As the cleaner Kenny Omega trying to establish himself here early against Lance Storm. Couldn't find a long-term nickname of Lance Storm's to input, so I had to just refer to him as former IC champion Lance Storm. I feel like he'd approve of that. Not the most frilliest of entertainers, let's say. All steak and no sizzle, others could say. Back and forth they go. Kenny Omega getting the better of that strike exchange early on here. This is, of course, for the all-important first 2 points. Each match is worth 2 points to the victor, 0 points to the loser. Of course, the highest points getter in each of the 2 blocks will meet in the finals of the A1 Climax to crown our first ever champion. I should point out that your senior official for the day, on loan from the real-life wrestling world, is famous Canadian referee Jimmy Corderas will be in charge of the action today. I can't quite remember who created them though, so unfortunately I can't credit the Steam Workshop member that helped us broker that talent for the day's work. All of these two competitors going back and forth. Neither, to my estimation, really establishing too much of an advantage as we pass the 5-minute mark. There are no time limits in these matches, but it would behoove each competitor to finish their opponent quicker rather than later, as it is a long, long, long day of 91 matches total. That is 9 per competitor, and you're hoping for a 10th by reaching that final. 1 count after a shoulder block. Lance Storm just sort of testing the metal of, oh my gosh, of Kenny Omega, and gets a Snapdragon in reply. And now Kenny Omega looking to springboard. Beautiful missile drop kick to the back of the head of Lance Storm. Continuing to work the back of the head is Kenny Omega. Softening him up perhaps. Softening that skull up perhaps for the one-winged angel. I'm taking umbrage with that. Trying to get back into the swing of things offensively. Kenny Omega with that cross-legged brainbuster. Both men up, but Lance Storm is dazed. Able to fight him off, though. Only momentarily as now Kenny Omega sends Lance Storm to the floor and wisely takes the opportunity to catch his breath. Oh, a big super kick from Storm there, but Kenny Omega shrugs it off immediately. Some signature offense there from Lance Storm, but Kenny Omega having none of it. Must be from Rickwalat, because he's having none of it. I'm hearing gems like that all day, folks. Settle in. Once again, competitor sent to the outside, and their opponent doing the sportsman-like thing, letting them return. There are no countouts or disqualifications outside of the ring. There is a rather generous 5 count inside the ring. Oh, hang on. Yeah. V-trigger to the back of the head by Kenny Omega into the cover. 1, 2. Lance Storm kicks it too. Speaking of signature offense, the deadly knee strike of Kenny Omega, the V-trigger there to the back of the head of Lance Storm, but we fight on. Now Kenny Omega not waiting for Lance Storm to return to the ring. Off the top rope. Missile dropkick to the floor. Yeah. And then a sliding V-trigger. Kenny Omega disregarding his own safety there, taking a huge back bump to hit a missile dropkick and then a poison Rana. Holy moly, Kenny Omega kicking into high gear now as we've passed the 10-minute mark. Oh, and another nicely placed super kick as Lance Storm adjusts his gear. Oh. Throwing German there, all impact, all release. As you can take a look at the tiny URL or link there. Follow that, we'll get you to the donation page as we are raising money today for the Gord Downey and Channy Wenjack Fund, and we appreciate each and every one of you watching. And if you happen to have room in your hearts and wallets for a donation, we appreciate that as well. Lance Storm not appreciating that suplex by Kenny Omega, kicks him in the head and goes into a cover. Almost dims the lights of Kenny Omega there. Just rolls the shoulder, does the cleaner. Now both gentlemen content to slug it out here. You can see Kenny trying to back Lance into that corner. Super kick from Kenny Omega this time. Drops Lance Storm. Lance Storm countering with that drop toe. But can't. Oh, there it is. Another super kick, hooks the leg deep this time. 1, 2. Kenny out at 2. Lance Storm wisely going back to that head and face. After almost KOing Kenny with a kick earlier. Nice suplex there from Storm. Crisp technical work. Back to that super kick once again. Taking time to adjust his wrist tape. I don't know if that's going to be costly though. Not quite the time for it. Off the ropes. Yeah. Big V-trigger under the jaw of Lance Storm. Into the cover goes Kenny Omega. 2. Lance Storm out again as we pass the 15-minute mark. Snapdragon from Omega. Oh! V-trigger, was that more of a Kamagoya knee strike? Ibushi styles. V-trigger off the ropes. What's he waiting for? Waiting for Lance to stand. A second running V-trigger. He's waiting for a third. Lance up again. Down to third time. Kenny's going for another one. 4 in a row. Says this is it as he's poised for a 5th. Into the cover. 1, 2. No. Lance Storm kicks after 5 V-triggers. Super kick into a cover of his own. Kenny kicks it too. A reminder, this is your first of 91 matches today. Cross-legged brainbuster again from Omega. Gets caught in the Northern Lights from Lance Storm. 2. Kenny out at 2. Goodness gracious me. The effort of both men to secure their first 2 points in this tournament. Perhaps trying to make an impression on the crowd, just like the impression of Lance's boot on the face of Kenny Omega. With the repeated super kicks, rolls him up. Roll-ups are deadly. 2. Kenny's out. Kenny's out. As we approach 20 minutes now, both men leaving it all in the ring. Hang on. Counters the Snapdragon this time, does Lance. I'm going to need to take a sip of water after every match if they go this hard. Oh, huge clothesline to the back of the head of Kenny Omega. Lance Storm does not want Kenny Omega to get the back of him because he's got that Snapdragon, and of course, you know, he's setting up for that one-winged angel. We saw Snapdragon there. Lance doing everything he can to try to ground Kenny. You know, he's looking for that Canadian maple leaf. Back and forth they go. As of this recording, let me look at my facts. I got little facts for everybody. As of this recording, as of this broadcast, I should say, Kenny Omega in real life currently a Triple Crown champion, holding the AEW Heavyweight Championship, the AAA Mega Championship, and the Impact World Heavyweight Championship. And here's my thing from, although famously billed from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, Lance Storm is in fact from Sarnia, Ontario. A little factoid for y'all. Oh, here it comes! One-legged angel, but he might be too close to the ropes! No! 2, 3! At the 21-minute mark, Kenny Omega with the one-legged angel and securing those first 2 big points. And pardon me for stepping on his voice clip. He just said good night to Lance Storm. As you see there, your winner, Kenny Omega, picking up 2 gigantorous points in the A1 Climax. Hang on 1 second while we prep the next match. Okay, let me get the tail of the tape backed up here. Tail of the tape, blue corner, hey, blue corner. Tail of the tape, red corner. In the B block, we have, who do we have? Oh my! Okay, well, not to be outdone, our next match in the A1 Climax. Are you ready for this? In B block action, we have Chris Jericho versus Roddy Piper, opening up competition in the B block. Hey, Creamy Boo! Creamy Boo, excuse me. Nice to see you. Hope you're having a good day. My apologies if I can't shout out everyone in chat. I have a tiny screen here. I have tiny little representations of chat on my one little monitor. I'm doing my best, but we got Juice in there as well, acting as our liaison for everyone here. Okay, so that's our next. As you can see at the bottom now, you can see at the bottom of the tail of the tapes there, everyone has the same record of 0 wins, 0 losses. So they're all at an even playing field, except for, of course, Kenny Omega, who just secured their first 2 points. Prediction is still up, so we got 1 more minute before we start the match itself. Anybody win big on that last one? It was, I would say, probably pretty easy to call that Kenny Omega might go over Lance Storm in their first match. This one might be tougher to choose because Chris Jericho, pretty solid. This is the like mid-aughts 2000s run of Chris Jericho. Nice. Versus, time to hydrate. Versus Roddy Piper, who famously doesn't lose that often, to be frank. But again, that might be more to perhaps backstage influence more than in-ring prowess, and that's what the A1 Climax is all about today. We are testing the mettle of each and every one of these competitors as they have to survive what apparently seem to be grueling singles matches, at least if you're facing Kenny Omega to this point. For my own sake. Thank you very much, Drago, for the hydrate. Appreciate that. All right, we got a word from the producer that we are ready to roll. I should just say it's juice. This is juice. We are ready to back out of this real quick. Baby. And I think it's this one. Fight! Yeah, we are underway here. Roddy Piper, Chris Jericho starting in action in the B block. Rowdy will be looking for that sleeper hold that won him the Intercontinental title in his WWE run, WWF at the time. Chris Jericho famously, I think, an 11-time champion, Intercontinental champion, that is. Roddy, of course, one of the most famous brawlers in professional wrestling history. A heck of a talker and a heck of a brawler. But did you know that Roddy Piper was awarded a black belt in judo by Gene LaBelle? So he does have some latent groundwork and submission skills that he'll probably have to put into use if he wants to make it far in this tournament. Picking up those coveted 2 points match at a time. Of course, the maximum score you can earn in the A1 Climax is 18 by going 9-0. I don't know if any of the competitors are up to that challenge, as we have a very, I mean, it's a list of primarily main eventers for decades. Oh, huge pile driver there from Roddy Piper into the cover. But only nets a 1 count as we're still sub 5 minutes in this one. And now the old reliable 10 punch in the corner. Only got to 5 did the Rowdy one, but seemed pretty happy with himself. I think it's only at 5 punch in this version of the game, and now sending Jericho to the floor. Perhaps taking too long to interact with the crowd there is Piper. Perhaps playing mind games. Getting in the head of Chris Jericho, who now slaps on the walls of Jericho, but Piper quick to break that. As we said, Piper didn't lose that often, I recall. He would get maybe disqualified every once in a while or counted out. But that's not an option in this match. I mean, disqualification is, but it's going to be very rare. You have to really want it to get DQ'd. Nice European uppercut there. Piper into the cover. Full press on the chest. Nets him a 1 count. The appreciation of the sold-out crowd here. Enjoying the A1 Climax, and we hope you at home as well are enjoying another Walls of Jericho attempt there. Called it a line tamer. Another quick 1 count. At this point in the matchup, you're just sort of testing the cardiovascular conditioning of your opponent, going for these early pin attempts. And now we see some submission work out of Roddy Piper. I probably said Roddy twice. With that figure 4, but Jericho, savvy veteran though he is, 30 years of experience, 30 plus as he is still active, 30 years experience for Chris Jericho. Roddy Piper at the time of his death had been active for 42 years as a wrestler before retirement. Oh, just a stomp to the face of the Rowdy one there, and now DDT to the canvas is Piper. Jericho hooks the leg here. Still another 1 count. They're just about the 10-minute mark. Now perhaps mocking the Rowdy one with those punches to the face. Oh, the bread and butter of Piper. As we said, one of the most prolific brawlers in the history of the sport. I don't think you want to egg him on there, Jericho. Nice clothesline, though. As we see Piper trying to stalk his prey. Bit of cat and mouse being played here. Jericho remains on the attack. Thinks that body slam might have done it. Referee disagrees and only gets a 1 count. I mean, that's more of a disagreement on Piper's end. Nice enziguri there from Jericho, but you see Piper fighting his way back to his feet almost immediately. Now just stomping away in the back of the head of Piper is Jericho. And Piper, you can see, fighting for all he's worth. Dancing with what brung him. Punches and kicks. We did mention his judo background, but haven't seen too much of that. There's a code breaker from Jericho into the cover. 1, 2, no! Piper just rolls the shoulder at 2.9. That is the signature move of Chris Jericho, at least this version of him, the code breaker. Nice backdrop suplex there. Oh, tried something off the ropes. Didn't quite have Piper worn down for it. Now Piper on the attack. Oh, stomp to the ding-a-ling. Perfectly legal, because you can't count to 5 on a single stomp to the jump. Piper thinks he's outsmarted Jericho here. Oh, going back for that figure 4, but Jericho able to break free, able to fend him off, at least momentarily. And now you see Piper starting to build momentum. Nice bulldog there. Now just full mount and hammering away. And this is a submission move here. The 2 competitors are just slugging it out. Jericho winning that argument with a nice drop kick to the chest of Piper, but again, not having enough time for whatever he's trying off the ropes there. His downed opponent. Probably not giving him the satisfaction. Oh, and another code breaker from Jericho. Can't make the cover right away. Both men are back to their feet. Slams Piper down and then dares him to get up. Oh, counter to the Bulldog that time from Jericho. Drops Piper with a nice backdrop. And then counters whatever Piper had in mind with a drop toe. That's what he had coming off the ropes there, that big elbow drop. Hit it And his third attempt of the match. Step up Enziguri this time, drops Piper. Now he comes off the ropes. Big drop kick to the face. What's this? Oh, double arm backbreaker from Jericho. Haven't seen that out of him in a while. Appealing to the crowd, saying this is it. Piper, I think, was going for a pile driver there. Couldn't get him up. Rebel off the ropes here. Piper's in trouble. Trying to fight his way free. Trips the leg. Back into the walls of Jericho. And that will do it. Chris Jericho submits Roddy Piper at the 16-minute mark. Picking up those all-important 2 points in their first look at B-block action. In our first look at B-block action. Heck yeah. Oh. Hang on. Let me get that out of here. Winners. Get that out of here. Chris Jericho. Boing, 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 boing. Look at all this stuff going on. There we are. Winner, Chris Jericho. Bing, bong, boom, ba-boom. Dingling stomps? Yeah. They are amongst the deadliest. I'm not going to say they are the deadliest, but certainly amongst. Okay, let me just quickly... Who did you beat? You beat... Piper. Piper, who did you lose to? You lost to Jericho. There we go. Updatey thingies. Alright, let's get our tail of the tape up next. Link. What do we have next here? What do we have in the ring? Oh! Woo! Nice to see you. What's going on? Thanks for the woo. Okay, we have blue corner. Back to the A block of. Get rid of that. This is one. Okay. Oof. Okay, I think I've done it. Coming up next. I mean, we already might have seen him in the ring, but coming up next in the A1 Climax, I think I did this right. There we go. Coming next we have Christian Cage versus Kevin Owens. Some more back to the A block. We're going to bounce back and forth A and B block throughout the day. Get my cards ready. Juggling a few things. More than a handful. More than usual, for sure. Just waiting on word from Juice about the channel predictions. If the channel predictions turn out to be like too slow and not too many people are taking advantage, it's okay if we can skip those, because I've just noticed we're half an hour in and we're only starting match number 3, so it actually literally is taking 10 minutes a match so far. I mean, more than it seems. We've got a long day ahead of us. We're in the first round here. As everyone is on the lookout for their first 2 points, you want to get in a good streak. None of the records at the bottom. To 30? Okay. Beautiful. Okay. Alright, so the predictions will be quicker. Will be halved. I'm sure we'll go from 1 minute of prediction time to 30 seconds, just for those that want to do it. That's mainly just throwing that out there for those that like to gamble their channel points, keep themselves engaged. Alright, thanks, buddy. Okay, so we are given the all clear and we're ready to get back down to the action in this one. Oop, wrong button. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Fight indeed. As per usual, both competitors starting out hot and heavy in this one. You want to get you want to get off to a hot start, you know? It's good to establish yourself early, first, like against opponents, and also in terms of making sure you dominate the field, get those 2 points early and often. As I said, you can only max out at 18. You have 9 chances to get it right. And you see both men brawling on the floor. There are no countouts or disqualifications on the floor for the duration of this tournament. feels some competitors more than others will use that to their advantage. I'm thinking of an Abdullah the Butcher or a Mad Dog Vashon, but you can see already a Kevin Owens perfectly at home outside the ring. Of course, the minute I say that, they roll back inside, because you cannot win the match unless you're inside the confines of the A1 Climax ring. Nice DDT there from the instant classic Christian Cage. I gotta say, oh my gosh, stunner out of Kevin Owens into the cover. 1, 2. I thought that might have been it. Using that stunner lately to great effect. Nice backdrop. Folding Christian over. Kevin Owens coming up with some heavy moves in the early going of this one. Oh, game's a little loud. We can fix that. There you go. Game lower. Nice spinning drop toe hold there. It's an excellent technical work from the instant classic, and then he follows it up with a poke to the eyes, so a little bit of everything from Christian Cage in this one. Whoa, another anonymous donation for $20. Thank you very much, anonymous donor. Puts us up to 70? Wow, thanks so much, almost triple digits. Let's see a near fall there. The action continues. I think Christian Cage was trying to suplex Kevin Owens over the ropes, as you know it's quite easy to do so, but didn't quite get the distance on it. Looking instead to drag him back into the center of the ring. Up takeover there from Christian Cage. Maintaining the offensive momentum. Very important in these matches. Get into the swing and stay in the swing of things. Quite literally, if you're facing someone like a Cesaro, or perhaps a Roddy Piper, who I believe has an airplane spin in their arsenal. We didn't see it in their last match. I think it's coming. I think it's in their moveset for sure. We've got standard DDT there from Christian. He's putting to use to great effect. He's really slowed things down, has Christian. After those couple of big moves from Kevin Owens. Oh, not to say nothing of that moonsault from Owens there, the prize fighter. Going hell-bent for leather here. Here for a good time and not a long time. Hit him with that stunner early. Since then, as I said, Christian trying to slow things down. Really get his wits about him. Likes to dictate the pace, to Christian Cage, for sure. Nice frog splash to the back from Kevin Owens. Both of these competitors, in fact, utilizing a frog splash. Oh, drop toe there, and I think Kevin Owens' throat got caught across that bottom rope, as we now see Christian attempting a phenomenal forearm, that looked like, or a springboard forearm, as AJ Styles is not currently involved in this tournament. Oh, vicious powerbomb by Kevin Owens, who's got his leg out of the ropes there, ref, but Christian Cage is in the ring, so it still counts for 2. Interesting positioning there. Oof. Spinning back kick. Catching Kevin Owens in the base of the skull back there, but not doing too much damage. It's leaping, sort of a cutter variation, like an inverted bulldog of sorts. Christian, a couple of them in a row, and back to the DDT. Of course, Christian will be looking for that unprettier, which he might have been trying right there. Starts with the go behind, you got to spin your opponent around. Kevin Owens, though, quite resilient to damage. Whoop, missing wildly with that enziguri. Both men at a bit of a standstill. Going to settle things with the strike battle. Oh, nice super kick. Absorbed, and then retaliated with a spin kick by Christian, who settles the argument for the moment. Like Christian is wearing Owens down after that initial flurry. Just trying to break Owens down piece by piece here. You can see gasping for breath is Kevin Owens every time there's a break in the action. Now taking the opportunity to catch some wind. Smartly done there by Kevin Owens. Nice swinging neck breaker, and now he's signaling for the end of Christian Cage. Nice senton there. Sends him into the corner. Oh dear. Oh, big powerbomb into the turnbuckles from Kevin Owens. Another senton splash. Doesn't go for the cover though. Looking for another knockout shot. Another huge powerbomb. can see what it takes out of Owens, though. Huge backdrop driver. Now he might go for the cover. No, picks him up again. Plenty of opportunities there to pin Christian Cage had Kevin Owens. Didn't go for it. Christian Cage turns the tide with a DDT once again. And now, oh, no, Owens counters the Unprettier. Sends him off the ropes. This could be it. Yes, pop-up powerbomb from Owens. Center of the ring, and he hooks the leg. 2, 3. Kevin Owens, your winner. Woo, there we go. Picking up 2 big points. There's that big beefy boy. Having a good time. Okay. One thing I've been meaning to do. Uh-oh. Save. There we go, we saved. And then we turn auto back on. It's the easiest way for me to make sure the matches are correct. Alright, so while Kevin Owens is being displayed as the winner, let me set up the next match real quick, and then we'll get to the tail of the tape. Okay, we are ready to roll that portion. Let me get so many buttons to press. Let me get this over here. Tail of the tape. In the B block. As we said, we are bouncing back and forth between A block and B block action. There we go. Alright, I think I've set us up the bomb. Here is our next contest, as this is still first round action. More B block action ahead. As we will see, whoop, Edge versus Sami Zayn is coming up next. A lot of fun first round matches here. I don't know if any of these are first time matchups. Certainly another time, another place. Some of these matches have happened in really real life, but I don't know that Sami Zayn and Edge have ever had a one-on-one contest. They're about to. So we'll get underway very shortly. Oops, let me get down to the... Okay, this is our second B block match. Our second B block match. Let's see. What just happened? You just beat Cage. Boink. And you just lost to Owens. Haha! Alright, everything's updated on my end. Waiting on word from Juice that we're okay for the now new and improved 30-second channel prediction. Get down to the ring. Last contest. As you can tell here, significant height and weight advantage for Edge. He also has several ways he can hit that finishing spear of his. But not to be outdone, Sami Zayn can hit that haluva kick from pretty much anywhere, though he prefers a running haluva kick into the corner, whereas conversely, Edge, I think their main spear finisher is a finisher where they stand in the corner and aim toward the center of the ring and get you. All right, I'm getting more that we are ready to roll, so back out of this for a second. Look at this. And away we go. Does the game, let me ask this, does the game play like herky-jerky, or does it look okay? Does it seem like weird at the moment? I only ask because I don't have it as the main window, but I can still see it in OBS. It's still running. If I can just call it from here, that might actually help me produce this, because I'm having to do it in studio mode on the one monitor, flipping between 8 different windows. Oh dear. Oh, Sami Zayn early, or sending Edge to the floor early. You can see there just catching his breath. It's fine? Okay. Nice. I mean, it's a little tinier, but I can keep track of what's in the preview better. Sami Zayn trying to set Edge up in the corner, perhaps going for an early haluva kick, or signature swinging DDT. I wouldn't have dared suggest that he might do that brainbuster onto the top turnbuckle. I don't even know if he has that in his arsenal. Taught to him by his good friend El Generico. Speaking of Sami Zayn's good friend El Generico, of course. No relation. Early cover here, sees a 1. Oh, missing a diving elbow drop is Sami Zayn. Edge pulling away from the ropes, trying to get set up for some offense of his own. You'll see on the tail of the tape screen and on the winner screen, I credit the creator of each of these edits, coming from the Steam Workshop, the thriving Fire Pro Wrestling World Steam Workshop community. I tip my cap to you, if I'm wearing a cap. I tip my bandana to you. Tens of thousands of items, including all sorts of wrestlers from all sorts of time periods. Some of the edits I have made a few changes to, like if there were substituted signature moves that maybe weren't available for the edit at the time of its creation that have since been created, since there is a free, or I don't know if it's free, since there is a move editor. Oh dang, big brain buster there from Sami Zayn. Just gets a 2 count. So some of them are, you know, updated, but only to make them more accurate in a way. Coming off the ropes. Oh, poorly timed there from Edge. He might have been going for a spear, but did not get it. Yes, Juice also pointing out that there are also non-wrestler edits, as he just pointed out. He liked having Deadpool wrestle Charlie Chaplin. They're from all walks of life. You can find some way to get inside of a Fire Pro ring, thanks to the Steam community. Not to say nothing of the PS4 community, I just haven't experienced it. I don't know if they have access to all the same edits. Sami Zayn accessing all his inner strength. Kick out at 2 there. Oh, falling clothesline from Edge. I thought he might be going for one of his many spear variations, or spear opportunities, shall we say. Gets got with a drop toe from Sami. Nice drop kick there from Zayn. Back to that swinging DDT out of the corner. We're just about creeping up on that 10-minute mark. Nice exploder from Zayn. Usually does that into the turnbuckle. Not quite, but at least into the ropes there. And then a double axe handle off the ropes from the underdog from the underground. Now drop kick low. Sami Zayn seemingly establishing himself as the aggressor in this matchup as we approach the 10-minute mark. Though they are sort of wearing matching gear. Oh dear. Impaler DDT from Edge. Into the cover. 1, 2. No! Almost didn't like to Sami Zayn, but he managed to roll his shoulder at 2.9 there. Oof. Again, low blows. You can't do it for a 5 count, so virtually impossible to get disqualified by doing it, though it is discouraged, of course. Once again, another swinging DDT out of the corner. Sami Zayn thinks this will do it. Almost correct, as Edge just rolls his shoulder at 2.9. A pair of near falls, one for each competitor. Now Edge dominating with that big clothesline. Oof. Sami Zayn trying his best to fight from underneath. Just a matter of time. It could be, oh dear. Talking about being fair play and all. Drops Edge with a complete shot. Scott Steiner styles does Sami Zayn. Into the Blue Thunder Bomb. 1, 2, this could do it. No. Edge just escapes once more. Some impressive near falls in this one. Sami Zayn right back to work though. You see the toll it takes on both men as we're approaching 15 minutes here. Nice backdrop suplex from Edge. Drop Sami with a big clothesline. You can see Edge starting to be worn down a bit. Oh, counter Sami again. Maintaining the advantage is Edge. Pulls him away from the ropes. Trying to get him set up for something, but Sami drops him again with another complete shot. First back to his feet is Sami Zayn. Small package, center of the ring. 2, 3. Got him. Your winner, just shy of 15 minutes with a surprise small package. Sami Zayn coming in hot. Coming in hot. Small package hold. Okay, save that. Just save after, just in case power goes out, OBS crashes. I mean, if OBS crashes, we're still okay in terms of game stuff, but just making sure. Alright, let's set us up our next match here. I shall hydrate, thank you very much. I'll do that in just 1 second. there. Tail the tape up. Boink. Grab my water. Okay, that's winner. Meanwhile, tail of the tape. I wish there was a quick way I could reset. Oop, I wish there was a quick way I could reset tail of the tape. Tail of the tape. We're back in the A block, and we have in the ring currently. Oh boy. Oh boy, we got this one. That orange crush is going to your head, juice. And we got this one. Okay. Coming up next, they're already waiting in the ring, but that doesn't affect you here in Magic Tail of the Tape Land. Here's our next matchup. More A block action, as you will see. The King of Hearts, Owen Hart, against the Canadian Bulldog, Davey Boy Smith Jr. That's right, Owen Hart facing the son of his former World Tag Team Championship partner, Davey Boy Smith. What an interesting matchup this will be. All right. I don't quite need to go into why Owen Hart only has 16 years of experience to Davey Boy Smith Jr.'s current 21 plus. If you are a wrestling fan of any level, you probably understand why his career as well as his life was cut short. All right, let's not dwell on any of that nonsense. I mean, it's not nonsense, it's just not dwell on it. Again, a significant height and weight advantage to Davey Boy Smith Jr. Obviously a power wrestler, but Owen Hart, one of the more technically savvy and cardiovascularly conditioned athletes in the tournament, able to go with anyone. I expect this to be a fairly even contest. If Owen can lock him in that sharpshooter, I can see things ending quickly. But again, Davey Boy Smith might be able to knock you out with that Bulldog bomb, which is, it's sit-out power bomb, Batista bomb, whatever you want to call it. Coming from a guy 6'5", 260, hammering you into the canvas like that, I don't know if Owen Hart can kick out. We shall see shortly. Yes, sir. Each of these creations, of course, is taken in the prime of their career, so to speak. So I chose, or all 20 wrestlers were approached based on their legendary status both in the broad spectrum of pro wrestling as a whole and their significance to the evolution of Canadian wrestling specifically. I'm being told that we're got the green light, so we're going to go for it in just 1 second. This is the tricky part, actually starting the thing, because I have to go over to the screen to hit a button on a controller to also hit a button on my stream deck, and then I can tab back over to OBS. Okay, let's clear out our corners. Tape stuff. And then I can do. Okay, winners is up. Aha! And we are well underway. Owen Hart sporting his Black Heart trunks, or his Black Heart singlet for the duration of this tournament. That. That's going to change, it seems. Off the ropes he's sent. Big back body drop there from Davey Boy Smith Jr. Who, as we said, more of a power wrestler, is going to want to... Oh, big spine buster. He's going to want to try to end this earlier than an Owen Hart, who will go the distance and try to wear down his opponent for that sharpshooter. Davey Boy is looking for more knockout, impactful offense. Hang on. Roll up there, gets a no count from Jimmy Corderas. There is no truth to the rumor that Jimmy Corderas dresses up in a Sasquatch costume to referee for the GWA. I want to put an end to that right now while I can. While I have this opportunity. Senior official Mr. Bigfoot and Jimmy Corderas are two entirely different referees. Just to put those rumors to bed. Not only is Davey Boy Smith Jr. The son of Owen Hart's former championship tag team partner, Davey Boy Smith, because of the relations within the Hart family, Davey Boy Smith Jr. is Owen Hart's nephew. So this is uncle versus nephew, harkening back to the old Eddie Guerrero versus Chavo Guerrero Jr. matches we used to get on Nitro. Of course, unfortunately, this one couldn't take place because Owen was no longer with us before Davey Boy Smith Jr. started wrestling. But thanks to the magic of the video game landscape, We can bring this to you. Oh my gosh, Bulldog bomb by Owen Hart on the floor. Hitting Davey Boy Smith Jr. with his own signature offense and then eating one on a chair on the floor by the Canadian Bulldog, taking offense to Owen Hart stealing his finish. How dare you, Uncle Owen, he says. I'm going to tell Aunt Baru on you. Oh, and another Bulldog bomb on the floor. There are no disqualifications or countouts on the floor, we remind you. This brawl will continue until both competitors return to the ring, if Owen even can, after another pile driver. More severe trauma on the floor, dished out by Davey Boy Smith Jr., another huge spine buster. As I take a sip of water, and Owen Hart takes a brain buster on the floor. There we go, back brain lariat, just quick lariat to the back of the head. I thought Owen was gonna, okay, securing his position back in the ring there. Oof. Trying to get a bit of space. Davey Boy Smith Jr. having none of it. Trying to put Uncle Owen away with one or two more moves, I would think, unless Owen Hart can fight back into this. You can see Davey Boy Smith Jr., the victim of a suplex, but up first, now posing for the crowd. Once he's got it well on hand. Hey, White Rabbit Object, nice to see you. Our first look at a sharpshooter for the day. Owen's got it deep, but Davey Boy Smith Jr. able to power out as I suppress a Burke. Suplex countered by the Canadian Bulldog. King of Hearts got a bit of a mountain to climb here to get back into this one. So we passed the 10-minute mark. Took a heck of a beating on the outside of the ring in the opening minutes of this contest. You see the chair there, a reminder of the Bulldog bomb he suffered after delivering one of his own. Huge lariat there by Davey Boy Smith Jr. Oh my gosh. Dangerous looking backdrop suplex. Now a Northern Lights. 1, 2. Thought that might have been it. It has been mostly Davey Boy Smith Jr. in this one. Oof, another huge spine buster. And now he locks in a sharpshooter of his own, and that is it! Davey Boy Smith Jr. taps out Owen Hart to a sharpshooter. You're going to see a lot of them today. A good 10 or 11 competitors have a sharpshooter. Hang on. Whoop. There we go. My word. Okay. Let me get down to the next match here. 1 second. Okay. Wowzers. Davey Boy Smith Jr. tapping Owen Hart with his own finish. I assumed that Owen Hart hitting that Bulldog bomb early in the match against Davey Boy Jr. here set him off to some degree. Why else would you make it a point to finish your opponent with their own move? Okay. And let's get back to the tail of the tape for our following contest. This one should be a good one. Get the red corner, B block. Okay, we got B block action coming up next, as we're going to see for the first time. I don't think this match happened in real life either. Speaking of the Owen Hart, Davey Boy Smith Jr. matchup, did you ever in your life think you would see Petey Williams versus Bret Hitman Hart? Maple Leaf Muscle Petey Williams, as we know, has a disadvantage in terms of size and strength, but the innovator of one of the most imitated moves in wrestling today. And we say that without a hint of irony, because every other independent wrestler has a Canadian Destroyer in their arsenal. That is not an exaggeration. Okay. Let's get down here. Let's back up the winner column. You away. Okay. That's good. Hang on. Oh, I need to go back here for a second. Bret Hart, of course, one of, if not the most technically sound ring generals in like the history of the industry. And I don't even need to bring up the cue card to tell you, and this is I don't know if it's a direct quote, but Vince McMahon was recently interviewed about his former champions in his company, and he said Bret Hart had the most credibility of any world champion he had ever had. Yes, that's right. Two of the most stolen finishers, two of the most used moves. That's right. The sharpshooter used to just be exclusive to Bret Hart and then members of the Hart family, and now it's just Canadian wrestlers use the sharpshooter. I'm pretty sure Petey Williams has it in their arsenal as well. And yes, the Destroyer, formerly known as the Canadian Destroyer, just called the Destroyer if anybody but Petey Williams does it. Yeah, that super kicks. Yeah, good point. Okay, here we go. We are getting down to the ring. We're getting down to it. Point, point. There we go. Let them fight. Let's get the winner graphic up. For when we need it. There we go. It will be no surprise that Petey Williams will be looking to hit that Canadian Destroyer to finish off his opponent. Bret Hart will only... Oh, look at that. Bret Hart style punches, too. Bret Hart will be going for the sharpshooter, probably only after hitting as many of the 5 moves of doom as he can. Nice headbutt there from Hart. Opting for the half black, half pink attire. My favorite Bret Hart look. It's almost as though I got to choose their outfits. There's Petey Williams here in full Maple Leaf Muscle regalia. Or Little Petey Pump, depending on who you speak to. Nice European uppercut combo there from Bret Hart. Thinks it's enough to go for a cover. Gets a 1 count. At only the 2-minute mark. Nice test of Petey Williams' endurance there. Able to get a 1 count already is Bret Hart. Back and forth these two competitors go. Williams looking to establish himself. Nicely done there, winning the strike exchange. And drops an elbow on Hart. But that seems to have just perked him back up as he hits Petey Williams with a suplex. Oh, and now gets knocked to the floor from Petey Williams' suplex. And out they go. Nice snap there from Petey Williams. This is where he can really make some ground up in a hurry. Everything hurts a little more when you're outside the ring. Very little padding above the concrete floor of the arena. Wisely though, Bret Hart throws him right back into the ring. Hang on, quick 1 count there. This fight can only be won or lost in the center of the ring. 3 count or tap out. That's the only way for this thing to go. Off the ropes he comes. Nice backspin kick from Petey. Bret Hart with the jumping headbutt in response. Petey not letting him get the advantage for too long, though. Oof. Into the sharpshooter. Here's an early attempt from Bret. Petey Williams able to fight free. We're only 6 minutes deep into this one. Thought he might catch Petey napping, but Petey able to fight his way free. Bret working it back to the center of the ring now. Off the ropes he comes. Nice clothesline there from Hart. Oh, I thought he may have had a counter there for Petey Williams, but Petey Williams able to hit that suplex. Oh dear, oh dear! He pops right back up to his breaker. Non-phased is Bret Hart as he immediately goes into a 5 moves. Got the backbreaker. Got the pot, or excuse me, yeah, backbreaker and I forget the second. It wasn't a pile driver, was it? Oof. Oh, Russian leg sweep. Backbreaker, Russian leg sweep. I'm trying to think of all 5 of them. Petey off the top with a huge elbow. Can't believe Bret Hart no-sold the Canadian Destroyer. It can't not have hurt him. Oh, nicely done. Dodged the leg lariat as Bret Hart. You see him now doing more to protect his head. Hang on, rolls up Petey Williams here. Petey just rolls a shoulder at 2.9. That almost did it. As we said, Bret Hart trying to protect his head now. Trying to appear as though he's shrugged off the effects of that Canadian Destroyer, but you cannot be impacted by a move like that. Nice head scissor takeover by Petey. There, jacks the chin of Bret. You can see him stunned already. And then a spinning kick. Petey Williams looking for another opportunity to hit that Destroyer as we pass 10 minutes. Bret Hart appealing to the crowd here. Another chin breaker by Petey, but Bret's right back up. And fighting. Oh, Russian leg sweep by Petey Williams this time. Nice pile driver there from Brett. Rolls Petey over, but neglects to go for the shot there. Back, where's he going? Where's he going? Oh, was he going for Brett's rope? Elbow. Inverted atomic drop. More signature offense from Brett. Seeing all the greatest hits come out. Turning belly to belly, Scott Steiner style out of Petey Williams. That's where he learned it from. Oh! Spin kick to the back of Bret Hart's head, but Bret Hart is up first again. Any major trauma to the head of Bret Hart? Able to shrug it off in this match. And then apply some of his own by using his own head as a weapon with that headbutt. Another inverted atomic drop. Just punches Petey Williams to the mat this time. Oh, able to counter the suplex now and just boots Petey Williams back to the canvas. You know he's trying to set up for that sharpshooter, but you don't know where exactly he's going to try to slap it on. I mean, at the legs, obviously, but at what point in the matchup? He might not get a chance. Oh, if Petey Williams can keep going with these suplexes and counters. Hitting Brett with a Russian leg sweep. Oh, and able to fend off an attempt at a sharpshooter. Oh gosh, Canadian Destroyer again! But again, Bret Hart shrugs it off!
Move doesn't make any sense.
That was Bret Hart backstage.
Move doesn't make any sense. I'm not gonna sell that.
And now he gets a little time and space. No, Bret Hart following Petey Williams to the outside. I thought he might take the opportunity to catch his breath. But no, pressing the advantage is Bret. Huge DDT on the floor to Petey Williams. Right in front of the donation link here. tinyurl.com/the A1 Climax will take you to the donation page. Should you feel, like helping out the Gord Downing and Shanny Wenjack Fund. The reason that we're putting on the A1 Climax today. Oh dang, Canadian Destroyer on the floor, and he won't get up right away from that one unless Petey Williams pulls him back to his feet. But he immediately counters the follow-up move. Incredible. What resilience from Bret Hart. Multiple Canadian Destroyers, and he is still kicking. Back and both these gentlemen go. Bret Hart winning that argument with a drop kick into the sharpshooter, dead center in the middle of the ring, and that is it. Petey Williams taps immediately at the 17.5-minute mark. Bret Hart picking up 2 big points. There you go, your winner. Woo! Woohoo! With the sharpshooter, Bret Hitman Hart. Bear with me for a moment as I can set up the next match. I'm going to take a little sip of water after I do. Okay. Let's get that going. And we tail to tape that sucker. Boop, boop. Tail of the tape. Back to the A block. With Blink. Versus Blink. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Your next matchup in the A1 Climax tournament. In the A block, we have the Canadian Earthquake, John Tenta, versus Lightning Leo Burke. Leo Burke, perhaps not as familiar to some. Didn't get too much recognition on a international scale, but in the territory days, had quite a little career for themselves. Member of the famous Canadian wrestling family, the Cormier family. The most famous member of that being Yvonne Cormier. Representing the squad is Lightning Leo Burke here. Oh, thanks. How I'm doing the graphics? Okay, you want a little behind the scenes thing? The squares and stuff at the back of the tail of the tape screen currently is a visualization from Winamp. So I played a song and recorded the visualizer for a bit and then slowed it down as a background. And then on top of that, I made tail of the tape graphics for every single wrestler where they are on both sides of the screen. and they have an alpha channel in the background of the half-gig uncompressed AVI that each of the 15 to 30 frame animations is. So I put that on screen, mask it, whether they're in the left side or the right side, and then it's looped, so it just loops their ready animation. So yeah, it took a long time. Thank you very much for appreciating it, because it took a heck of a long time to figure out. But once I did, oof, I mean, you know, it still took a day or two to put them all together. But thank you very much. Yeah, same, it's similar thing with the winter graphics, but those are simply, like, I didn't do the alpha channel or anything on those. These things are going to be a little more complicated once we get into the later rounds, because I'm going to have to change the record for both competitors every single time. Yeah, well, you know, I did it to myself. Let's do it to yourself. Let's get back over to B block. Petey Williams lost to Bret Hart. Clear. Let's get back over to these. Actually, let's get back over to game. Back out of this. A lot of buttons to press between my screen and the the Stream Deck I got rolling here. Oh my! Please don't crash. Come on, Stream Deck. I need you, buddy. Okay, we are ready to go. Ooh. We are underway. Jimmy Cordero's calling for the bell. Nice takeover there. Impressive strength from Leo Burke right out of the gate. Not intimidated at all by the size and strength of John Tenta. The largest competitor in this match at 6'7" and 468 pounds against the 5'11", 230 Leo Burke. It is quite the size disparity. An almost literal mountain to climb has Leo Burke against the former sumo wrestler John Tenta. Oh! Turns Burke inside out with a vicious lariat. Nice back drop there. Back body drop. Falls over the suplex, does the Canadian Earthquake, John Tenta. Made their WWF television debut as a plant in the crowd for Dino Bravo, squashing the Ultimate Warrior when Dino Bravo bet the Warrior he couldn't do any push-ups with Canadian Earthquake on his back. Obviously, Earthquake helped Dino Bravo do some push-ups with Earthquake on his back. And then when it was Warrior's turn, he gave him the old Earthquake splash. What a dirty heel. And he was off for the races. Was soon main eventing pay-per-views after that. Built him up to go face Hogan. Huge running power slam there by Tenta. All power. Oh gosh. Setting up for the Earthquake splash, and here it comes. Oh god. Not into the pin because it was to the back of the head, but called for it and hit it early. Did the Canadian Earthquake John Tenta. That was awesome. I didn't know he had that combo where he did the taunt and then hit it. Just 5 minutes in this one, and it's been mostly John Tenta. Leo Burke has as we said, a heck of a mountain to climb coming out of this thing, like from the jump. 5 minutes later, it's just getting worse and worse for him as the action spills to the outside. This actually might help Leo Burke. Nice execution on that suplex. But John Tenta quickly back to his feet, where as you can see, it took a lot out of Leo Burke. And not to be outdone, John Tenta suplexing Burke, who rolls through. I'm just trying to rip the beard off the face of John Tenta there with that chin lock. Burke fighting for all he's worth for those all-important 2 points. Unfortunately, it seems a little dazed and out of it, going for a pin attempt outside the ring. Trying to find some distance to catch his breath. Big pile driver! Holy moly, got him up for a jumping pile driver! Huge 2 count there for Leo Burke. Keeping that pedal to the metal. With that punch combo into another pin. Tenta out at 2 again. This thing was all Tenta at the jump. Oh! And now Leo Burke counters that clothesline attempt into another cover. My word. Running power slam by Tenta here. May have quelled the offensive flurry of Leo Burke. Oh, perhaps not. Burke with those shoulder thrusts in the corner. To the midsection of Tenta. Oh, and now just blasting his head against the turnbuckle is Burke. Some old school wrestling for you. Now it's Tenta's turn in the corner. Oh no, Burke counters and sends him to the floor. Able to catch his breath. His lightning Leo Burke. Looking to outlast the big man in this one. Beautiful butterfly suplex. Had a little difficulty getting him over, but he got him over. Drop kick from John Tenta to the chest of Leo Burke.
10 minutes gone.
Both competitors showing off now as you see a big body slam out of Burke there. Drops a running knee. This could do it. 1, 2, no! Tenta just able to escape that running knee drop. Some of the signature offense of Leo Burke. As I check my index cards to confirm that. Go behind. Nice backdrop suplex from Tenta. 1 or 2 moves in a row from Tenta is all it's going to take to get him back on top of this thing. Off the ropes he sends Burke. Big clothesline. Pulls him back to his feet. Oh, now Burke switches him over into the sleeper. That's his bread and butter. But Tenta able to fight free. Leo Burke going for the finish. Oh gosh. Oh, Tenta can barely run the ropes. But he still hits the earthquake splash. Again, it's to the wrong side though, and back to the sleeper goes Burke. Tenta gasping for air. Oh yes, hurting in a big bad way after that suplex. Back to the sleeper he goes. Burke could do it. But once again, Tenta fights free. Back to the sleeper again goes Burke, relentless. Again, Tenta fights him off. Tenta, oh, at his wit's end here. Oof. Leo Burke, plenty more gas in the tank. Nice leg grab. Backdrop suplex and another. Positioning Tenta in the center of the ring. Another big running knee drop. This, oh, Tenta back to his feet. Countered out of the corner by Burke. Now he's able to catch his breath as John Tenta. Just some time. Oh, counters the suplex from Burke. Thought he was going to get suplexed. Oh, and then flips him over with a huge lariat. Was going to go for the earthquake splash there, but did not have the time to execute the move properly. Now gets his head forcibly rammed into the turnbuckle by Burke, who thinks he's got it in the bag here. He might well be right. Tenta with a delayed suplex. Buying himself some time perhaps, but both men are up quickly. Burke with a suplex of his own. Drops Tenta to the canvas with a huge punch, setting him up for that sleeper once more. Oh my gosh! Snap backdrop folds him over. That's all Tenta can do now. Hanging on as best he can. Leo Burke trying to position for that last attempt at a sleeper hold. Tenta fighting him off for all he's worth. And Burke able to suplex Tenta to the floor. Both men taking the opportunity to catch their breath, and we're going to reset at about the 17.5-minute mark. And here they go, huge belly-to-belly from Tenta. Can't maintain any offense, can the Canadian Earthquake. Leo Burke wearing him down. Takes a moment to enjoy the adulation of the crowd, but that could be costly. Can't take your eye off the prize in a tournament like this. Big backdrop suplex, but Burke rolls through. Able to send Tenta across the ring. Did not anticipate this one going 20 minutes, but here we are. As now Leo Burke working on the kneecap of John Tenta. Doing anything he can to break down the limbs of the big man. Off the ropes comes Tenta. Barely. Oh, big body attack there. Just splashed him down to the canvas. Running power slam. Leo Burke counters with a jumping pile driver to Tenta into the cover. 1, 2, no! Tenta kicks it 2 and we roll on. 20 minutes plus between these two. Another turning belly to belly, but Burke is back up. Tenta cannot keep Burke down. Likewise, Burke can't seem to put Tenta down for the 3. It would behoove him to try that sleeper again. Might be setting up Tenta for it now. Yep, here's the go behind, but Tenta again fights him off. Another big body attack floors Burke, but he pops right back up. Short arm clothesline from Tenta. Big clothesline. Drops a big elbow. You can see what it takes out of the man, though. Off the ropes. Oh, poorly timed there as both men are down. Tenta up first. He's got to catch his breath. Burke pops him and drops him quickly. Next submission attempt should do it. From either man, I would suspect. John Tenta does have a bear hug that he can utilize. But Leo Burke will be looking for that sleeper, I am sure. Oh, another backdrop suplex. Folding Burke over. But again, Tenta unable to really put him away or even attempt a pin without the earthquake splash being involved. Burke is going for the... Oh, there it is, the sleeper. That should do it. And it does. Leo Burke picking up 2 big points in the first round, downing the much larger John Tenta. A bit of an upset in this one. As you see there, your winner, Lightning Leo Burke. That was a 100% match, by the way. Just throwing that out there. I haven't really shared the ratings of these things, but that was our first 100%er. What a win. What a win for Lightning Leo Burke. All right, let me just get set up here. Leo Burke beating Tenta. That's 2 points for you, and no points for you. As we get back to some B block action. Hang on one second. I set this up. Oop, wrong thing. All right. Big smile on my face with this next matchup. It's going to be interesting. Who's that? I think that's you. Is that you? I think that's you. All right, coming up next, we have B block action. As Rick the Model Martel is going to be looking to take 2 points away from Canada's greatest athlete, Gene Knitsky. I must admit I am not familiar with the works of Gene Knitsky. He, Edward Carpentier, Leo Burke I've seen a little bit. Yeah, mostly Gene Knitsky and Edward Carpentier, who we're going to see later. I'm not intimately familiar with their wrestling careers. But I recognize their importance to the sport and to the sport in and around Canada. So heck yeah, they're here. I mean, I know the model, Rick Martel. How could you not? Okay. I think I've caught, yes. Got those up. Got those up. So, let me just double check here. This is A block action? No, this is B block action. This is the 6th match. We are an hour 18 minutes in. Oh dear, it looks like a round's going to take 2 hours, so for us to do the entire 91 match stream, this thing could go 18 hours. Just put that out there. This could go forever. Oh dear. Try to do something in Discord, and the rest of my computer is very much occupied doing other things for me currently, so I cannot click to a different Discord. Just waiting on the all clear so we can start this next matchup. No worries, my man. Alright, so prediction is done and clear. As you can see, a significant height and weight advantage for Gene Knitsky. Expect more of a power game out of him, being a former pro football player. Rick Martel, crafty technician, for sure. And we are underway. Okay, clear out my tail of the tape stuff. Cleared. And get my winners up. Get that one out of there. Get the B block. Put that in there. All right, it's on the on deck circle. Perfect. We are underway. Rick Martel in the healthy tan in the light blue. Gene Knitsky in the dark blue. I don't see, we had Rick Martel leave his canister of arrogance in the back, so there won't be any shenanigans on that end. Some of these more Silver Age wrestlers, your Gene Knitskys and your Edward Carpentiers, also, you know, like your Mad Dog Vashons to a lesser extent, I imagine are going to be utilizing more wear-down holds and more, they call it deliberate offense. You know what I'm saying? Not the flashiest movesets in the world, but very effective, especially in their day. Quick one count there for Gene Knitsky. As we said, Canada's greatest athlete. I mean, they gave themselves that nickname, but their nickname nonetheless. One of the first pro wrestlers to have a pro football background, as Gene Knitsky played in the CFL for Edmonton, along with other wrestlers Wilbur Snyder and Joe Blanchard, father of Tully Blanchard, currently seen on AEW as a manager. And Tully Blanchard, of course, the father of controversial female wrestler Tessa Blanchard. Controversial for her backstage attitudes, let's say. Rick Martel, not to be outdone, had a lot of tag team success on most major platforms, but his greatest singles accomplishments are being AWA champion, I believe. Look here. Yes, I believe they were an AWA champion at some point. Mind you, most of the competitors in the A1 Climax today have an AWA title under their belt. I know for sure that Gene Knitsky beat Vern Gagne for the AWA championship and Lou Thesz for an NWA title run as a dastardly heel Canadian, Gene Knitsky, since he was Canada's greatest athlete. The Americans would beat him. Ooh, they can't be good at stuff. Ooh. Sounds right. I think it's more. Hang on. This is match 6. Oh, hang on. You might be right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I must be missing something. Oof. It's good, because I need to update the scorecard after those next 2 matches. You've watched the AWA documentary about 80 times. Definitely a former AWA champion. Okay. Yeah, both these gentlemen, I believe. I was certainly at different times. I would say Knitsky a decade or 2 before Martel. Of course, a lot of people remember Martel's resurgence in like 1998 when he was in a heated feud for the WCW television title with Booker T and possibly the guy whose name we don't mention. Until unfortunately an injury cut his in-ring career short. Oops, my apologies. I accidentally hit the spacebar. Very successful real estate career has Rick Martel now. I looked him up. Deals in commercial properties. Doing quite well for himself. Nice reverse to the go behind there. Smartly taking the opportunity while his opponent crosses the ring to catch his breath, does the model there, and then hits a beautiful main event spinebuster. Now continuing the onslaught on Gene Knitsky is Rick Martel into the Quebec Crab. This is his bread and butter. But Knitsky able to fight free with those powerful legs. At least for the moment. Backbreaker across the knee there of Martel, but we fight on. Oh, big diving knee off the top. A devastating maneuver back in the day of the Gene Knitsky. Certainly effective, but not seen very often these days. I feel like if somebody jumped and dropped their knee on the back of your head off the top rope in a fight, that would probably signal the end of the fight. Perhaps a little too realistic, but doesn't play enough well as a big wrestling move. Got to play to the stadium, you know, in this day and age. Huge spine buster by Martel. Drags Knitsky away from the ropes once more. Thought he may have been going for the crab, but no. Elects to inflict further punishment, and Knitsky fights him off. Starting to feel it there. Saw him appeal to the crowd, hit that kitchen sink knee drop. Oh, Martel goes low in defense. Another huge spine buster by Martel. Using them to great effect throughout this matchup. Can't seem to follow up though. Knitsky's back on the attack. Oh no. Again, Martel cost himself a little bit of time appealing to the crowd. Double drop. Gene back to the mat. Rick back up and into the Quebec crab. This should do it. No, Knitsky fights his way free. And then lands another big kitchen sink to the midsection of Martel. Off the ropes he comes again. Another kitchen sink, trying to drive the wind out of the model, is Gene Knitsky. Of course, Knitsky known for their backbreaker variants. Both the Canadian backbreaker, the over-the-shoulder submission maneuver, and the backbreaker across the knee. There it is, the Knitsky backbreaker, right into the side there. And he goes for the cover. 1, 2, no! Model sneaks free. We fight on as we approach another 20-minute classic here between these two warriors. Sent off the ropes. Oh! Like a toe kick to the midsection there from Knitsky. Mixing things up from the kitchen sinks. Swings way wide. But able to maintain his advantage. And drop Martel once more. And catch his breath as Gene Knitsky. Excellent ring work. He gets sent to the outside by Martel, who's got to take some time to catch his breath here. We are past 20 minutes in this one. Sometimes I can't tell if it's the person doing the time call, or if the juice is chiming in with some producer notes. 20 minutes gone. What's that, juice? Wait a minute. You're not a lady. Knitsky into the cover here. This could do it. No. Martel back to those spine busters. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And now what? Airplane spin out of the model. This is a submission maneuver. Gene Knitsky survives. Both men dazed. Knitsky immediately back into the backbreaker. Pulls him into a cover. 1, 2, no! Martel out at 2. Survives a couple of the Knitsky backbreakers. Has enough gas left in the tank to be running the ropes. Oof. Oh, another big knee drop. Oh, a second. Knitsky trying to bust Martel open now. Just exchanging punches to the face are these two athletes. Martel wins with a dropkick into the Quebec crab and wins the match. Rick Martel. 23 minutes deep. Hang on. Your winner. The model. Defeating Canada's greatest athlete. I think de facto now the title belongs to Rick Martel. I'm just kidding. That'd be fun if it was transferable each time. Hang on 1 second. I'm gonna do a quick save. Oh yes, as I see the final two A-block competitors staring me in the face. We definitely haven't seen them wrestle yet. This should be an interesting clash. Let me just get this set up for us here. They all should be interesting clashes. Let's not kid ourselves. But oh boy, hang on 1 sec. Let me prep this. Got our winner on screen. Ugh. Get our next two people. Okay. Tail, who's the tape? The only problem I have to unload all of the tail of the tape graphics in the preview so that they load in program, and I'm not using 80% of my CPU just to run OBS. So I can't see who is in the tail of the tape until it comes up on screen. I have to solely rely on the button being lit up on my stream deck. So, all right, looks like I set everything up already. Who's on this side? Who's on this side? Who's on this side? All right. Our next matchup is the final first round matchup in the A block, and thank you for Juice for correcting us here in terms of because I haven't filled out my scorecards enough. Okay. Can you remind me? This is how you remind me. Let's see. What did we just have happen? Oh, Davey and Owen. Davey beat Owen with his own move. Oops. Davey beat Owen with his own move. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A block is caught up. All right. Sami Zayn and Edge. Can you please enlighten me as to who won that one? Can you remind me? This is how you remind me of who won the match. I'm gonna have another. I mean, Rick Martel just beat Knitsky, so I can mark that one down. Okay. They took on Knitsky and then Sami Zayn beat Edge. That's what I'm hearing. Got a 50-50 shot. Sami won. Thank you, Kane. All right, thanks everybody for that. All right, so I'm caught up on my scorecards, and we are caught up to let you know that our next match features the following competitors. The Flying Frenchman, Edward Carpentier, against the Madman from Sudan, Abdullah the Butcher. Very interesting style clash in this one, as Edward Carpentier, as the name suggests, the Flying Frenchman, an innovative high flyer in their day, and Abdullah the Butcher, an innovative stabber. I don't know how else to describe it. The man will stab you with weapons. That's his primary offense. It's going to be a wild tourney for the likes of Abdullah the Butcher. I may have put him and Mad Dog Vashon in because matches in which the competitors get bloody are shorter, tend to be shorter than matches where they don't. May have been trying to give myself a bit of a break there, but pay it no mind. Pay it no mind. Edward Carpentier, Abdullah the Butcher, coming your way in a heartbeat. I apologize for Juice having to spell out Edward Carpentier for the channel prediction. Don't worry about the accent thing. Just, hit the capital E. Perfect. The Sudanese meat cleaver, by the way, is a running elbow drop off the ropes that leads directly into a pin, because Abdullah just comes down on you with all 360 pounds right across like the chest and neck and just lays there for the 3 count. The somersault press of the Flying Frenchman Edward Carpentier is commonly referred to these days as a somersault senton splash, like where they just flip forward and hit you with a back splash when you're on the mat. All right, just so everyone's aware of the finishing maneuvers of these two. Just keep an eye out for them, because I don't know how much actual wrestling you're going to get out of Abdullah the Butcher for sure, and Edward Carpentier in response. We'll see how they can cope. All right, go ahead. We are just about ready to roll. We are underway. Clear that. As long as I remember to clear these things. Block. Get that over there. Winter screen. Okay. Winter screen. We're getting it. As these rounds go on, I'm going to get more and more efficient as to all the little buttons I need to press. Got to be television studio today. I don't know if Edward Carpentier ever faced the likes of an Abdullah the Butcher during their career. They wrestled for about 32 years to Abdullah's 52 years of experience before both men eventually retired, respectively, of course. As we mentioned, Edward Carpentier, an innovator of several high-flying offensive maneuvers, known for the Astro head scissors whip out of off the turnbuckle, flying head scissors takeovers. I believe he employs like Hurricane Ranas and stuff, and he was doing so in the 50s and 60s. What a crazy sort of chicken wing or hammerlock submission that was. Essentially looked like he was pulling Abdullah's arm off of his body. Abdullah with a clear weight advantage, as you may be able to tell. Getting sent across the ropes, so Abdullah is going to want to employ his most vicious tactic, which are, of course, all those weapon shots. probably end this quicker than a Carpentier would be looking to end these things. These older wrestlers, we'll call them Silver Age wrestlers, were built for longer matches. Like they are designed, or the prevailing ring psychology of the day was about wearing your opponent down with stretches, with holds, with repeated strikes. Not quite the impactful moves that we see in prevalence today. So we'll see how that long term plays out in a 9-match, potentially 10-match tournament for an Edward Carpentier or a Gene Knitsky or a Leo Burke, who did quite well in their first match, or a Mad Dog Vashon for that matter. Or even the Abdullah the Butchers of the world, who I don't know how far their violent style will take them in what should be more of a pure wrestling tournament. As you can see, Carpentier just slowly breaking down and working on the limbs of Abdullah the Butcher. We're past the 6-minute mark. We haven't had a serious pin attempt, haven't really given the crowd anything to really get invested in, sink their teeth into, so to speak. Oh, here we go. You can see Abdullah the Butcher's torso covering the entire torso and then some of Carpentier on these covers. Nice slam there. Signature aggressive body slam. Nice leg roll clutch from Carpentier in response, but too close to the ropes. Roll-ups are also super deadly, especially past the 20-minute mark in a singles contest in your Fire Pro universe. Submissions and roll-ups start to become a huge factor, especially like as you get toward the 25, maybe 30-minute mark. Like the next submission or roll-up attempt could end the match like that. As you see Carpentier trying to make sure it doesn't last that long, trying to pick the ankle of Abdullah. Nice knee drop to the side of the Butcher's head. Carpentier doing a real good job so far in the opening 10 minutes here of wrestling his style, dictating the pace, making sure he sticks more to the traditional technical styles. You can see Abdullah, all his attempts at offense, a little underhanded strikes, that throat thrust there, big jumping headbutt, a more brawling weapon-based style of Butcher. Nice big headbutt. Almost knocks Carpentier out. Oh, there's a somersault splash from Carpentier. 2 of them in a row. Big somersault press. That's his finish. Believe it or not. I mean, he did wrestle in the 50s and 60s. Oh, off the ropes with a somersault press that time. But like hit a couple of those and then like do a good pin attempt. Like you've driven the air out of your opponent. Like you've winded them to the point where they can't kick out. It seems sound. Like it's logical. Boom, another big somersault press off the ropes. Coming in bunches now from Carpentier. Now that he's got Abdullah down. Oh no! He bumps into Jimmy Corderas and the ref is down. Surprisingly, the first person to bleed in the A1 Climax tournament is the referee Jimmy Corderas. Don't you worry, we'll get him patched up before the next match. But it may affect his ability to count pinfalls or detect submissions. Leg roll clutch from Carpentier. He got him! Abdullah the Butcher subdued by the Flying Frenchman, Edward Carpentier. Excellent strategy by the technical wrestler. Overpowering the madman from Sudan. Excellently done. I applaud you. Okay, let's save the game. That was... Okay, you can't face yourself, so you lose that. Carpentier versus the Abdullahs. That's 2 for you, 2 for you, 2 for you, and 2 for you. Now we go over to the B block Christmas. Okay. Oh, I can't get rid of the winner yet because it's on screen. B block though. What do we got? What do we got in the B block? Coming up next. Another quick save. Oh my. Okay. Okay. This one could get violent. I was expecting the last one to, but Carpentier did a really good job of neutralizing Abdullah the Butcher and their tendencies to go for weapons and stuff like that. Like, kept it in the ring, kept on them, did a really good job. This one, I think it may get a little more violent than the last. hang on. As your final B block, your final B block competition is coming up next. And you should be able to deduce by who's left that has not had a match yet, who it is that is coming up next. Hang on. Let me see, double check that I set it up. I did. All right, here's our tail of the tape for our next matchup. Mad Dog Maurice Vashon versus El Vampiro. Should be an interesting one. Now, it says Vampiro is semi-retired, or at least his Wikipedia says he's semi-retired, but his last, like, quote-unquote real matchup was on Lucha Underground in 2015, so I'm just sort of just going to consider that his unofficial retirement for the moment, just for the sake of his having a retirement. So that puts him at 31 years of experience to Mad Dog Vashon's 36. Of course, Mad Dog Vashon, famous French heel. Like, famous as a bad guy, but was so famous as a bad guy, he eventually became beloved. And by the time he ended up toward the end of his career in, I think WWF, he ended his run. I'm pretty sure he ended that as like a character baby face, I guess Jim Ross would call him. A rugged face, some would say. But this one could get, as I said, could get violent. I was anticipating blood in the last contest, not out of the referee, who, by the way, we got patched up. I'm looking at them right now. They're ready to go. They're giving me the thumbs up for the next match. So Jimmy Corderas is good to go. But I don't know. Maurice Vashon or El Vampiro might end up a little bloody before this one's all said and done. As you can see, Mad Dog's going to be looking to hit that pile driver. Pretty popular move of his time period. And Vampiro's nail in the coffin is his version of the Michinoku driver numero dos. All right, I've been given the clear, and we are ready to go. And away we go in this one. The last match of the first round. Boy, oh boy, we did it. We did it, everybody. After this, we will be 1/9 of the way through. So many boops. Can't even look into the match. It's the first minute. Nobody win with a flash knockout in the first 30 seconds, please. Most of these matchups I would have expected to start out slow, as I don't know that the competitors would be necessarily familiar with the other. I would expect like a longer feeling out process, but for the most part, much to my, enjoyment, most of the matches have started just balls out, for lack of a better term, just going for it. Strategy be darned, just start hitting your opponent and make it up as you go along, which seems to fit a motif of an El Vampiro or a Mad Dog Vashon beautifully. Real hard to pick a favorite coming out of the first round. A couple of dominant performances, a couple of close matches, but again, it's just the first round of this sucker. Everyone looking for their first 2 points. We got a long way to go. After this one, each competitor will have 8 more matches to get through in their respective block, and then for 2 lucky competitors, a 10th match awaits them in the final. The kitchen sink, another staple of the Silver Age wrestler offense. That kitchen sink knee lift off the ropes. I think because, and let's watch here. Oh, no, he gets bowled over. In a wrestling match, it's a really easy sell to see the guy's knee coming and then jump over it, like somersault over it. You know what I'm saying? Oh no, Jimmy! Jimmy's down twice in a row now. Oh no, that could get worse before it gets better as this day goes on. A second grievous head wound to Jimmy Corderas here in the opening round. Again, we'll get him patched up. Might have just reopened the cut from the first match. But either way, you got to feel for the guy. Has the tough assignment of refereeing all 91 matches today. He and I are the only one involved in every single match. You and me, Jimmy. One of us has got to last for the day. Oh, just choking. Just choking at the throat of El Vampiro is Mad Dog Vashon. Definitely not afraid to break the rules as you see him biting at the forehead. Maybe he just wants to get a taste of that sweet, sweet face paint. Oh, looks like he's busting him open underneath the face paint. Yeah, you can see the blood on the chest of Vampiro and now all over the canvas. Oh dear, oh dear. It was bound to happen sooner or later. We have our first wrestler laceration. So Vampiro, you can see fighting on valiantly here after getting his forehead bit. I guess whatever is on his face is technically a mask, so it doesn't show. Oh gosh, Fire Thunder Driver from Vampiro. Not quite the nail in the coffin, but a impact variation. Mad Dog says this is it and starts to go to work on the cut on the forehead of Vampiro. Another Fire Thunder Driver from Vampiro. Doesn't elect to go for a cover though as we approach 10 minutes. Yeah, so far, the ref, the most injured competitor. 2 matches in a row now, busted open.
10 minutes gone.
Mad Dog thinks he's out thunk Vampiro, but just goes back to work, just choking the life out of him. You can see the extra blood on the canvas. Oh gosh! That's an inverted Kudo driver. I've been calling it a Kudo driver. Followed by a Fire Thunder driver, repeatedly dropping Vashon on his head. Into the cover goes Vampiro, and he almost puts him away. It's all in service of that nail in the coffin. Michinoku driver into a pin. And here comes the big pile driver from Vashon, though. Dragging Vampiro away from the ropes into the cover. 1, 2. Vampiro kicks it too. Has fight left despite bleeding heavily from the forehead. Another Fire Thunder driver, but Vashon pops right back up, gets dropped with an enziguri. Vampiro focusing his attack on the head and neck of his opponent. Momentarily varying his offense with those body shots. Oh, and then back to the biting of the forehead. That face paint must be delicious. But he only breaks it 2. He's got till 5, ref. Once again signaling for the end of Vampiro is Vashon. You can see the blood stain the canvas. Don't worry. The blood is absorbed into the canvas and it makes the tournament stronger. Oh, just raking the blood across the eyes of Vampiro there, but he's quick to counter with an enziguri. Didn't have a lot on it. Oh, playing possum was Vampiro. Luring Mad Dog in for that knee drop attempt, but he missed. Reverse Kudo driver to Vashon. Big implant DDT from Vampiro. Drops the leg, but again, has to catch his breath instead of go for a cover. Mad Dog able to hit a backdrop suplex. Oh. Enziguri from Vampiro. As we approach 15 minutes, Vampiro reverses off the ropes. Nice drop toe to Vashon. Vampiro trying to get him set up for that nail in the coffin. Vashon will be looking for that pile driver again, if he can get it. Up top he goes. Big knee drop coming up. Missed again. Oh. Vashon says that's it for a big body slam. There it is. Nail in the coffin from Vampiro. 1, 2, 3. Spikes him. Spikes him. And gets the pin. Big 2 points for Vampiro, surviving that cut early on. Seems suck and win at the end of this contest. We'll get him and Jimmy Corderas patched up as soon as we can. Oh, that one was 100%. Another 5-star classic. Okay. Let's get those looped around. Is that right? That can't be right. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. That's why. Boink. There we go. Okay. Reorganize my cards for a sec. What do we got on screen? Got that on screen. Okay, so this is the end of round 1, as far as I can tell. Hang on 1 second. Let me get these updated 1 second here. So you, and you, and you, and you, and you. Alright, so we have some, but not a ton of activity so far. Let's take a look at our A block standings for the moment. We're going to take a little bit of a break here as we've finished 1 round finally. Taking a look at the A block. Not a lot to see in terms of point distribution because it is the end of the very, very first round. But as you can plainly see, we got winners in Edward Carpentier, Davey Boy Smith Jr., Leo Burke, Kevin Owens, and Kenny Omega in the A block, coming away with victories in the first round. We can get that off screen. We're going to leave that there for just a little bit because I'm going to run to the bathroom, and then when I come back from the bathroom, we'll do the B block real quick. Actually, let me put the B block up right now. So that's the A block for you. Heck of a match. Pretty good for Mad Dog Vashon. He hung in there as long as he could. And let me put up the B block. I'm going to run to the bathroom, and then we'll come back with the tail of the tape for the first match of round 2. All right. So here is the B block standings. Oh, since I'm in studio mode, it doesn't just do it live anymore. Hang on. Whoa, there we go. As you can see in the B block, Sami Zayn, Chris Jericho, El Vampiro, Rick Martel, and Bret Hart are your points getters so far. Okay, so I'm going to leave that up, and I will be right back in a flash. Boom! I just found out you could fade sources in and out on OBS. I love it. I feel like I'm, teleporting in and out. Like, boom, boom. Anyway, so these are our B block standings for the moment. Let me see if I built this properly. What do we have coming up in our first A block match of round 2? Ooh, baby. Okay. Blue corner you, red corner you. All right, I think I'm ready. All right, are we ready to check out the first matchup of round 2? It is not B block action, as you're seeing B block on screen at the moment. It is A block action. We return to the A block because round 2, match number 1, features... Oh, hang on. Ah, it's busted. There we go. It was active, but it didn't count the first time. Kenny Omega, Christian Cage. You can see how I cut the tail of the tape graphics in half there. Blink. That is our next contest. I'm going to go ahead and get them set up in the ring. We have that on screen. Yeah, a little behind the scenes footage. Live. Nothing like it. Okay, that's ready. Grab this out of the way. Putting these index cards in order was also a smart move, because now I can just sort of change the order slightly as they cycle through back and forth. It helps, actually, it's helping me keep track a little bit of who we've seen and who we haven't. The other thing I got to remember is to update the scorecards as I go. All right. Pretty even in terms of size. Obviously, the experience edge goes to Christian, which also means he's a bit older, more wear and tear on the body, so you have to sort of take with a grain of salt that he has more in-ring experience at a period of 5 years there. I don't know that he has, throughout his illustrious career, I was going to say the variety of opponents might be greater for a Kenny Omega I don't know. Christian Cage has faced pretty much everybody. And like, if you went up and down the roster when he started in 95 to about now, he's been in there with all shapes and sizes all over the place. I don't know that he's wrestled a 9-year-old girl or a blow-up doll that like Kenny Omega has, but you never know. Okay, so I would put this thing pretty even, but again, if Kenny hits that one-winged angel, lights out. I can't imagine. Like, it's very rarely kicked out of in real life. I don't know how powerful its video game counterpart is. So far, it's gotten him 2 points. Oh, speaking of, haha, I'm never going to remember to do this. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. So he's at that. And Christian is 0-1. Oh gosh. Okay, so there we go. So now the tail of the tape is accurate. He's also not 2-0. That doesn't make any sense. He's 1-0. There we go. All right. That I can't not do on the fly. It looks like I can't do it off screen and then have it just be on screen. Pow. All right. Predictions all done. We're ready to get to the ring. And so we shall right about now. Fight! Take graphic. Make the winners back. Okay. Okay, so now I go to the winner graphic. I update the tail of the tape for the next tail of the tape while I build the next tail of the tape and set the matchup. And then update the scorecard and then switch. Oh my goodness. Order of operations, just for me and me alone. Oof. Solid shot there. From Kenny to Christian and vice versa. Christian looking to rebound after that first round loss. Kenny looking to keep that momentum going. Took him a while to put down Lance Storm, but eventually hit that one-winged angel. Storm gave him a heck of a fight. Oh, speaking of, oh, I thought he was going for the one-winged angel, but he hits Kreutz Wrath instead. That electric chair dropped into a German suplex. Kreutz Wrath there from Kenny Omega. Didn't see that in the previous match. More tricks up his sleeve. Has the cleaner, the best bout machine. Against Captain Charisma, Christian Cage. Instant classic Christian Cage. Used to be Canadian Rage Christian Cage when he first started. He doesn't strike me as a particularly angry guy. This Christian, it might be kind of funny to see him angry.
You
sneaky
escape.
More of a sneaky technician, I would categorize Christian as. Solid in the ring, but not afraid to cheat when he needs to, and knows a lot of ways to do it. Back and forth they go. Kenny Omega winning that strike exchange. Oh, Christian going to the eyes.
You can't escape.
But undaunted,
Minutes gone.
as Kenny tells him he can't escape after those rolling hills. And that is Kenny Omega's voice. And recorded clips for this game for the New Japan Pro Wrestling add-on packs. No count, says referee Jimmy Corderas. We should have gotten like some sort of hazmat or like dog training suit in this one. Oh dear! One-winged angel! 1, 2! Christian kicks out of the one-winged angel! That's a chug. If you're playing along at home, if you're celebrating along at home, I didn't think that would happen all tournament, and here it is. Oh, Snapdragon now. Kenny looks enraged himself now that Christian is kicked out of the one-winged angel. I didn't think we'd see that all tournament. Oh, poke to the eyes for Kenny. Christian hanging on by a thread here. Trying to get himself back in this one. Kenny's already hit his finish on him, and miraculously, Christian Cage survived. Oh, a V-trigger to the back of Christian's head. Rolls him over to Christian out again. What resilience from Christian Cage, former NWA World Heavyweight Champion. Oh, former WWE World Heavyweight Champion at that. One-winged angel number 2. 1, 2, 3. You're not going to kick out of two of them. He was lucky to survive the one. Your winner.
Night. Bang.
All right, goodbye and good night from Kenny Omega on the way out, too. Your winner. Sub 10 minutes. That's what I like to see, Kenny. That's what I like to see. Under 10 minutes for that one. Oh, I can save progress and have it still be auto at the same time? Oh, that tickles me to no end. Hang on 1 second here. Okay, getting the next match set up. All right, now go to the tail of the tape. Tail of the tape. Now I have to go back and check out everybody's record. Okay, B block stats. Okay. You know what? I don't need to edit it. It's the same. Because coming up next, we have... Oh wait, I need to update this though. Kenny Omega is 2-0. Boink. Christian Cage is 0-0. 0-2. 0-2. And I think everything else is set up, and I just need to do this. Yeah, there we go. Coming up next, Chris Jericho versus Edge. Something you've probably seen a ton, but you're going to see it again one more time. Right here in the A1 Climax. As I think those records are accurate. Yeah, Jericho's 1-0, Edge is 0-1. Alright, let's drop these. Grab the next sack of cards from Fun Facts. Fun Facts. You. Alright, again, sizable size. Both in height and weight advantage to Edge here. Didn't realize he was 6'5". I thought he was like 6'3". I knew he was like a bit tall, but 6'5". That's almost Haas size. If he was like 2 inches taller and like 250, he's almost a Haas. I didn't realize that about Edge. Again, he's got various ways he can lock on that, or he can lock on. You can hit you with that spear. And Jericho, he's got the Walls of Jericho. He's got the Codebreaker set as his finish. I think he also has a Lion Tamer variation of the Walls in there somewhere. Lion Salt. He's got, yeah, it's, a handful of ways he can put you down. Primarily the Spear of Edge is what he goes for before the pinning attempt. I'm trying to think if he has maybe the execution, or excuse me, the Educator submission, the Implant DDT, or the Implant DDT that he borrowed from Gangrel. He might have the Edge-O-Matic. I think this version might have the non-pin Edge-O-Matic. I think I was just given the all clear, and we are underway momentarily. Fight! Here we go. So many buttons to praise. All right, now we're good. Hey, did it in under a minute that time. Oh, the Execution is the Impaler? I thought so. And then the Educator, well, he had the Educator, which was his version of it was like a sharpshooter and a ankle lock at the same time. He used that for a bit, I remember, during his the early SmackDown days. Nice step up enziguri by Jericho. Hit in response to Edge blocking that Irish whip attempt. Now that you stack them up in ring, Edge certainly has a size advantage. On the comparatively diminutive Chris Jericho, you can see just starting work on his sleeves in this version. I mean, he just has the one, but you can't only tattoo one arm in Fire Pro. What you do to one has to happen to the other. You can't do asymmetrical tattooing or like elbow or knee pads or anything like that. Back and forth these two gentlemen go. No stranger to the other. Traveled up and down the roads for World Wrestling Entertainment for years, did these two.
1, 2.
Early 2 count for Edge there off a backdrop. Crowd didn't quite know what to make of it as we're still sub 5 minutes, and he hits the spear into the cover. 1, 2. Edge looking to make quick work of Chris Jericho, but he hangs on for a 2 count. We're still sub 5 minutes in this one. Jericho's trying to find some space here, trying to find a little surcease in the offensive onslaught of Edge. Edge right back to it. Nice Russian leg sweep there.
5 minutes gone.
And we finally passed the 5-minute mark. Nice release German, all impact, no bridge.
Okay, baby.
Okay, back body drop from Jericho, nets him a 1 count. Seems real cocky about it. Now sends Edge to the floor and follows him out. Hoping to get back into this one is Jericho, because there are no countouts or DQs on the floor. Anything goes. Double underhook into the backbreaker from Jericho. Bracing his leg on that concrete floor. Sending more jarring pain through the spinal cord of Edge. It's a thin mat over concrete floor once you get out of the ring. Edge firing back now. Ooh. Execution. Implant DDT. Whoop. Nice counter to that dropkick attempt by rolling back into the ring from Edge there. I don't know if the timing of that works in a real life scenario, but it looked fun in the game, and Jericho traps him in the walls. Back in the center of the ring, but he fights his way free. Plants Jericho with a DDT in response. Another step up in Zagiri. Drops Edge by Jericho. He's looking to set him up, but gets speared into the cover. 1, 2. Jericho at a 2 again. Surviving 2 spears. That'll wear on you as the contest continues, though. Stomps in the corner from Edge. Jericho with that double underhook backbreaker. Trademark Jericho offense. Stomps him in the face for good measure before the cover, but gets a 2. Hello, I am back now. I'm here. Here we go. Okay. Fixed. We got it. Okay. Our next tale. Oh, the tape. Let me set this up quick. Who we got in the ring? We got them in the ring. Tale of the tape. And then we got you there. And we have. No, I'm doing the tale of the tape live. I'm just doing it. Thingy. How about records? What do your records look like? Oh, I know. I gotta reverse these. So you are. Oh man, this is gonna take forever. I might skip doing the live records thing because it's going to take forever. Okay. Here we go, tail of the tape. Yeah, I'm gonna skip doing the records from now on. It was a nice idea, but it's too time consuming. Alright, that's underway. Do. Alright, we're all good. I muted my microphone to cough and then forgot to unmute it because it's like 3 screens away on my Stream Deck from where I was sitting. Okay, this part's done. So on and so on. Yeah. No worries, Kristen. Oh. I think it's just slowing us down. Listen, the channel prediction's been fun, as has the upkeeping the records, but I'm also trying to keep an eye on the clock, and we're only in the second round and we're 2 hours deep. So I might just put up the tail of the tape for a certain amount of time and then just roll into the matches from now on, if that's okay with everybody. Okay, so this might be our last prediction. We're gonna focus on actually getting the actual tournament done, because that's the fun part. I mean, it's all fun. Some bells and whistles may have to be sacrificed every now and again. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, we are ready to get down to the ring. Competitors are ready. Referee is ready.
Fight!
Everyone can hear everyone else. Good stuff. I'm still here. I'm just not commenting. Voice is still active, just letting you know. These two starting hot and heavy. Kevin Owens begging for crowd involvement pretty early on here. Trying to keep that adrenaline flowing. Quick pin attempt nets him a 1 count. Kane was losing them anyway. Well, if you're the only one participating, I mean, I don't mean to deny you the opportunity to win them, but at the same time, if you're the only person participating, because the rest of us are either the broadcaster or the mod, then, all right. What else do we got here?
Right.
Lance Storm getting the better of Owens in that strike battle. I wouldn't have predicted that without a super kick involved, but just punching him down to the canvas there. You just caught him unawares in the early goings here. Nice suplex to the outside by Storm, getting himself some time and distance. Trying to play a bit of cat and mouse with Kevin Owens, but Kevin Owens not going for it, just returning to the ring quickly.
5 minutes gone.
Here the count, we've just gone 5 minutes so far. Nice lariat to the back of the head now. Owens sending Storm to the floor, and now it's Storm's turn to deny Owens the opportunity to deal punishment on the floor where there were no countouts or disqualifications. Trying to keep this fight in the ring, the only place he can win it, by a 3 count or tap out. Nice super kick by Owens, but Storm right back up. Signature offense from both gentlemen is that super kick. Oh, denying Storm the dropkick opportunity is Owens there. Off the ropes he comes. Big somersault press. Shades of Edward Carpentier there from Kevin Owens. Storm just trying to position Kevin Owens in the center of the ring to not give him the opportunity to perhaps reach for the ropes on a submission attempt for that Canadian Maple Leaf, but nope, again electing to send Owens to the floor. Uses the opportunity to catch his breath. Tells Owens to bring the fight to him, does Storm. Lands a nice backdrop suplex. And off the ropes he comes this time. Just shoulder checking Kevin Owens to the canvas. Oh my gosh, he responds with a German suplex into the turnbuckles for reals, like out of the corner and back into the corner for Owens there. Lance Storm hanging on. Back to work on the midsection and legs of Owens. Those would be the weaker points of his physique. A natural athlete, let's call Owens. One that eschews exercise. Lance Storm with a big near fall on Owens. Gets dropped with a super kick. Owens with a schoolboy. 2. No. Trying to get that extra leverage to keep Storm's shoulders pinned down. Might not need it on this stunner. Hooks the leg. Got him. Kevin Owens with the stunner. Going to 2-0 against Lance Storm. I mean, not specifically, but going to 2-0 in the tournament. Beating Lance Storm. Okay. You lost to them. And Owens beat you. So you got 4. You got 4. Let's set up for the next thing. Okay. Let's see if I can do tail the tape real quick. B-block. Boink. B-block. Boink, is this correct? Let me shuffle my cards real quick. Yeah, because I can draw them now, and as I draw them, and the logarithm, or whatever it is, algorithm, logarithm, whatever you want to call it, works through the auto tournament matches, your next matchup turns out to be Roddy Piper versus Sami Zayn for perhaps the only time ever, and please ignore the silly jokes that I put in the record portion. Okay, I don't know why the 10 is all the way over on the other side. No, that's weird. Ready with that. I've updated other things. I'm not going to do the record anymore. I might just do that. Don't worry about it. Nothing to see here. Alright, we are ready in the ring. We're not doing channel predictions anymore, so I can just go there. So here we go. Roddy Piper, Sami Zayn.
Fight!
Sami starting off with suplexes. Roddy trying to counter with that signature brawling style. I think he's going to have to up his game, perhaps. He's going to go long in this tournament. I mean, You're going to go 9 matches regardless, but if you want to get that elusive 10th match, don't know that long-term, the abilities / style of a Roddy Piper is going to serve him well. We'll see, though. There's always room for surprises in a tournament like this. Schoolboy roll up there. No count, says Jimmy Corderas. Another nice pinning attempt. Yeah, if he sticks to technical maneuvers like that, Roddy Piper might have a chance here. But if you want to go move for move with the Sami Zayn, he's got much more impressive weapons in his arsenal, I must say. Ooh, even getting the striking advantage, at least in the early going here, is Sami Zayn. That's going to throw Piper off his game more than a little bit. Swinging neck breaker there from Zayn. Looking to fall up his advantage with a small package attempt. Gets a 1 count. In the early going. Drop toe. Swinging neck breakers there. Continuing to work on the neck is Sami Zayn. Softening him up for that exploder. He's dropping the shoulders there. Shoulders. Now Roddy Piper with just the mount, just punching away at the face of Sami Zayn. That is a submission maneuver in this game. Blue Thunder Bomb from Zayn, though. Into the cover. Just a 2 count. Back to another exploder from Zayn. Complete shot there. Definitely has the upper hand in terms of offense. Does Sami Zayn to this point. You see Roddy Piper trying to slow things down, wrestle his pace of match. Once again, back to it. Zayn able to get the ropes. Piper doing his best to slow things down. Much more methodical pace from the Rowdy one. Sami Zayn will be all about go, 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 go. Oh. Vicious shots to the midsection there from Piper. That'll level the playing field in a hurry if your opponent cannot breathe. You crack a rib, and suddenly your more powerful or your more impressive arsenal doesn't matter much. Nice suplex there on the floor from Piper. Had a little extra on it with a bit of a jump there. But Sami no-sells a poke to the eyes. And goes right back on the attack. Swinging neckbreaker on the floor here. No countouts or DQs on the floor. Sami Zayn and Roddy Piper both know it. Oh, huge exploder by Sami Zayn on the floor. This has not worked out the way Roddy Piper has wanted. For sure. Thought taking the fight to the floor might give him the advantage to get back on more even footing with Sami Zayn. Sami's hit some devastating offense outside the ring, and here comes some from Piper. Big pile driver. Oh, and now grabbing a baseball bat is Roddy Piper. He's got a 5 count to drop that in the ring. It has some trash talk for Sami Zayn, who avoids the weapon. Sends Piper off the ropes, and once again, Jimmy Corderas goes down. Oh dear, oh dear. That's the 3rd time. He might not survive this tournament. I mean, he will, because he's the only referee involved. But poor guy. Unable to tell if Sami Zayn gives up to this airplane spin. Oh, recovers in time to check. But Roddy Piper lets him go. Off the ropes he's sent. Docks a big clothesline. Nice bulldog from Piper. Now back to that full mount, just punching him in the face. That's a submission move. Trying to get Sami to give it up. No such doing. Now working on the legs of Sami. Can't hit the haluva kick if you can't lift your legs. Shot across the bow there. Oh! Sami goes low. Tries to play it off as though he did nothing wrong to the crowd thereafter. Seems to have angered Roddy Piper, though. To no avail as a haluva kick drops him to the mat there. Piper back to his feet first, impressively, but gets dropped once more by Sami Zayn. This really could go either way. Oh, drop kick low. That may have halted the comeback of Roddy Roddy Piper in this one. Never mind. Nice jab combination. Signature offense from Piper. Drops Zayn and then takes the time to catch his breath. Oof. Back to the body this time. Oh, and Sami goes low once more. You hate to see it. And again, playing it off to the crowd as though he's done nothing wrong. Piper getting some more time and space with that body slam to the floor. Just working him over in the corner. You can see the baseball bat he wanted to use at one point. Abandoned there near the apron. Piper hits that drop kick, but Sami Zayn's up first. Complete shot. Piper may have just wore himself out attacking Sami Zayn there. Yeah, Sami able to fend Piper off as we're approaching 20 minutes now. Oh, Sami. Bad boy. What you gonna do? Nice body slam there from Piper. Sami looking to continue his winning ways with that blue thunder bomb. No, Piper out at 2. Piper looking for his first 2 points. Sami looking to continue his winning ways, as we said. Currently on a 1-win streak. Rolls him up. 1, 2, 3. Sami Zayn goes to 2-0 with a win over Roddy Piper. There we go, Sami Zayn beating Piper. Alright, let's get over to Firebro here. Okay, these should go here. And then I pull the next 2 off the cards. And they are the actual matchup because we're trading 2 each time. Haha. Oh. Okay, maybe not. This thing to take you versus hang on one second. Go to these B block participants. We are in the A block next. We go here and here. Alright, coming up next. Oh dang it. Come on, buddy. Blue corner. There it goes. Took a little second. No. Get out of here. Come on, go back. Get out of here, Davey. Davey, get your dumb face out of the way. I didn't even press Edward Carpentier. That's 2 buttons over. Looking at you, Stream Deck. Don't you be crashing on me. Anyway, for really reals, our next match is Owen Hart versus John Tenta. Alright. Despite what you may have seen otherwise. Owen Hart, John Tenta are coming your way momentarily. In a 3, a 2, a 1. Fight! We are underway. These two had to have met each other at some point during their tenures, right? Or was it was John Tenta's WWF run in between WWF runs for Owen Hart? I feel like they must have at some point. Certainly in a tag team combination, I'm sure. Have they faced before in real life? Stomping away, looking to avenge that surprise, like I would say a first match upset by Leo Burke there. Owen also trying to get into the win column. Unfortunately, his first 2 matchups here are against the more powerful wrestlers in his block. For better or for worse, because he also gets them over with early. He's a better matchup against more of the technically skilled. Like I'm looking forward to Owen versus Lance to see how that one ends up. That sort of thing. Owen Kenny, Owen Kevin Owens. A lot of good matchups. To come. Off the ropes once more. Set into the corner here. As we said, John Tenta, we working that power game, but impressive power out of Owen, sending Tenta to the floor. Oh dear. Oh, and then a big suplex from Tenta in response. Nice signature step up Enziguri. Owen, of course, will be looking to lock in that sharpshooter, staple of the Hart family and most Canadian wrestlers since the Harts started using it. Tenta, of course, will be looking for that big bad earthquake splash. A running seated senton splash with all 468 pounds behind it.
5 minutes gone.
Oof, nice short arm clothesline there. We passed the 5-minute mark.
1, 2.
2 count there. Owen had to use a lot of energy just getting John Tenta's body off of him for that 2 count. Nice backdrop suplex from Tenta. Owen with the slam, trying to get back into it. Oh dear, don't know what he had in mind there, but Tenta easily counters. Drop kick from the big man. That's never not going to be impressive. Oh, now Owen. Nice combo there to drop him with the DDT. Fighting from underneath is the King of Hearts. If there's anybody that can get back to an even playing field or steal victory from the jaws of defeat, it is Owen Hart. Nice spin kick there, but it does not do the trick as John Tenta is up to clothesline Owen Hart to the canvas and settle that strike battle for now. Big running power slam, not clothesline. Big running power slam from Tenta, who's using the opportunity to catch his breath. Nice gut wrench. Impressive technique there from Owen. Getting the gut wrench off on the much larger man. Earthquake definitely a hoss. He's billed at 6'7", 450. Whoa, big pile driver from Owen. Not quite the Owen 316, but might be good enough for now. But no, Tenta again fends him off. Oh, nice German with a bridge. 2. Oh, Tenta barely able to roll the shoulder, but roll the shoulder he does. And now trying to slow things down with a big bear hug to Owen. Oh, vicious body attack, and now he's coming off the ropes for the earthquake splash. Into the pin. 1, 2, no! Owen just escapes from the big earthquake splash. Cool, I knew it went into a pin. Got the taunt off, got the splash. Owen has yet to attempt a sharpshooter, but he might not get the chance. Nice turning belly to belly from Tenta. Pushes Owen away from the ropes into the cover. No! Owen out of 2 once more. Now a nice stalling suplex by Tenta sends Owen spilling to the floor. That allows Tenta the time he needs to catch his breath in the middle of the ring. Seeing a lot of sportsmanship so far in the early rounds of the A1 Climax tournament. I don't expect that to last. Oh! Owen 316 says, I just broke your neck! 2! No! Tenta out again! I mean, Natural Disasters was like 92, 93. So High Energy New Foundation was like 93. They could have briefly, like, ships in the night past. Either way, you're seeing it here in the A1 Climax tournament in all its glory. A second Owen 316, and now he's going up top. Big missile drop kick. Owen feeling it. Oh, just drops him with a heavy forearm, does Owen Hart. But Tenta, quick to recover. Nice backdrop suplex again. Oh, big clothesline from Tenta. Here comes another stalling suplex. Not quite enough to send Owen out of the ring. But he's setting up for the big splash. Didn't quite make it. Didn't quite make it. Burnsy Gaming, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Got a long day of wrestling ahead of us. Hello there. Back and forth they go now. One's going to be looking for that sharpshooter, you got to think. Especially at the 15-20 minute mark, it could pay dividends, but John Tenta not giving him the opportunity. Nice turning. Oh, spinning leg kick there. I mean, you can't not kick with the leg. And a third application of Owen 316, but he pulls him right back to his feet after dumping the big man on his head. Can Tenta slow it down? Oh no, big earthquake splash coming up to the back of Owen. Ugh. pops Owen back to his feet, but he's got to be feeling it after that. Inverted atomic drop from Hart. Flips him over and goes up top. Doesn't have time to pull off what he was looking for, but able to counter John Tenta immediately. And lock on the sharpshooter. This could do it. Jimmy Cordera's in position, but Tenta breaks free. Those powerful legs. Breaking free of the first sharpshooter attempt of the matchup. We are almost 18 minutes gone in this one. Oh, Tenta winning that strike battle with a huge lariat. See Owen countering that inverted atomic drop. Tenta's got him sent into the corner, but you can see Tenta really starting to suck wind in this one. Gasping for air, he's slowed down noticeably in the ring. But if you can keep pouring it on the offense on Owen Hart, it's not going to really matter much. Nice big backdrop, drops a big leg, does Tenta. Now he catches his breath. Whoa, duck underneath by Owen, but he can't capitalize. Big clubbing double axe handle as we approach 20 minutes gone in this one. Big 2 points on the line as they always are.
20 minutes gone.
Confirmed there by the announcer. 20 minutes have passed. Oh, countered the leg feed enziguri to Tenta, but not the drop toe. Owen Hart looking for a setup for the sharpshooter. Can't quite position Tenta properly in the ring, and nor can he get him down on his back long enough. We get a try at the sharpshooter. Tenta with a running power slam. Drags him away from the ropes. Off the ropes now. Oh, big clothesline from Tenta, who is pretty hesitant. Oh gosh! Owen 316 for the 4th time in the match. Drags him away from the ropes, but elects not to go for the cover once again. Oh. And then a big backdrop from Tenta, who catches his breath afterwards. Next big shot could be the knockout blow for either of these gentlemen. Now Owen, oh, I thought he was going to set up for the sharpshooter there. Doesn't feel he's got Tenta worn down enough. I think he wants a secure, like a guaranteed victory, the next application of that sharpshooter, but he's got to get it on quick there. Tenta's hanging in there and hanging in there. Now Owen's busted open on that punch to the face from Tenta. Sometimes it's something simple like just a straight punch to the face, and it's ripped open the forehead of Owen Hart. Responds smartly with a pile driver to Tenta, and now trying to catch his breath as the blood continues to flow. Nice duck of the clothesline, but Tenta able to recover and hit that stalling suplex, and out of the ring goes Owen Hart. See both gentlemen the worse for wear in this one as we are approaching 25 minutes in this matchup. There are no time limits, there are no countouts, there are only disqualifications inside the ring after a generous 5 count. The only way to win is 3 count or knockout and pick up those 2 big points on your way through the A1 Climax round robin tournament. Both of these gentlemen seem to be lacking that killer instinct to go for the finish. Tenta won't attempt a pin unless it's his earthquake splash, and Owen seems to be content to pull you back to your feet after he hits you with his best moves. See? Nice spin kick from Owen. And then again, leaves himself vulnerable for that stalling suplex. Now that he's busted open though, all the blood rushing to the head and out of the forehead of Hart. Drops the big elbow to the lower back of Tenta, but he dazed himself in the process. Oh, and then just a straight punch across the brow from John Tenta, dropping Owen there. Back and forth they go. Punches and European uppercuts. Let's see who gets the better of this. It is John Tenta with that big clothesline, sending Owen into the corner. Driving his shoulder into the midsection of the King of Hearts. A pile driver from Owen. Pin that man. No, he goes up top again as we are getting towards 30 minutes in this one. Beautiful missile drop kick to the back of John Tenta. Okay, now you got him set up for the sharpshooter in the middle of the ring, and this should do it, and it does. Your winner, Owen Hart. in a marathon, the longest match of the tournament so far. Whoops, wrong thing. There you go. Owen Hart is your winner. Another 5-star match, by the way. That's a handful so far. Okay. Get the next match set up. Okay, Owen just beat Tenta. Tenta just lost to Owen. Why does it say that Owen's wrestled 3 times? Cage, Storm, and Tenta? No, wait, that's wrong. Hang on, it's Kevin Owens. That's why. That's Kevin Owens and not Owen Hart. Owen Hart beats Tenta for their first 2 minutes. There we go. That makes more sense. And let's check our next tail of the tape. Okay, let's back out of this. Tail of the tape. Get rid of these. Tail of the tape. Get rid of that. Alright, B block, we got U. U, I says. And we got B block. Oops, wrong thing. B block, red corner. I just realized the text on my stream deck is red for everybody in the red corner and blue for everybody in the blue corner. Thanks, me, for setting that up for myself. Okay. I think this is what I want. Fingers crossed this works. Whoop. Come on. You can do it. Why don't you load properly anymore? There we go. Gotta drop that. I mean, it's up to you. Okay. Oh. Sounds good. Yep. Good stuff. Yeah. That's important for sure. Alright, we are ready to roll with our next matchup. Petey Williams and the model Rick Martel.
Fight!
Fight! And fight they shall. Now I don't understand why. It's messed up back here too. Petey. Red corner. Get rid of them. Strange. Okay. This needs to be better. Oh my gosh. There we go. Petey Williams, I don't want to say is pretty one note, but they definitely look to finish their matches with the Canadian Destroyer, almost exclusively. Rick Martel heavily relies on the Quebec Crab, I would say, but also their AWA title wins came when their finisher was an atomic drop, backdrop suplex combination. So I suspect at some point we're going to see that come into play as a potential finish of a matchup. Some of these signature offense of the model, at least earlier in their career. Petey Williams, the only Impact Wrestling competitor to win the X Division title, the Gauntlet for the Gold, and a Feast or Fired briefcase twice. He's the only person to do that, each of those 3 things twice in his Impact Wrestling career. Likewise, since he spent most of his career in Impact Wrestling, knee TNA, knee NWA TNA, his only official wrestling video game appearance is as DLC for 2008's TNA Impact game that was released for PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Wii. His only official video game appearance as DLC for a 2008 game. Nice main event spinebuster there from Rick Martel, who's been in a handful of games himself, dating back to probably the NES. Oof, nice spin kick by Petey Williams. Certainly capable of doing well in the tournament. Oh, Canadian Destroyer there.
1, 2.
Oh yeah, I have attended Impact Wrestling tapings more recently since they are now a Canadian company. I got to see Penta in Impact. His run, like half of his run, because they taped like 4 episodes over those 2 days. I got to see Penta in Impact. That was pretty cool, getting to see Penta wrestle live. Oh yeah, oh that was C4 stuff as well. I also saw a bunch of indie wrestling at Capital City Championship Combat in the Ottawa area, the independent promotion. I don't think I saw Petey Williams there, but I've definitely seen like 3/4 of the AEW roster, I would think. And for most of those, for most of my appearances in the audience at C4, I was first row, if not second, like first or second. Can't miss me, a big dumb round face. Petey Williams unsuccessful after that first flip pile driver, the Canadian Destroyer. Impressive of Martel to be hanging in there, but a Russian leg sweep could spell disaster. No, Martel out at 2. Continues to fight on. Right on. He's fighting on. With the lift again with another beautiful spin kick goes Petey. Crowd very much into this one. 10 minutes strong, and oh, we got a Quebec crab attempt. You see Petey reaching for those ropes, pulling his body toward them, but able to break free before he gets there. Sound 2-pronged strategy there. Escape the hold one way or the other. Petey Williams does so. Another Quebec crab attempt fought off there by Williams. As I take a mandated sip of water, and a sharpshooter from Petey Williams in the center of the ring. We knew non-Hart family members would have it. Petey Williams demonstrating it there. Martel able to fight out though. So Petey Williams none the wiser, nor sixpence none the richer. Back and forth they go. Martel thinks he's got it won with this dropkick, and he is correct. Sending Petey off the ropes now. Another huge main event spinebuster. The staple of Rick Martel's offense, much like the Canadian Destroyer is for Petey Williams, and he nails it there. 1, 2, 3. Spells victory for Petey Williams against the model Rick Martel. 2 big points for Petey. Whoop. Getting up there. Petey beats Martel. Petey's first 2 points. Martel drops to 1-1. Quick save. Set up the next match. I also bought a lavalier microphone to try to use for this thing, but I couldn't get it to sound nice, so I'm using the one on the stand still. Okay, now we set up our next tail of the tape now that we have... I'm getting faster at updating the scorecards and stuff, so that's something. Okay, tail of the tape time. Come on, I'm crossing my fingers that... Hang on a second. Crossing my fingers that everything loads properly. There we go. Davey Boy Smith Jr. against Lightning Leo Burke is your next matchup. So adjusting my cards. Get that thing ready. Again, I think Bulldog's going to have the size advantage against pretty much every other competitor in his block, with the exceptions of Abdullah the Butcher and John Tenta. So look for him to press that power advantage early. Mind you, Leo Burke survived the power game of John Tenta in the first round, and was quite effective against him. So let's see if he can sort of outlast. Will be a more, impactful. I'm trying to think like a fireworks style offense out of a Davey Boy Smith Jr. Nice. I know a lot of people that did a lot of backyard wrestling in and around that time period. It's good that you kept those personas in your Fire Pro promoter stuff. Okay, I'm ready to go. We are ready to roll. 1, 2, 3.
Fight.
Davey Boy Smith Jr., Leo Burke. Away we go. I'm gonna clear out those corners. Get the winner screen ready. All right, I think we're finally getting the hang of this. 3 hours in, I think we're finally getting the hang of this broadcast. I mean, we stripped out some more bells and whistles. It was going to be more complicated, but... Oh yes, powerbombing your friends for fun and profit. Easily done. I mean, until you put your friend's knee to the wall. That's no good. Although I do believe that was our friend ran at me, and I caught them in a power slam. But I power slammed them a little bit into the wall. I think that was that move. It was a rough night. Leo Burke smartly trying to ground Davey Boy Smith Jr., who, as we said, has that size and power advantage. Leo Burke learning wise lessons from their first round opposition. And we're able to topple Tenta, was Leo Burke in round 1, by repeatedly going back to that sleeper hole. See what they can do. They can outlast the power game of a Davey Boy Smith Jr., who tapped out Owen Hart in their first match with the sharpshooter. A direct response to Owen Hart hitting Davey Boy Smith Jr. with his own Bulldog bomb outside of the ring. So the Canadian Bulldog, Davey Boy Smith Jr., finished Owen Hart with his respective finisher. Dead center in the middle of the ring. Huge spine buster there from the Canadian Bulldog. Leo Burke undaunted, though, continuing to slow things down and wear down those limbs. Death by 1,000 paper cuts is the approach of Leo Burke here. Whereas Davey Boy Smith Jr. be throwing those heavier bombs throughout the duration of this. You're going to wear yourself out more, but you also wear down your opponent more, hitting these more impactful maneuvers. Nice throwing belly to belly. Speaking of, oof. Davey mistiming that clothesline. Leo Burke getting him set up in the corner. Nice back elbow there. Has no follow through as Davey's now on the offensive. Big clothesline of his own. He can't follow up with anything as Leo Burke slows things down with a headlock. Neither men able to secure much of an offensive advantage in the opening minutes of this one. Running power slam, that looks familiar from Davey Boy Smith Jr. Leo Burke able to power back to his feet, but put right back down into a sequence that almost ended with a Bulldog bomb. But Leo Burke able to counter out of that. Oof. Just bodying him down to the canvas there. Nice counter. Nice counter by Leo Burke. Quite the tactician he's proving himself to be in these opening couple of matches. A more impressive performance than I was expecting of Lightning Leo Burke. See Davey Boy Smith there shrugging off the dropkick attempts and then spiking Leo Burke into the canvas with a pile driver. Leo Burke responding with a Bulldog to the Bulldog and then a double knee drop. Here's the Bulldog bomb. 1, 2. Oh, Leo Burke just able to roll the shoulder right now, trying to slow things down with a chin lock. This is actually a submission maneuver, but I don't think Davey Boy is in a position to necessarily give up. The sleeper hold, though, that could be a different story. Rapid fire. Double arm suplex there from Leo Burke. Oh! All impact on that spinning power slam off the ropes by Davey Boy. You can see he's sucking wind. Leo Burke not giving him the chance to catch his breath with that jumping pile driver. Tries to position him for a cover and does so too. No. Davey Boy Smith Jr. out at 2. Northern Lights. Burke out at 2 again. And we fight on. 2 big important points on the line here. We are getting to the end of the A block at the very least. I think. I mean, we're getting down there. Yeah, I think like 3 more matches after this and we're done round 2. Oh, brainbuster. Sheer drop brainbuster to Leo Burke from Davey Boy. Follows it up with a running power slam. You can see the oppressive power of the offensive arsenal of Davey Boy into the cover, but Burke himself able to power out of that pin attempt. Davey Boy might want to hook a leg next time. Nope. 1, 2. Once again, a 2 count off a running power slam. Now a beautiful bridge on this Northern Lights. Another 2 count to Burke. And then Burke counters with a sleeper. Surviving the onslaught of Davey Boy Smith Jr. But unfortunately for Burke, oh, back to the sleeper again. I was going to say, unfortunately for Burke, Davey Boy able to power out of the sleeper, but Burke right back to it. We saw this tenacity in his match against Tenta. His tenacity ended up spelling victory for Leo Burke. Trying again to go back to that sleeper hold. Davey Boy Smith, you can see, just gassed. Needs to take a moment for himself. Leo Burke giving him no choice but to keep fighting as he hits that rapid double arm suplex into the guardrail. Not going to get much going on a roll-up attempt from there. But Davey able to counter with a running Bulldog, and now just sucking wind. Big boy breaths for Davey Boy Smith there. Trying to get back into this one. Certainly fighting his way back into it with a couple of power slams on the floor. Now sending Leo Burke across into the opposite guardrail. Practically fighting in the crowd are these two. Sharpshooter on the floor. Burke has no choice but to break that hold of his own accord. And he does. Not before the damage is done, I'm sure. As he quickly rolls back into the ring. Can only win the fight inside the ring by 3 counter tap out. Boom. Leo Burke just clocking Davey Boy Smith Jr. and knocking him back to the canvas. Wisely, Leo Burke taking his time to get his breath back. Davey does likewise and reset at the 17-minute mark. Leo Burke with a nice jumping suplex, dropping Davey Boy Smith Jr. in the center of the ring. Can I go Davey Jr.? Davey Boy Jr.? Boom, big spine buster into a sharpshooter by Davey Boy Smith Jr. and he is 2 for 2 using the sharpshooter as a finish. I suppose being part of the Hart dynasty allows you the opportunity to do that, and so he did. Your winner, the Canadian Bulldog, Davey Boy Smith Jr. 99% on that one. Not quite up to snuff, I guess. 99% on that one. Okay. Setting up our next match here real quick. First off, I need to put that Davey Boy Smith Jr. beat Leo Burke. Leo Burke lost to Smith Jr. Burke. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. One more Block A match, it looks like. And this one should bring... And then 2 more B block. Makes sense. Starting with this one, we'll preview for you shortly. Alright. B block. You. B block. You. Is that right? That's right. Okay. Tail of the tape. Hope this works. Half worked. I'm like literally looking at... There we go. I was going to say I'm literally looking at the thing be activated on my stream deck. There we go. Bret Hart, Eugene Knitsky is your next matchup. Obviously, like, Bret has never been the biggest guy, but I wouldn't count him out of literally any match he's in, just because of his technical abilities. Oh, I kind of see, but kind of can't see what that is. What just happened? Something good, I assume, and so I shall celebrate. Thank you very much, whatever that was. It was kind of covered up by chat. Oh, Dork Chop with a subscription! That's what it was. Wonderfully! Nice to see you, buddy. Hope you're having a good one. Alright, let's get down to the ring for our next matchup here.
Fight!
Bret Hart versus Canada's greatest athlete, Gene Knitsky, and we are underway. As we said, the size advantage goes to Knitsky in this case. But I feel like Bret Hart is going to match up well against these Silver Age wrestlers. They're about wear-down holds, they're about the long game in terms of matches, whereas as you go up the generations, like average match time goes down. and like they try to get to the finish quicker. That's like in terms of like in kayfabe terms, it just means like it's a more aggressive style. Like they go for more impactful moves sooner, whereas a person of a Gene Knitsky or say an Edward Carpentier ilk will take their time, and a high spot is truly a high spot because you got to wait 15-20 minutes in order to see it. Bret, of course, going to use those 5 moves of doom. There we go, Bret Hart style dropping backbreaker. Some custom maneuvers I've downloaded for the Hitman. You saw his signature punch earlier. That's the Hart style backbreaker. Knitsky trying to keep Hart at bay here. Successful so far. Oh, nice counter there to the takedown attempt. Bret Hart sprawling to block it, but then Knitsky eventually getting the upper hand and getting that water wheel drop in. A lot more amateur stylings coming out of some of these older wrestlers, Silver Age wrestlers, let's say. Big body slam. A little hydration for me. We have an official short break coming up as we check out the end of round 2 coming up soon. I might go grab a fizzy lifting drink, some sort of carbonated thingy. I've been suppressing a yawn for the past 20 minutes. And that's no good, as we are a long way to go before the end of this one. Just stepping on the head of Bret Hart there as he tries to pull his leg out of its socket. Is Gene Knitsky, former football star, turned wrestler. There's the Canadian backbreaker, the submission variation Gene Knitsky is famous for, in addition to their Knitsky backbreaker, that backbreaker to the side of the spine, more of a rib cracker, I would guess, or a kidney squisher, but backbreaker nonetheless. Bret obviously trained by his father Stu in the Hart family dungeon. Other notable names in the A1 Climax tournament that have been trained by Stu Hart in the dungeon. Obviously, Bret's brother Owen, Abdul the Butcher, Chris Jericho, Christian Cage, Davey Boy Smith Jr., Edge, Lance Storm, and Roddy Piper. So, more than a handful came through at some point. More than a handful got stretched by Stu Hart in that grimy little basement. Knitsky, I believe, missed out on that by instead being stretched by Dory Funk Jr., or excuse me, Dory Funk Sr. in their training. See Knitsky trying to ground Bret Hart there with an armbar. And now smartly suplexing him out to the outside and falling him out there. No countouts or DQs. He can do some serious damage on the floor. And if you go ahead and visit tinyurl.com/the A1Climax, you can do some serious damage to our donation goal. Just go ahead and follow that link. It takes you right to the donation page. You can help out the Gord Downey and Channy Wenjack Fund. Oh, clubbing blows. Vader-style attack there from Gene Knitsky. Just a clubber in the sides of the head of Bret Hart, who grabs a chair. Gene Knitsky gets one in kind. Was not expecting that behavior out of either gentleman. Gene Knitsky gets that backbreaker in and into the cover. 2 count to Bret Hart. Bret there with a nice counter. Both men down. Both men the worse for wear. Knitsky now sending Bret back to the floor. Both men aware of the lack of countouts, the lack of DQs, how it is an anything-goes atmosphere. Once you're outside the confines of the ring, has been graciously provided for us by the GWA. Knitsky going to work, hits a backbreaker on the floor there. Nice elevation on that leg grab backdrop suplex, but Bret Hart fights back to his feet and locks him in the sharpshooter, trying to do some damage of his own to the legs and back of Gene Knitsky, who again grabs a weapon from under the ring. Was not expecting that of Canada's greatest athlete. Grabbed a hunk of chair, a hunk of burning chair. Well, not quite burning. Excuse me, also a hunk of table, and not chair at all. A hunk of table from below the ring. Could be a wood chair. Oh, another Knitsky backbreaker on the floor. Not going to be able to pin Brett there, but you can certainly do a lot of damage, and Knitsky is. Brett looks like trying to fight his way back to the ring. There he goes back inside. Tags up just to make sure that Knitsky falls him back into the ring and grabs a chair of his own. Now he's got a 5 count to drop that. You see him swing wildly with the chair and then DDT Knitsky upon it. Does Bret Hart into the sharpshooter. Somewhat underhanded tactics from the Hitman. I don't think Knitsky started it either, as you see the pile of chairs on the other side of the ring, that Bret Hart was the first to grab one of those as well. Signs of frustration in the second round out of the Hitman. Yeah, the chair-assisted sharpshooter did not do the job. Now both men are content to slug it out of the center of the ring. Punches and uppercuts galore. Big football tackle from Knitsky. Oh, stomp to the chest there off the ropes for Canada's greatest athlete. Looking to put Bret Hart away. Nice spine buster. Oh, fights off an attempt at the sharpshooter, does Knitsky. Pile driver from Bret. Rolls him over into the cover, hooks the leg deep. 2, got him. Bret Hart, your winner. Let's get that faded up. 1. Bret Hart, your winner. Beating Knitsky. Oh, dang it. I missed my opportunity to save again. Gotta do it soon. Hang on. Okay. Knitsky. Boop boop. These ones go here. Is this right? Okay. Let's set up our next matchup here. Bonk. His pile drivers always look good. I always like the way that they did backbreakers. Always look good. All the Harts. Do the one where it's kind of like, not really sideways, but kind of like it's turned a little bit. I don't know how to quite describe it. You'll see it in game. Owen and Brett both have it. Red corner, B block, we're done for now. We got this going on. Okay, tail of the tape for our next matchup. 1. All right, everything loaded. Very nice. Okay, so our next matchup, as you can see, the cleaner Kenny Omega taking on the flying Frenchman, Edward Carpentier, as we've been pointing out during the duration of this. Edward Carpentier, another Silver Age wrestler that was rather innovative in terms of like an acrobatic, high-flying style. Their somersault press is like a flipping somersault senton that you see Kevin Owens use actually rather regularly. At the time of Edward Carpentier's day, super innovative. As you can see, he started wrestling in 53 to 85. That was a 32-year career for Edward Carpentier. Meanwhile, Kenny Omega is working on 21 years plus. All right, without any further ado, let me just double check. This is, I think. Why does Kenny Omega? He already fought twice. He's fought Storm, he fought Cage. This is the last match of the of round 2. It's like Abdul is getting knocked out in the coach a little bit. Anyway, we'll worry about that later. Let's get over here, and we're underway.
Fight!
Now we reset the tail of the tape, and now I prep the winner graphic. There we go. Kenny Omega 2-0 to this point, winning both of his matches with the One-Wing Angel. Christian Cage baffling critics, baffling most of the wrestling landscape by kicking out of a One-Wing Angel during their match, but did not kick out of the second. Carpentier did an excellent job in their first matchup, grounding Abdullah the Butcher, not letting them get any of their signature weapon-based offense like at all in the match. Just did a really good job of taking the big men to the canvas and keeping them there en route to victory. Kenny Omega 2-0. Somehow the automatic scheduling puts their third match in the last slot of round 2 for whatever reason. That's fine. I'm just counting 5A block, and 5B block. Hey, Grumpy Puppy, 7-Eleven, catching us up to $100. Thank you very much for the $30 donation. Very much appreciate that. I'll try to find a way to thank you in person, if that's possible. Oh, stranger, you. Big back elbow in the corner from Kenny. Nice shot, Kenny. Carpentier not taking too kindly to it, laying in those European uppercuts. To great effect. Dropping the cleaner.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sliding V-trigger on the ground there. Oh, there's that unique hammerlock face lock combo. Something good else will happen. Somebody else just resubscribed. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That'll show up in a second. Oh, Spam, thank you very much. Nice to see you. Takes a few seconds. It doesn't show up in my actual activity feed, but it shows up in the chat. Kane, no, this is the penultimate match in round 2. I know Kenny Omega should be starting every round, but just the way this thing worked out, this is the last A block match for round 2, and then we got one more B block match, and then we're going to take a little break, take a look at the scorecard. I'm going to go to the bathroom, probably grab a carbonated beverage.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Double underhook pile driver from Kenny Omega. 2. Seeing a little bit more offense out of Kenny every match. Bringing out the Kreutz Wrath in match 2, and now the double underhook pile driver in match 3.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Poison Rana in each and every one. Edward Carpentier has to be absolutely mystified at how the offensive capabilities of professional wrestlers has evolved even past his own high-flying antics, which were revolutionary in the 50s and 60s. Kenny now looking to springboard back into the ring. Springboard missile drop kick to the side of Carpentier's face. Now Carpentier with a roll-up just gets a 1 count. You're not going to beat Kenny that way. At least not at the 9-minute mark. Kenny with a go behind. You do not want Kenny to get your back. He's got plenty of devastating maneuvers, not unlike that cross-legged brainbuster. But from the back mount, or back position I should say, back starting grapple. Oh, a pair of drop kicks. First the missile and then the sliding one to the side of the face. Follows it up with the snapdragon. It is all Kenny Omega as we approach 10 minutes here. Oh my gosh, a head scissor takeover from Carpentier.
10 minutes gone.
And now he's trying to pull Kenny Omega's leg out of his hip for him.
Yeah.
Oh, another sliding V-trigger to the side of the head of Carpentier. Kenny not satisfied with 1, 2 in a row. And now he hooks the leg. 1, 2. Carpentier at 2. Just a clubber in the corner is the Flying Frenchman. Trying to survive the onslaught of a Kenny Omega and slow the man down. Nice Japanese leg roll clutch. Just gets a 1 count. Nicely done. Oh, and now an ankle lock. Picks the ankle of Kenny. Spam, you absolute madwoman. Spam, thank you so much for the $150 donation. That puts us halfway to our goal of $500. Woo! Thank you so much. Extra tambourine for that one. Here, I'll give you a little noisemaker too. Thank you so much, Spam. Very much appreciated.
Yeah.
Hey, SSD Ninja, nice to see you. Nice to see everybody today. Whoa.
Yeah.
A lot of happy emotes in the chat today. Throw up some Kenny. V-trigger to the back of the head. Signals this is the end. Another V-trigger. Likes to do them in combination. 2. No. Carpentier fights on. Whoa, ducks underneath. I thought he might be going for it. Either the Kreutz Wrath or the One-Winged Angel. There's the somersault press from Carpentier, though. Nice jackknife cover on the pin. Oh, 2 count for Kenny. Another interesting pin combination here. Another 2. That's how he pinned Abdullah in his first match. Off the ropes, looking for another sliding V-trigger and nails it. Does Kenny Omega. Starting to get a little tired. You can see him a little worn down. But it won't matter if he gets this pin. 2 count only. Carpentier out at 2 and fighting furiously to stay alive in this one. Another big 2 count. Carpentier now following Kenny to the floor. No countouts or DQs out here. Kenny begging for more fight out of Carpentier and then drops him on the floor again with another super kick. Oh, missing a roll-up attempt, mind you, it wouldn't have mattered on the floor. Kenny grabbing a chair now, seemingly frustrated with his... Oh, just whaps Edward Carpentier across the chest with that chair, essentially chopping him with it. Oh, it seems to have angered Carpentier, who's catching his breath and is cracking his knuckles for something sinister. Kenny fending him off for now, though. This match getting less and less sportsmanlike as it goes on, as they continue to fight outside the ring where there are no countouts or DQs. And they go back inside. The only way to win is inside the ring. 3 counter tap out. Trying to get... Both men are trying to get the other set up in the corner. Nothing doing. Carpentier going to try again here. Oh! That rolling somersault kick. Innovated by Carpentier and famously borrowed by Tiger Mask. Kenny undaunted with a big back elbow. And once again, the 2 men are slugging it out. Yarg! Big super kick from Kenny. Big drop kick for Carpentier. We got a stalemate. Kenny barely up to his feet first. Oh! Carpentier was playing possum, but he was too close to the ropes on that roll-up attempt. Excellent try from Carpentier, but nothing doing. And now Kenny with a snapdragon. We've passed 20 minutes in this one. Kenny doesn't know how to have a short match. Carpentier sending Kenny into the opposite turnbuckle once more. Now raining down blows. Can't do a 10 count, but we can do a 5 punch. Tries once again, but Kenny fighting his way out of the corner, at least momentarily. Oh no, Carpentier going for the somersault press. Poorly timed, or poorly bad spatial awareness there. Got stuck in the corner. Double leapfrog into a huge forearm from Carpentier though in recovery. Into a roll-up, these are deadly! 1, 2! Just 2. Big V-trigger off the ropes once more. He's waiting for him to stand to hit it again. I know he is. Wham! 2 in a row and he's waiting for a 3rd. Carpentier up. Carpentier down. Into the cover for Kenny. 2, 3. A trio of V-triggers to the face of Carpentier and Kenny Omega. 3-0 in the tournament so far. There's your winner. Holy moly, what a match. 100% on that one. Hang on one sec. Setting up our next match here. This should be our last match of round 2. Round 2 went way faster than round 1. Just throwing that out there. Gonna check out our... This is fun. The faster I can do this, the better. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Okay, now, crossing my fingers that everything loads like it should, your next matchup in the A1 Climax tournament looks like so. Nope. Come on, buddy. You can do it. It's... Yeah, there we go. I was going to say, it's activated on my thing. It just takes a little while to load. Oof. Between 50 and 65% of my CPU is being used just for OBS, depending on what I have on screen. So all of these fun extra graphics I did are nice, but at the same time, oh my god, do they ever hog resources. The tail of the tape ones especially, because they are uncompressed AVIs. Each of these, like, literally 15 to 30 frame, so half a second to a second These videos are half a second to a second long. They're half a gig each because they are uncompressed AVIs. That's the only way I could do the alpha channel as a background. At least for the moment. I got to look up importing more codecs into my video editing software, I guess. All right, so that is our next matchup. We are ready in the ring. Listen, Mad Dog Vashon is going to try to cheat. He literally bit the forehead of El Vampiro in their first match, so he's going to try to bust Jericho open early and then take advantage of that. Jericho, as we know, going to try to hit that code breaker, and he's got the walls of Jericho in his back pocket as a secondary finish. Let's get down to the ring without any further ado and get this one underway.
Fight!
Oh, missing wildly with a clothesline is Jericho to start things off. As I quickly cancel out my tail of tape stuff and bring up the winner screen. Doom! Oh, Juice! Thank you very much for gifting that sub! Let's get that out of there. As we said, this is our last B block match of round 2. I know didn't quite work out. We got Mad Dog facing Jericho, which kind of loops us around at the beginning of the order again, but it's okay, we'll figure it out. I gotta think of like 5 more emotes because, well, the A1 Climax one I'm gonna leave for the free followers, even though it's gonna be outdated as of today, or as of tomorrow, or maybe the day after, depending how long this thing takes. But I can do free follower emotes for now on. That's pretty neat. Oh, dang. Backdrop suplex by Maurice Vashon. The back of Jericho's head hitting every turnbuckle on the way down. Jericho looking to shake that off as we progress. Someone delivered me a fizzy lifting drink. Thank you. Space Fairies. Oh, now just working the eyes of Jericho there.
5 minutes gone.
Past 5 minutes gone. And I hastily double check. Ooh, that sounds vicious. I'm not quite looking at the screen, but that certainly sounds vicious. Okay, so things a little out of whack. Oh, we can see Chris Jericho busted open on what I assume was biting again. The signature forehead bite of Maurice Vashon. He is a mad dog after all. Now just choking the life and the blood out of Chris Jericho. Squeezing the neck. Trying to squeeze the blood out of the forehead wound. Y2J. Save us, Y2J. Oh no, the blood continuing to pool there. Of course, the canvas will absorb it and make the tournament stronger. Some of these are already 5-star matches. I don't know how much stronger they can get. Jericho just hanging in there as best he can. Trying to get the blood out of his eyes, get back into his style of matchup. Good start there. Forward in the offense. Oh no, and Maurice Vashon right back to the forehead wound. Focusing on it with those vicious headbutts. Here comes the Mad Dog with a big shoulder tackle now, dropping Jericho. Do not let Mad Dog's diminutive size fool you. Despite being only 5'7", he is a vicious competitor. Took on the likes of, had a real long feud with Killer Kowalski, who I believe is he's over 6 feet easily, isn't he? It's like 6'3", 6'6", somewhere in there. Somewhere in that range. The Midhouse range. That was a big boy, I remember. Hey, GR, nice to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome to the A1 Climax tournament. We've been underway for almost 3.5 hours now. Nice tuck up enziguri there for Jericho. As we pass the 10-minute mark, Jericho accounting himself admirably after being busted open relatively early. It's always an adjustment for a competitor when literally your life's blood is draining out of your body in the middle of a fight. It's one thing to account with the fatigue. Nice codebreaker there from Jericho. Dragging him into a cover. This could be over before I can even wax philosophical about his strategies. But only a 2 count. I was going to say, it's always an extra concern beyond the normal fatigue and wear and tear of a matchup. Once you're busted open and literally the life is draining out of you. To see a handful of Bulldogs there from Jericho. And then Mad Dog right back to the forehead wound. He's got a 5 count to stop chewing on Chris Jericho, but he breaks it at 2. Airplane spin gets countered into a roll-up. Oh, just 2 for Chris Jericho, who despite the grievous wound on his forehead, is doing everything he can technically to win this match. I mean that from a technical standpoint. I don't mean like technically win in terms of like going for pin attempts and such. Big diving knee to the back of the head. Mad Dog. What's going on, Felly? Thanks for the woo. Hope you're having a good one. Whoa! Lion salt out of the corner to the back of Mad Dog Vashon. He rolls him over. 1, 2. No. Yeah, now Juice shouting out ooh. The anime fam. Most of my channel point sound redemptions are shoutouts to other communities that help us make affiliate. And now you see Mad Dog Vashon continuing. Look at the blood pooling underneath the guardrail at parts here. Jericho doing everything in his power. A pair of enzagiris, nicely done, but you see the splatter that Chris Jericho leaves behind every time he hits the ground. Oh gosh, oh, a backdrop suplex where the back of Jericho's head hit the ring post. Mad Dog Vashon making use of every part of the ring in this one. Jericho doing his best to fight back. There's no countouts or DQs on the floor. You'd think that would play into the play into the strategy of a Mad Dog Vashon, but you cannot win the match until you're back inside, and now they are. Oh, mistiming that dropkick is Jericho. He's got to be feeling a bit woozy by now. He's been bleeding for well over 10 minutes. Oh! Big Samoan drop there from Mad Dog. Hey, Ninja, thanks for the woo. Woos all around, everybody. An ooh woo woo. Another step up into Gary from Jericho. Thinks he's got him. 2. Oh. Mad Dog kicks out at 2. Things starting to look. The longer this goes, the more Jericho is bleeding. The better this should favor Mad Dog. But not if he's suplexed into the turnbuckle like that. Another lion salt, but too close to the ropes. Moonsault off the top this time to the back of Mad Dog. And Jericho, wisely, taking a bit of time to get his breath back. Powerbomb, pulls him away from the ropes. Oh, I thought I might be thinking walls there. Oh! What did he call that? Oh, dang it. I forget what he called that. The flashback? No, that was Matt Hardy. I forget what he used to call that sleeper drop. I mean, it's like the one and only of Billy Gunn, but... Mad Dog with a nice butterfly suplex, but Jericho rolls through back to his feet. Trying to get a little time and distance between him and Mad Dog, who locks in a Cobra Clutch! Mad Dog Vashon with the Cobra Clutch. I feel like that forehead wound did the trick. Did the majority of the damage there, as you can see the blood continuing to pool on the canvas. In about 20 minutes, your winner, surprisingly, Maurice Mad Dog Vashon. That was a 97% match, by the way. Yowza. That was a rough one. Hang on, we're saving, and I'm setting up the next one for the beginning of round 3. Can take a little bit of a break before then. Okay, these go back here. And then I need these 2. Okay. All right, Mad Dog Vashon is your winner there. Let me just do our scoreboard. Barry, thank you very much for your donation of $50. That's very much appreciated. Woo! We are now, let me do my math, 60% of the way to our goal. Thank you so much. That's so awesome. All right. Mad Dog, where you at, Mad Dog? That's a B thing. B block. Ooh, Mad Dog with a huge upset win for his first 2 points over Jericho. Jericho lost to Vashon. It looks like if you're in the number one spot, at least in terms of like in game, it just looks a little weird. Hang on. So this, I think, are our A block standings as we look at where things shake out after 10 A block matches. Now you can see that Kenny Omega has had 3 matches and Abdullah the Butcher's only had 1. So there's a little bit of a change, or a little bit of a staggering overall, but that is like every 10 matches we're counting as a round for sure. Okay, so those are our A block standings. Kenny Omega is only like up on everyone else by virtue of the fact that they've had 3 matches versus everyone else's 2, or Abdullah's 1. But you can see some people are starting to pull away a little bit. It's still much too early to tell. I don't even think we don't have anybody that has 6 points in the B block, as I can now show you. Whoop. As you can see, we got a couple of 4-pointers in Sami Zayn and Chris Jericho, and Jericho only earned his on his 3rd match. So really, the one off to the best. Oh wait, hang on. Best starts are Sami Zayn and Bret Hart, who I can see also has 4 points. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-da-ba. All right, so I'm going to take another quick break to the bathroom. I will be right back after this. There we go. I mean, I just found out like 2 days ago that you can fade sources, and that just tickles me to no end. Whom. All right, let's get to the tail of the tape on this one. Yikes. A block? A block. So we got you. Listen, you. We got you versus you. Ending up in the winners thing? No. Good. All right. We are going to now fade to our tail of the tape. I hope. Wah! Dang it. Why you got to do this to me? It's pressed. It is pressed. Let me unpress it. Press it again. Woof. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Holy crap. That thing like froze my camera and everything, just loading that video. All right. That is our next matchup. Bit of a style conflict, to say the least. Okay, I think we're okay. Otherwise, you can see and hear me. I've set up the tail of the tape. I don't need to worry about the winner screen for a second. All right, let's get back underway. I went to the bathroom. I had a quick stretch and a walk around. Let's get to it. Lance Storm, Abdullah the Butcher, only on the A1 Climax.
Fight!
Wonderful. Okay, let's get rid of these. out of that. Second matchup of the tournament for Abdullah the Butcher. I think the third for Lance? Yeah, third match for Lance Storm. Things are going to be staggered a little weird because in the A block, Kenny Omega is number 1 and Abdullah's number 10. So they like, I guess the way they do the automatic things, it sort of loops around strangely. Anywho, Lance Storm doesn't give a hoot about why he's facing Abdullah the Butcher now as opposed to later. Just wants to get that big old dub and those 2 spicy points. Can't max out at 18. There's a nice body slam there. There's a few wrestlers that still can, obviously. I don't anticipate somebody running the table of their entire block, but who knows? I tried to make sure the competition was as fierce as possible, much like these punches back and forth between Abdullah and Lance. The only thing about getting up and taking a walk around and then sitting back down is that it usually takes me like a minute or so to like settle in a chair, gotta set your sit bones, etc., etc. As you see a quick 1 count of a Northern Light suplex there. Abdullah responding with a big back body drop. Only a matter of time before he busts out the fork, I must say. Sorry, now I'm just amusing myself because that sounded like Ed Grimley in my head. Oh, we really must use a weapon, I must say. Okay. Just peel the label off this fizzy lifting drink so I don't have to worry about showing it on cam. Ooh.
5 minutes gone.
5 minutes gone in this one. It has been mostly Abdullah the Butcher imposing their will on Lance Storm. Hang on! Running Liger Bomb from Lance Storm. What an impressive display of technique and power. Hoisting up the 360-pound Abdullah the Butcher. My word, and now he sets him over for a suplex. Lance Storm giving it all he's got. Desperate, both of these competitors, desperate for their first 2 points in the tournament. We saw a more technical wrestler do a very good job of grounding Abdullah the Butcher in their first match and not letting them get that weapon-based offense off. Lance Storm not doing quite as well as you see the fork jabbing Lance Storm in the top of that buzz cut. And now he is busted wide open. Oh, you see Abdullah just keeping Lance Storm at bay with that huge punch. Super kick by Storm there. Thought he might go for a cover, but doesn't quite have Abdullah worn down. Wow, all impact on that release German. More impressive power out of Lance Storm. As you can see, it's taking a lot out of Abdullah to this point. Uh-oh, I didn't hit the garbage can with the wrappers for this drink, so now Space Cat is getting all sniffly all over it. Sir, that is not food. Sir. You get fed in an hour and a half. Probably at our first major break. Probably at the end of round 3. I'll give you a nice dinner. How's that sound, buddy? Lance Storm busted open by those fork stabs. The signature fork-based offense of Abdullah the Butcher. Trying to capitalize on that cut. Lands a big headbutt, but Lance Storm able to fend him off with a drop kick, but can't capitalize. Because as you can see, oh, Sudanese meat cleaver! Center of the ring! Lance rolls the shoulder. Able to drop Abdullah with a super kick for a 2.9. Near fall after near fall, as I got to stop the cat playing with the garbage on the floor in just 1 second. Sir, I know it looks fun, doesn't it? Big pile driver there. Yes, it's all shiny and crinkly. It's everything you love, but you can't have it. I'm sorry. Big senton splash off the top from Lance. Doesn't often go to the top. Rolls him over and hooks the leg. Thought he had driven the wind out of the Butcher sufficiently, but 'twas not the case. The Butcher now slowly crosses the ring and goes back to work on the midsection of Lance Storm. And now he brings out the fork, tenderizing the meat of Lance Storm's skull. Is Abdullah the Butcher here? Then trying to claim innocence as he breaks the hold at 3. Huge headbutt there. from the Butcher right into the gaping forehead wound as I again suppress some burps. Oh, that hurt my lungs somehow. Oh, Lance Storm once again going for that running Liger bomb. Abdullah having none of it. Nice Northern Lights. You can probably see the Northern Lights and none of it. Oh. Just bodied one after the other into the guardrail. That guy that looks like Bam Bam Bigelow having a great time in the crowd. Hey, hey. Hey, Juice. Just trying to keep yourself awake. I'm doing much the same. Hi, kid. We're rocking and rolling here. Oh, and now a bear hog on the floor. That's not going to win you the match, but that's going to wear down your opponent. That's going to literally squeeze the life from their body. Especially with those lacerations across the forehead of Lance Storm. Not used to this kind of contest is the former Intercontinental Champion. Despite their extended stay in ECW. Nice super kick there from Storm, but he does not follow up with a Maple Leaf attempt. Meanwhile, Abdul the Butcher hits a beautiful pile driver. But gets caught with another super kick, excuse me. A superplex would be most impressive from either of these gentlemen at this point. Off the ropes. Another meat cleaver in the center of the ring. 1, 2, 3. Abdul the Butcher just wearing out Lance Storm. It was all over after he busted him open pretty much. Abdullah the Butcher picking up their first 2 points over Lance Storm. Actually puts Lance Storm at 0-3. I will hydrate in 1 second. Let me just get the next match set up. I did see that warning. There we go. Okay. Quick sip of this. Delicious. Alright, now tail of the tape, please. Tail of the tape. A block done. B block. U. And B block. U. Now, despite the two of these gentlemen being in WCW at around the same time, mind you, I guess Roddy was just doing sporadic appearances. I don't know that this match has ever happened in real life, but let's take a look, see if this will load properly. Roddy Piper versus Vampiro. I don't know what's happened in really real life, but it's about to happen here. Okay, that's A block. Roddy Piper, El Vampiro. Here we go. All right, ooh, about the same size. Vampiro's got a bit of weight on him, though I don't know that he's necessarily 250. This is kind of build heights and build weights. So I would say he's overall like a little thicker than Roddy would have been in his peak. Mind you, Roddy kind of ballooned and like yo-yoed back and forth, especially later in their career. All right, this is Prime Piper though, and Prime El Vampiro, the Canadian Casanova El Vampiro. So he's kind of doing a mashup of his like WCW look and his like CMLL name and nickname. Anyway, let's see if it overall spells victory as we see Roddy Piper versus El Vampiro.
Fight!
As always, I am distracted by the opening part of the matchup by getting rid of the other tail of the tape screens and then activating the proper winner, or at least getting in the right block of winners. There we go. Getting much faster at it. That was only 30 seconds that time. Says here, El Vampiro released an EP with his industrial metal band Drakfula. Drakfula, an industrial metal band headed by El Vampiro, released an EP. I didn't write down what year that was. I can't imagine it was in the past 15 years. Drakfula, look for that on Spotify. Maybe, who knows? Likewise, musically inclined Roddy Piper, known for legit playing the bagpipes on the way to the ring, used to incite riots by playing down in like Texas, and would say that he was about to play the Mexican national anthem on bagpipes and then play La Cucaracha, much to the ire of the crowd. One of the most talented talkers in the history of wrestling. Like, not the most impressive physique ever, not the most impressive skill set ever, like in the ring, but believability factor and just promo ability like head and shoulders above most of his contemporaries. Translated into a very successful acting career for Roddy Piper. More so than, again, his contemporaries. More so than his WrestleMania 1 opponent. Had a much better film career than Terry Bollea. A little bit of trivia about El Vampiro, speaking of roles in movies or television. Started a real-life feud with Conan, did El Vampiro, when El Vampiro was first cast in a Mexican soap opera and then was replaced by Conan when the producers realized El Vampiro didn't speak Spanish. And El Vampiro held a legit grudge for years because of it. When it just makes sense that if you're on a Mexican Spanish language soap opera, you might want to know how to speak Spanish. Anyway. Space Cat's trying to fight his way through the door that gets him his food. Sir. Oh, They Live absolutely holds up. Hell Comes to Frogtown is still fun. Roddy's got tons of stuff. I'm trying to think of like any of the Hulk stuff that really like his more of a cameo of his is better than like a full movie. Like I'm never gonna watch Suburban Commando again or Mr. Nanny or anything like that, but I'll watch his cameo in Gremlins 2 when he yells at the Gremlins to put the movie back on. Like that's fun. That's harmless. Isn't he? I think he's in Muppets from Space as well, as like a security guard or something. Small doses. Nice clothesline there from Vampiro. About 10 minutes into this one. Again, Piper is up against flashier offense virtually every matchup. But do not take anything away from his abilities. Got a lot of heart, got a lot of fortitude. Certainly got a mean right hand. Oof, not going to matter much once he's spiked on his head with that Fire Thunder driver, though. 1, 2. Piper out at 2. We're not even 10 minutes deep into this one. Piper responding with a nice pile driver into a cover of his own. See if he can get a 2 count. He does, and beyond. No, just the 2 there. Crowd appreciates it, though. Oh! Reverse Kudo driver. I've since learned that the Kudo driver is what we call the vertebraker or gringo killer. And the reverse Kudo driver is that sort of inverted pile driver variation we see. The back-mounted pile driver. Piper punches and bunches, followed by that suplex into the cover. Another 2 count. We start to see a lot of different strategies as we go along in this tournament. Those that have the points might start to wrestle a little more defensively in their matches to make sure they don't give up potential points against other block leaders. Likewise, those that aren't doing so well might try to change up their strategy and take more risks in their matches. Oof. A lot of action to come, regardless, as we are just beginning the 3rd round here. This is the 2nd match of the 3rd round. Another reverse Kudo driver. I'm excited for the end of this round. It means I can take a break and have a bite to eat. Me and the cat. We'll both be happy about that. Beautiful punch combo there from Roddy. It's not fancy, but it works. Now just breaking down the limbs of Vampiro. Never a dumb move to attack the limbs of your opponent. Even if you can get like one of them not working right, that throws off most of their offense. Leg or arm. Vampiro dumping Roddy Piper to the floor, falls him out. Piper grabs the chair in anticipation. But Vampiro able to avoid it and hit that enziguri. Roll up by Piper, I think just trying to get Vampiro away from him, or at least change their positioning on the ground. Unfortunately, he couldn't follow up with anything there. It's a body slam now, but that steel chair that he grabbed not too long ago has all been abandoned. Nice backdrop there against the apron of the ring, rolling Vampiro back inside. Piper catching his breath a little bit. A little cat and mouse being played by both men. Oh, Piper going low on the floor, and again, perfectly legal. And then back to those jabs. That famous brawling offense of Piper. I should just call him a fighter, I guess, more than anything else. Not like a wrestler, but definitely a fighter. But as we mentioned before, black belt in judo from Jean LaBelle has Roddy Piper. You wouldn't know it to watch most of his later matches. I hadn't seen too much of his early stuff. Oh God, another reverse kudo driver, this time on the floor. As we were approaching 20 minutes in this one. Seems to be about the average match time. Vampiro relentless with those reverse kudo drivers. One after the other. And then a Fire Thunder driver to follow it up. Repeatedly dropping Piper on his dome is Vampiro. Softening up that pumpkin with a nail in the coffin. Oof, just bats him to the canvas with a punch to the face. Piper on fumes here. Oh, right back into it with a poke to the eyes though. Big jumping knee to the back of the head. Precursor to the V-trigger. Oh, choke slam from Vampiro. Sure, why not? And then the nail in the coffin. 1, 2, 3. El Vampiro just spiking Roddy into the canvas there with that nail in the coffin. And he is your winner. My oh my. El Vampiro beating the Rod Dog. You know, the Rod Dog. Okay, let's save that quick. Get to the next matchup. Every time it goes saving league progress and then takes a while, I'm so nervous that it's just going to crash. Just because we're using so much CPU right now. Alright, we're going to set up with our next matchup. Let's get these over here. Let's pull these out if we can. Oh, okay, now we're doing like every other person. I get it. I get it. Okay, tail of the tape. Point blank. Okay, we're in A block. A block is this versus this. Okay, this might take a little second or two to load, and I might freeze in the meantime, but our next matchup, more A block action as we're bouncing back and forth as we do. We have another probably first-time matchup, and one that I would have loved to have seen. Oh wait, they might have touched a little bit, but certainly not at the height of one's career, and certainly, unfortunately, toward the end of the others. Without any further ado, our tail of the tape. Right here. Christian Cage versus Owen Hart. Okay, Owen's a little smaller but a little heavier. Christian's a little taller but a little lighter. We're looking at 26 years of experience for Cage and counting, if you want to count the time that he was technically away from the ring but around the business, or at least like sort of observing it. And Owen, as we've said, unfortunately, just the 16-year career. And we should all know why that didn't last longer than it should have. Okay. Hang on. Ooh has just revealed in chat that Goldust was their high school wrestling name. Is that because no one could you forget your name? Or did you do a lot of movie references? Or is your real name Dustin? Okay. That's all the speculation for me. Alright. No reason to speculate who's going to win this matchup, as we're about to see it. 1 second here as I back up my stream deck. Again, I'm also worried that this thing is going to crash every time I touch it. And we are underway. Christian Cage, Owen Hart. Some A block action for you. Get my winners up. There we go. Okay. Yeah, if I had two of me, I would do all the bells and whistles. If there were two of me, like one to broadcast and one exclusively to sit at OBS and be like, damn it, press, press, press. And we could get even fancier. Oh, nothing fancy about that poke to the eye. Simple but effective from Christian Cage, just trying to discombobulate his opponent, trying to frustrate them. It's not necessarily the most painful move in the world, but it'll just sort of throw you off your game long enough for something like a suplex to the outside there by Christian Cage. This is instant classic Christian Cage in full-on heel persona during their initial TNA run versus King of Hearts Owen Hart in full-on heel persona but wearing his Blackheart Owen Hart tights. So this might be a race to who cheats who first out of the victory. You know for a fact that very few people actually kick out of the Unprettier. It's much like the One-Winged Angel in that respect, is that it's rare that people actually kick out after being hit by it, but it can commonly be blocked or countered. And I've noticed that as I have now watched most of Christian's career, recently. I'm currently in January of 2008, but I started at 1997, so I've watched all of it. Very rarely does it get actually kicked out of. I can think of a handful of times, one of which was Samoa Joe in a recent Impact, or a recent TNA match, at least recent to me, sometime in late 2007. But for the most part, if he hits it, it's game over. But it's the fact that, you can counter it and block it and stop him from hitting it. Owen doesn't really have a knockout shot, or didn't for the most of their career. You can sort of argue that the Enziguri is, because they did that whole angle with Shawn Michaels where it gave him that concussion. But he does have the Owen 316 pile driver. We saw him use that to great effect in his first round matchup. Oh yeah, imagine, Dork, they used to protect finishers like crazy. A ton of people used to have protected finishes. Now it's a handful of guys, and Christian's been smart enough to do it his entire career without even really making it that big a deal. If you weren't really paying attention for it, you kind of wouldn't notice, but it's just something I noticed as watching him through the years. I'm like, huh, he doesn't, if he doesn't hit it, he doesn't win, but if he hits it, it's pretty much okay, that's it. And the one instance I just saw where Samoa Joe kicked out of it, it was a case of he hit it and couldn't make the cover right away. So even then, it's protected in the sense that it's a late cover. That means he can't get the 3. But it's been very well protected as a knockout shot for a number of years. And I guess it would have to be given Christian's size. And in the land of the giants, you know what I mean? Okay, I got this move, but if I hit it, it's over. Fair enough. That's why it was the kill switch for so long, too. Owen missing with that diving fist drop. We'll see if Christian can actually hit that Unprettier on Owen Hart, or if Owen can hit that Owen 316, or that Enziguri, or lock on that sharpshooter. Christian going to work on the small of the back. Oh, maybe an attempting there. An implant DDT out of Christian. You see a lot of commonality of moves between Edge and Christian. One adopting some of the moves in tribute to the other whilst they were away from the sport. Christian, of course, with his own variation of the spear, I'm sure. And we just saw that implant DDT. Both, he and Edge both do that in tribute to Gangrel, who, by the way, on a rewatch of the Attitude Era, should have gotten more than he did, because that guy went hard every match. Quick roll up here from Christian. 2 count against Owen. Tried a drop kick, but Owen blocked it with a punch. Likewise, Christian Cage blocking the suplex with a suplex of his own to Owen Hart. Christian Cage, majority of the offense in this one. Owen finds himself on the receiving end of the majority of the punishment, fighting from underneath as per usual. Probably a position he is used to and can strategize best from, but in a tournament like this, I don't think you ever want to purposely get behind the 8 ball, so to speak. Diving fist drop to the ding-dong to Christian Cage from Owen Hart. Christian now setting Owen up. Oh dear, oh dear. Owen countering with a sunset flip. 1, 2. Just a 2 count there. The Instant Classic in your top 15 or 20 nicknames ever. It's a really good wrestling nickname, for sure. Every match they're in is an Instant Classic. Was missing wildly with that clothesline. Owen does not miss with that spin kick. More signature offense out of Owen Hart. Big pile driver coming up. Pulling him back to his feet and signaling to the crowd that this might be the end. Another Brett, or certainly the Hart-style backbreaker. Maybe not. I may not have replaced it for Owen. Oh my God! Owen 316! But Christian fights his way back to his feet immediately, only to be put right back down with another pile driver variation. Dropped on his dome several times as Christian Cage, and now Owen Hart with a huge missile drop kick to the back of the head. Between the shoulder blades there. Now that sort of inverted bulldog from Christian Cage buying himself some time here. If Owen Hart can get Christian Cage down on the canvas with his back, with his back on the canvas. He might get a good chance at that sharpshooter. But Christian Cage doing his best to fight off that and hits the unprettier. Rolls him over, but he might be too close to the ropes, and he is. Owen Hart had a foot under the bottom rope, and that saved him after that big unprettier. Christian going for a second one, can't hit it. Spin kick by Owen. Can't capitalize though. Fights his way back to his feet. Oh, another jumping Bulldog variation there. Don't know quite what to call that. It's like the second half of a sling blade, but only the second half. Oh, spin kick by Christian. Trading spin kicks are the two-man, and Owen comes out on top. Back to the pile driver for Owen. Oh, Christian hanging on for dear life here. Oh, I thought that was it. He had him down. I thought he was going to go sharpshooter. Owen perhaps lacking that killer instinct. It'll serve him well to go far in this tournament. Able to fend Christian Cage off now. Sharpshooter, he's close, but not quite. Christian can see the ropes, but can't reach them, but he eventually breaks the hold. Owen right back to the attack, though. Countered by Christian, both men needing a moment here. Oh, and once again, that inverted Bulldog variation. Followed up by a huge clothesline, attacking the head and neck. He does drop you face first to the canvas without unprettier, much like that DDT. Oh, another DDT from Cage. Getting close to the 20-minute mark of this one as well. Oh. Another spin kick from Owen, but Christian Cage fights his way back to his feet fairly quickly, doing everything he can to avoid another attempt at the sharpshooter, I am sure, is Christian Cage, and we are officially past 20 minutes now in this hard-hitting contest. Bring it on, says Owen. Sharpshooter, center of the ring, this should do it. Referee in position. Christian Cage hangs on, able to break the hold. Owen pouring it on, though. Watch out, Corderis. Another spin kick, this time to the back of the head. And Christian hanging on with those Bulldogs. Beautiful bridge on the German from Owen. Only two. Nice gut wrench from Owen Hart this time. Good extension on the backdrop suplex from Cage. Still looking for that unprettier, and here it comes. No, blocked by Hart. Owen 316. Owen not following up though, electing instead to catch his breath. Oh, trying for something that Cage blocks, but Owen's able to roll through that pretty quickly. Nice spinning drop toe hold by Cage, who now drops Owen Hart to the canvas with a clothesline, looking to position him for something. It's kind of hard to get your opponent set up properly in the northern and southern quadrants of the ring. It's easier to go east-west for sure. As you can see, Cage having trouble getting Owen away from the ropes for a pin attempt. Oh! Just dropped him throat first across the bottom rope with that drop toe. Hey, Hoom with the woo. What's going on, Hoom? Nice to see you. Inverted atomic drop this time. Implant DDT in response. He grabbed Owen's head and pulled him into the DDT right out of that inverted atomic drop, did Christian. Nicely done. But it only grants him a moment of peace as Owen is right back on the attack. We are approaching 25 minutes in this one now. Another marathon match. Oh, Owen Hart just bowling Christian Cage over there. Neither man looking for a pin or submission attempt. Not in the last little while. Just inflicting punishment on the other. Here goes Owen, but he's too close to the ropes there after that pile driver. And then he follows it up with Owen 316, his even more dangerous pile driver. And he's again too close to the ropes. Two prime opportunities to win the match squandered by Owen Hart there with poor ring positioning. Owen smartly countering that suplex attempt. Christian fights his way back to his feet, but you can see him being dazed. Eats up another pile driver for Owen Hart from Owen Hart. And then a spin kick to the back of the head of Cage. Nice Nicely done with the backbreaker. Again, pulling away from the ropes, but unable to get... Oh gosh, oh gosh. Owen 316 one more time. Trying to drag him somewhere safe, but there aren't really safe areas in that southern quadrant. Back and forth they go. European uppercut for European uppercut as we are approaching 30 minutes in this one. A huge 2 points on the line for these two gentlemen. Leg feed enziguri. The move that knocked the smile off of Shawn Michaels' face. Christian working the legs now at the 30-minute mark. Owen 316 once again. Cover him, cover him. No. Drops the leg instead. Pulls him back to his feet instead. Not even trying a sharpshooter as Owen. If either gentleman tried for a pinfall or a submission at the 30-minute plus mark, I feel like it's a sure thing. Just throwing that out there, guys. As they continue this fight on the floor, and what a war it is. That's what winning the A1 Climax means to both of these gentlemen. Indeed, to all of the athletes competing today. 2 huge points on the line. Oh, they're talking about like favorite things. Those that mentioned Jake the Snake. My favorite wrestling thing of all time to this day is Jake the Snake sicking that cobra on Macho Man Randy Savage while he was in the ropes. That was the coolest, scariest thing I ever saw as a wrestling fan as a kid. With Vince being like, I hope that snake's been devenomized, and it's just like gnawing on Randy Savage's arm. I mean, it took a little doing. Much like that Owen 316's a little bit of doing, but again, he pulls him back to his feet. Traps him in a DDT, pin that man, Owen. Just content to dole out the punishment is the King of Hearts. Perhaps lacking focus. Christian hanging in there and hanging in there. Well past the 30-minute mark now. Big implant DDT. I'm surprised neither of these men are clutching their neck when they hit the canvas. Just 2 for Owen there. Nice reverse DDT. And followed up with an enziguri from Owen. Neither man shying away from using their best stuff, but neither really going for the knockout shot or that big pin attempt after their signature offense. He says, attempted an unprettier, but Owen fights him off. Whoa! Both men missing wildly with kick variations. Drop and spinning. Owen again maintains the offensive advantage, but just doesn't seem to want to put him away, is the problem. As we are 35 minutes plus in this single contest for 2 points. I didn't want draws, so I had it so there must be a winner. Typically in one of these round-robin tournaments, there's a 30-minute time limit on the matches, which would result in a draw and 1 point to each person. I didn't want ties. I have regrets. Oh dear, so does Owen after that unprettier by Christian Cage into the cover. This should do it. 2, no! Owen with a strong kick out at 2. As we are cresting towards 40 minutes of this contest. Oh yeah, what else did I learn? When Earthquake squashed Damien, much like Christian Cage just got squashed into the canvas by that Owen 316, it was pantyhose filled with canned meat. 3, and that's it! Owen wins after the Owen 316, finally! Mercifully! This match is over. I'm sure it's going to be a bajillion stars, but at the same time, a huge 2 points picked up for Owen Hart in this one. Yep, 100% for sure. You can't go almost 40 minutes and bust each other up like that without it being a quote-unquote perfect match. Okay, let's set up for our next one here. Oh no! Sorry. Okay, this one's going to start in progress by 4 seconds because my controller had turned off because that other match was so long. So I was like, pause, pause, pause. Oh crap, it's not on. All right. So we have our tail of the tape for this next matchup. Let's build this real quick. B block, that's all done. Oh yes, it is B block. And it is you. Where's you? B block, you. All right, here comes our tail of the tape. Fingers crossed that both of these things load like they're supposed to. Hiya! Ah, just the one of them, huh? Let me go back. Let me go back. There it goes. Just takes a little time. Hey, Blips! Oh my gosh, what was that? $20. Thank you very much for your $20 donation. We are creeping ever closer to our goal of 500. We're at, what, 320 now? That's amazing. Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. Very much appreciated. Okay, as I said, this one's going to be joined 4 seconds in progress. Yeah. I got you. Thank you, Blips and Chits, for your $20 donation. Very much appreciated. All right, tail of the tape is up. Who just fought? Christian Cage lost to Owen Hart. Ooh, Christian Cage is 0-3 so far. Post for Owen. All right, more B-block action now coming your way. Put these over here. Grab these next ones. Yeah, we're like going down a person and then skipping a person. All right, trying to figure out the automatic pattern of how it is populating this sucker. Okay, without any further ado, as you can see, sizable, like, size and strength advantage to Edge in this one. He can hit that spear from anywhere, but likewise, Petey Williams, defying physics, can hit that Canadian Destroyer from anywhere. So, I think it's going to be a race to who can hit their finish first, to be honest. Let's get down to the ring and see how it shakes out, though. There we go. As I said, sorry, having to start with the action already underway. Just because my controller had turned off from that marathon matchup last time. Okay, let's get rid of all those. Put up the winners. B-block, please. There we go. Okay. Edge and Petey, another match that cannot have happened in real life. Petey Williams spending the majority of their time, like literally most of their national and international television exposure is due to them being with Impact Wrestling for pretty much their entire career. Likewise, Edge has been with the WWE for pretty much their entire career. So they would not have faced off in any capacity, but you're seeing it today at the A1 Climax tournament. Oof, oh, big backdrop. Banging Edge's head against the turnbuckles on the way down is Petey Williams, who, as we said, will be working on the head and neck region to set his opponents up for that devastating flipping pile driver, the Canadian Destroyer. Don't try to understand how it works, just accept that it does. Meanwhile, we have a number of spear variations for Edge. We're looking to drive the wind out of his opponents, perhaps crack a rib or two. In sense of knocking them smooth out so we can get that pin. Bit of a stalemate in that strike battle. Both men ending up going down as a result of it and getting up at relatively the same time. Edge here, trying to establish his power game versus a Petey Williams. Not often that Edge can establish a power game in his matches. He usually takes a wait-and-see approach. Another technical, sneaky technical wrestler, I would say. It's Petey's pure technique, often highlighted in their X Division matches. Surprised he didn't get a good run in, like, I don't want to say Dragon Gate, but I feel like, didn't they, Impact for a while had that New Japan Pro Wrestling connection. I'm surprised that Petey Williams didn't end up at like a Wrestle Kingdom knocking somebody out with a Canadian Destroyer to the delight of 40,000 fans. Of course, I say that, and then I'll probably do some research and find out that he was in like a 6-man tag at a Wrestle Kingdom. Hang on one second. I think I can prove myself right. I'm gonna go to my wrestling folder. I'm gonna look at January of 2008, Wrestle Kingdom 2. Match number 1. 6-man tag, AJ Styles, Christian Cage, and Petey Williams versus Milano Collection AT, Minoru, and Prince Devitt, who's now known as Finn Balor. So there you go. Petey Williams, has done what Edge has not and wrestled in the Tokyo Dome. He also just spiked him on his head with a Canadian Destroyer into the cover. 2-0. Edge kicks it 2. If Petey makes it to the finals opposite of Kenny Omega, then you're going to have Canadian Destroyer versus One Winged Angel. At one point, the Canadian Destroyer was as protected as the Angel was for sure. In fact, they did a whole several months long storyline in Impact Wrestling where it took several wrestlers to try to figure out how to counter it in a match for the first time. I think it was Chris Sabin who eventually did so. Petey Williams with an impressive near fall on Edge here, trying to press his advantage and take the bigger superstar down, the bigger rated R superstar. Take them down. A peg or 2. Oh yeah, as we've mentioned, the Destroyer is now the most imitated move in wrestling today. In his personal life section of his Wikipedia, it makes mention of how disappointed Petey Williams is that it's become a transition move when it was clearly designed to finish a match. There's no way you should kick out of that. You flip backwards and land on your head in a pile driver. That should be the finish. But now it's just like the 4th move of a Penta match. Oh, nice counter into the Russian leg sweep. Both of these gentlemen using the Russian leg sweep, perhaps in tributes to Bret Hart. Speaking of tributes to Bret Hart, sharpshooter from Petey Williams. You can see Edge immediately pulling himself towards the ropes, able to break it well before he reaches them, and then spike him with an implant DDT. Execution for Petey Williams, and almost spells disaster as I pick hair out of my mouth. That's weird. I'm bald. I shouldn't have hair in my mouth. I guess it's from my beard. Petey counters, gets a cover of his own, and almost puts Edge away. Both of these men ripe for the picking if their opponent can continue or get some sustained offense for a few moves in a row. Nice. Neck breaker, then he puts his hand on his heart for the national anthem, which we're not going to be playing, but that's from his Team Canada days. Off the ropes he comes once more. Oh, I thought he was going for a big spear, but he elects to go for a clothesline. Could be a spear coming now, though. Boom! Right in the midsection. Almost cuts him in half with that 1, 2, 3. Edge just solidly spears Petey Williams. Puts him down and out. Just driving the wind out of his opponent long enough to get that 3 count. You see Petey Williams is still down. Edge picking up a big 2 points. Needed those. I'm going to set up the next match here. Make sure the controller's on, so when I pause it, it actually works. Badoink. Okay. Got your winner there. Oh, let me update. Edge just beat Petey. Edge just beat Petey. That's Edge's first 2 points of the tournament. Petey also 2. Okay, tail of the tape. Tail of the tape. We just did a B block. We don't need that. We're doing an A block. It's our A block match, you may ask? Well, I'll tell you. I'll tell you in a sec. Red corner. Alright, so bear with me if this doesn't load properly like they sometimes do, sometimes don't. But our next A1 matchup is as follows. Oh, for crying out loud. I'll just wait. I'm just going to wait because it's going to load eventually. Come on, little buddy. There we go. Kevin Owens, Davey Boy Smith Jr. I think it's every time I load it for the first time on the the side it hasn't been before. I think that's what the delay is. Which again just further taxes my CPU because it then unloads everything when I don't put up these tail of the tapes. Anyway, Kevin Owens, Davey Boy Smith Jr. Now, I said earlier that Davey Boy has the size and power advantage in his block over everybody, but perhaps John Tenta and arguably Abdullah the Butcher, although that's more of a mass thing. I feel like, despite being smaller, this is a pretty even matchup with Kevin Owens. This could go either way for sure. Let's find out which way it ends up going as we get down to the ring as quickly as possible. Here we go. Davey Boy Smith, Kevin Owens. looking to beat the crap out of each other. 2 huge points on the line. Every set of 2 points is incredibly important. Don't kid yourself. Okay, B block, edge, back to A block. So now, this is where I'm very much relying on Juice to be counting the matches, since they're all getting weirdly staggered now. Every 10 matches, let me know. Plus, I know coming up after this one is going to be an intermission at the end of the 3rd round. We're going to have a 10 to 15 minute intermission, so I can feed the cat, get some food myself, you know, stretch my legs, reapply some medications, so to speak, and get back to it. We're going to try to keep it between 10 and 15 minutes. Ooh. But of course, you know, we gotta wait till the end of the 3rd round first, so that should be up. Probably around 5-ish. Probably around 5-ish Finkel. A little birdie. All right. Yeah. That's all right. We got a little match counting thing going on right now. Though this is in the 3rd round. This is the 3rd A block match. So that should mean we have 4 more B block matches to go. 1, 2. Yeah. Correct. This is match
5 minutes gone.
3, 4, no, 3 or 5? 3. I'm gonna go 3. Yeah, hang on. I think. Yeah, it's just the weird staggering thing where some people have more than others. This is throwing me off. Bear with us, folks. We're trying to figure this out so we can get our breaks in at the proper times. We'll figure it out. Eventually, yeah. No, this is the 3rd A block match, right? So this is halfway through for sure. So this will be match 5. Yeah. Yeah, 3rd A block match. Oh, big pop-up powerbomb there by Owens into the cover. 2, 3, got him just like that. Holy moly. Stunning Davey Boy Smith Jr. in 7 minutes. Holy smokes. I was not expecting that sort of finish. Papow. Kevin Owens, your winner. Yeah, here for a good time, not a long time. The lowest ranked match by far. By far. Okay, so let's get this paused, sort this out. Well, definitely no chance of my controller turning off after that one. Well, we had a 40-minute one, and then we just had a quick 7-minute one, so that's not bad. Oh, we're skipping all over the place for this next match. Hang on. Okay, D-Blockaboola, she's my baby. Let's get tail of the tape going. We have Sa versus Pachow. That's right, Sa versus Pachow, aka, oh gosh, Sami Zayn versus Bret Hart coming up next. Okay, let's get out of this winner thing. There we go. All right, now I'm going to do, it's going to take me just an extra second because I'm trying to figure out how many more matches we actually need to do. Davey Boy Smith lost. Davey Boy Smith's first loss. So we got 3, 2, oh my gosh. Okay, it should be 3s on each side, but then it's not going to be technically. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's been 13 matches, so we got 2 more A block for sure. We're in the B block currently. 12. Yeah, so 5 more in total, including this one. So yeah, this is match 6. All right, we're all on track now. This is match 6 of our current cycle. Let's go down to the main thing. We have it all set up and ready to roll. This one, again, this should be really interesting. A lot of these, as we get further and further along, I just feel like it's going to come down to like an offensive style versus anything else. You know what I mean? Like, Sami Zayn is going to be looking for that haluva kick and trying to hit harder than a Bret Hart. But I don't know what else could be going on. Hang on, something just happened. Oh, B Machete, thank you very much for the raid. Hello, everybody. Hope you're having a nice day. Thank you very much for the raid, Machete. Oh. Yeah, I got a couple of shout outs built in for them. Perfect. As long as they get their props. You'll love to see it. Bret Hart going for a pin after that headbutt rather early. Very confident in his abilities with that headbutt. Going for a pin almost right away. Sami Zayn a little taller, Bret Hart a little heavier, so they kind of average out in terms of body mass. Obviously, Sami Zayn, not as much experience as Bret Hart, but Bret Hart, for all the success he had about a 22-year career. Sami Zayn is currently sitting at about 19 years plus, so they're about even in that regard. And I would say level of competition for Sami Zayn in terms of like what you have to do and absorb in matches, probably a lot higher than Bret Hart had to endure. Mind you, wrestling hurts regardless. Thanks very much for showing up there, Busty Machete. Thank you for the raid. Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a great day as we celebrate our July 1st. With some B-block action here currently. Sami Zayn currently undefeated. Sami Zayn, yes, a perfect 2-0 so far, as is Bret Hart. Something it has to give in this matchup, but at the same time, at the end of this matchup, someone's going to still maintain that perfect record. Someone's going to be 3-0, someone's going to be 2-1. Nice European uppercut combo there from Bret. Classic Bret Hart offense. I know he has the Bret's rope elbow drop. I just want him to hit it once in the entire tournament. That's all I want. The Bret's rope elbow. Nice big spine buster into the sharpshooter. An early attempt from Bret. Sami Zayn able to bust free. Only at the 6-minute mark, and then drop Bret Hart on his head with an exploder. What's going on, Juice? Nice to see you. Thanks for the hello. Is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. Bret Hart trying to chop away, but Sami Zayn, you can see the differences in generations there. Bret Hart going for very effective strikes and some more basic maneuvering like a pile driver. Sami Zayn busting out those exploder suplexes left and right. So the generational offensive difference between these competitors. Bret Hart putting the fun in fundamentals for the most part. Gets rolled up here by Zayn though. 2! Just a 2 count. And then gets dropped with a pile driver by Bret. Rolled over, hooks the leg deep. 2. Almost puts Sami Zayn down. Follows it up with some of that famous offense. There's that Russian leg sweep. Sends Bret off the ropes. Powers through a drop toe. Does the Hitman. Pile driver attempt countered. Sami Zayn follows it up with a couple of punches to the forehead of Bret Hart. Perhaps trying to bust him open. Faceplant. It seems like you're... Oh, Sound Alerts is complaining to me that my Sound Alerts browser source is offline, and that is a lie. That is not true at all. Oh, Juice is throwing out in the chat if anybody wants to bet channel points. We were going to do it for every single match, but there's 91 of them, and it was taking forever. So... perhaps selectively. What I should have done instead of the live channel points thing is we should have done a whole like, who do you think will win A block? Who do you think will win B block? Who do you think will win the whole thing? Who do you think will lose all the matches? As Sami Zayn almost lost this one, but just managed to roll the shoulder at 2.9. We could have done a whole, not a scorecard thing, or like a channel prediction thing. What is that called? Like a pool? We could have done a whole pool thing. But, I don't know. More things to do, next time, should we ever do one of these. Dropped repeatedly by exploder suplexes of Bret Hart by Sami Zayn in this one. Continuing to work on the head and neck area. Softening him up for that haluva kick, which is just a straight shot across the jaw. He runs all the way across the ring and just kicks your face clean off your head. Kicks your head off your shoulders, whatever you want to say. Oh yes, Kane Drago, if you were not aware, every Friday, our very own Dork Chop here hosts the Ultimate Fighting Chop House, where streamer friends and other associated, kindly-hearted peoples have had fighters created. And there's currently a big old tournament being run. One such fighter even has the arrogance to record promos every week. What a jerk. Big swinging DDT! Sami Zayn almost gets the win on Bret Hart there, continuing to work on the head and neck of Bret. Centering that offense as Sami Zayn gets countered with a nice Russian leg sweep by Bret. Nice counter there again. See the Hitman. Wheels constantly turning. One of the best ring generals in wrestling history. No doubt, even though he's on the receiving end of a lot of punishment at the moment, is trying to figure out a way he can lock that sharpshooter on to Sami Zayn and get right back into the swing of this match. Big atomic drop there. Stuffs him into a pile driver. Rolls him over, but he's too close to the ropes by far, and that's going to get broken up. Sami Zayn creating a little distance by sending Bret out to the floor so he can catch his breath in the middle of the ring. Blue Thunder! Blue Thunder bomb by Zayn, 2! Bret just gets the shoulder out. There's the Bret Hart style backbreaker we love. Appealing to the crowd again, but doesn't go for the sharpshooter. Ooh, working on the tailbone now of Sami Zayn. Oof! Big double down as both men can't quite get the timing on that. Now, unfortunately, they're stuck in the southern quadrant here. Big pile driver from Bret once again, but again, because they're where they are, it's very hard to get a clean pin at that part of the ring. As evidenced by that Blue Thunder bomb also failing. Zayn pulls him back to his feet, trying to position him. If he can get him in an east or west corner, his Helluva kick is east to west or west to east, but he gets rolled up by Bret. Oh, just escapes. Bret thought he might have got him there. Might have just simply out-wrestled the man. Nice European uppercut combo again. And another Blue Thunder, well away from the ropes this time. 2! Bret out again at 2. Pardon me. That's a hiccup. Spinebuster doesn't follow it up with a sharpshooter attempt this time. Small package by Zayn. This could do it. 2. No. Bret out at 2 again. Both of these gentlemen with their reputation and undefeated streak in the tournament on the line. Both are sitting at 2-0. Only one can be 3-0 at the end of this. There must be a winner. 2 big points on the line, and Sami Zayn might be grabbing the bottom rope for leverage, and it still doesn't help. Brainbuster to Bret Hart. Spills to the outside, and Sami, relentless, follows him up immediately and hits him with another suplex on the floor. Bret Hart in a world of hurt now. As we pass the 20-minute mark, Sami pouring it on. He can't win the match out there, but he can certainly do a lot of cumulative damage. Hey, Bacon, what's going on? Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're having a good one. We are in the thick of it. It looks like we're looking at a 15-hour stream if we're done round 3 by around 5 o'clock. That's better than 18, which I thought it was going to be. 15 seems doable. Big Russian leg sweep there by Bret. Trying to do as much damage as he can before re-entering the ring, because he's been on the receiving end of a lot of punishment on the floor here. No countouts or disqualifications outside a GWA ring. As you can see, both competitors got to be inside the ring for this thing to finish. 3 counter tap out, the only way to win a match. You can be disqualified, but it's really hard to do. You got to be really trying to get disqualified in this one. You have a very generous 5 count to break whatever illegal hold you happen to have your opponent in. Oh, this is all Sami here. Look at him swinging away. Oh, Bret Hart escapes. Nice reverse atomic drop again. Off the ropes he's sent. Other version of the atomic drop. Back and forth, working the tailbone. The general groin region of Sami Zayn. Boom, back to those. Oh, I thought he was going for the uppercut combo. Turned into a strike battle. Drop kick isn't going to do it. Haluva kick out of nowhere. You can get the run up, but still effective. Big boot to the face of Bret Hart, but he's back to his feet first. Big Russian leg sweep, but this time Sami's up first. As we are 25 minutes plus into this one, another marathon match. What is it about the Hart brothers? And now Bret trying desperately to position him correctly. What are you waiting for? Diving clothesline from the Hitman. Rolls Sami over, busting out some unique offense in this one, trying to put Sami Zayn away as Bret Hart. But Sami's got a counter for most of what Bret Hart's doing. Not that though, rolls him up. Oh, too close to the ropes. Sami lucky there to get away. Oh, let's see if Bret can kick out of this. Blue Thunder Bomb. Yes, another two. And another kick out for Bret Hart, and we fight on. Big headbutt drop Sami. Bret Hart catching his breath as we approach 30 minutes in this one. Another barn burner of a contest. As we said, 2 big points and your undefeated streak on the line between these two competitors. Another Blue Thunder Bomb by Sami. He'll get it one of these days. 2 and no. 2.5 that time. Getting closer. Getting closer. Rolls him up. Whoa. Sami Zayn getting closer and closer. Big Russian leg sweep. Do it, do it. Oh, there's going sharpshooter. Another Blue Thunder Bomb. Relentless Sami Zayn. Just gets 2. Sends Sami to the floor. Thought he might catch his breath. Instead, elects to dive over the ropes. Bret Hart pulling out all the stops as we approach the 30-minute mark in this contest. Good gracious me. Oh, man. And then leveled with an exploder on the floor by Sami Zayn. Fighting his way back with those European uppercuts is Bret Hart. 30 minutes plus in this one. Sami Zayn grabs a chair. Oh, a swinging neck breaker there. I think the back of that chair leg into the back of the head of Bret Hart. Didn't get all of it for sure. Would have preferred to get none of it. Back to those European uppercuts. Go the Hitman. Oh, finally a counter to the Blue Thunder Bomb as he bulldogs Sami Zayn away. Sami Zayn rolling back into the ring. The only place he can win the fight. Inside the confines of the A1 Climax ring by pin count or 3 count or tap out. Both of these men fight on. 30 minutes plus. Drop toe from Sami Zayn. Big drop kick to the back of Bret Hart. But he fights his way back to his feet, does the Hitman. And we got another strike battle. Big drop kick, not going to do... Oh, he did it. Big drop kick. Settles the argument for Bret Hart to this point, but Sami Zayn follows it up with a clothesline of his own. Rolls him up, center of the ring. 1, 2, 3. Bret Hart out wrestling Sami Zayn for those all-important 2 points. And your winner after 33 1/4 minutes. Bret the Hitman Hart. That was 100%, by the way. Another 100% match. Boink. All right, I shall hydrate momentarily. That was a long one. A couple of long ones. Oh, got a lot of people helping me out here. That doesn't mean I'm taking like 2 drinks, or maybe I'll take one of each. I'll take a sip of water. Mmm, delicious water. And then, and then, fizzy lifting drink. Ooh, gets nastier the warmer it gets, but still worth it. All right, there we go. Everybody satisfied? Let's get ourselves over to, okay, this here. That was, okay, all right. Alphabetically, Bret Hart versus Sami Zayn was the first person in B block versus the last person in B block. Just throwing that out there. Not that it matters. We got some A block action coming up next. We have you versus you. Let's put these back. Dark Overlord Bear, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Hope you're having a fine day today. We are in for the long haul, doing this here A1 Climax tournament. We are in the 3rd of 9 rounds. We're doing an entire G1 style tournament in one day. All right, everything else is up here. Let's go tail the tape and let's see if this worked properly. Pow! Take your time. There it goes. Load, load, load. What's up? Say again. Oh, when is it? I think it's after this. It's after this. Oh. Oh, how long is the intermission juice, you're wondering? It's gonna be like 10 to 15 minutes. How long is it? Oh yeah, intermission is like, intermission's coming up after, there's gonna be, this is the last A block match of round 3, I think. And then we have a B block match. Yeah, and then after that, we're gonna be taking a longer intermission so I can feed the cat, get a bite to eat. That's gonna be about 10, 15 minutes. So walk around, stretch, restock if you need to, get some fresh air, and then move back here in about 10 to 15 minutes after these next 2 matches. Sound good, everybody? Let's get that underway though. With this match coming up, we have John Tenta versus Edward Carpentier. Now, of course, Edward Carpentier known for flying around the ring. John Tenta known for squishing people in the ring.
Fight!
A poorly timed somersault press into an earthquake splash could spell disaster for Edward Carpentier in this one, for sure. Our final round 3 match of the A block, I believe. Just put Zayn. I think that's right. Doing my best. Interesting style clash once again. I see a lot of power out of John Tenta, though he lasted longer in some of his previous matches than I was expecting him to. I don't really credit him with having that good of a cardio game. Meanwhile, as we pointed out, these Silver Age wrestlers, like an Edward Carpentier, essentially built for the long haul. You see that hammerlock, headlock, hammerlock, headlock combo there from Carpentier, essentially pulling the arms out of joint of his opponent. John Tenta's highest ranking on the PWI 500, was peaking at number 40 in 1992. So good for you. I don't know why he was so high in that year, because I figured by 92, wasn't he primarily in the tag team? Wasn't he with Typhoon by then? Either way. Top 50 wrestler in the world in 92. Good for Tenta. Of course, that list didn't exist when Edward Carpentier was in his prime. In fact, here's an interesting tidbit. Edward Carpentier was awarded the NWA World title against Luz Thez by referee stoppage in 1957, but some territories didn't recognize the title switch because some promoters disagreed that the title should change hands on a referee stoppage. This eventually led to Montreal's entire territory leaving the NWA. Very strange. Yeah. That's crazy. He was tag team champ for most of 92, was Earthquake? Well, he probably did the bulk of the work for that team then. No pun intended, since he was in the natural disaster with Typhoon, and bulk was very much their style. Slow and steady is the pace of Carpentier, and here is his Astro head scissor takeover that wowed crowds in the 50s and 60s. Looking to do likewise here to John Tenta and almost puts him down with it. Certainly discombobulates your opponent. That head scissor throw to the center of the ring there. Now Tenta Heck of a mountain to climb for Tenta in this one, as it's been mostly Carpentier. Definitely the more spry of the two wrestlers. Both of these men in their prime, obviously. Another big satellite head scissors is what I'm trying to say. Satellite head scissor take over to the center of the ring, and once again, a near fall. John Tenta hanging on by a thread here. Barely registering on the Richter scale. The actions of the Canadian earthquake in this one gets rolled up. Well away from the ropes, and once again, barely avoids losing the matchup is John Tenta. He's not built for speed by any stretch of the imagination. The longer this thing goes, the more it's going to favor Carpentier, and it's already favoring them at the 10-minute mark. You can see every other move John Tenta does, he's got to take some time and catch his breath. Nice flipping kick. Oh, looking for an attempt at the somersault press there was Carpentier. Both of these gentlemen using moves off of the ropes to a downed opponent as their finish. Ooh, nice forearm shot there from Carpentier, who has been breaking down the big man since the opening bell, pretty much. You can see the toll it is taking on the Canadian earthquake. Having to absorb all that damage. Try to find his way back to some offensive momentum of his own. You can see him being denied that big clothesline by Carpentier, who just bullies Tenta to the mat and then takes some time to catch his own breath. Stalling suplex by Tenta will send Carpentier to the floor. This will give him a bit of a breather, which he elects to negate by following Carpentier out to the floor. Bit of cat and mouse played, but we're back in the ring quickly. Carpentier cracking his knuckles. Finally getting serious, I guess. Ooh. Clubbing blow there from Tenta. Trying to get back into this. Oh, that's a good start. Turns him inside out with a huge clothesline. But Carpentier able to fend off any further assault. And John Tenta rolls him up beautifully. This could do it. 2, 3. Carpentier with that rolling leg clutch. Nicely done. Tenta barely getting out of the block. Another solidly wrestled match by Carpentier. Excellent strategy there. Resulting in the win. The Japanese leg roll clutch. Proving the difference in that one. Give me just 1 sec to set up our, I think as our last match of round 3. I think. Let me just double check that in a second. Okay. I'm going to preview this momentarily. Let me just update. Okay, Carpentier just beat. Who did you just beat? You just beat Tenta, my good man. So you go there, and Tenta, you just lost to Carpentier. So you get a 0. Tenta still scoreless through 3 rounds. Surprising. Okay, tail of the tape. We have in our final B block match for round 3, we have you versus Kez. Come on. You versus you. Alright, here we are. I think that's right. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Maybe Burke only has 2, that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14. I don't know. They only have 14 and 14? Should be 15 and 15. 1, 2. Yeah, you're right. There is heavy Canadian bias in the tournament brackets. You're not wrong there, Dork. I don't know. I think that was the last. I don't know anymore. Anyway, tail of the tape for the next match from Block B. Load, load, load. Take your time. There we go. Rick Martel, Mad Dog Vashon coming up momentarily. Back to this. And over to here. And let's see. Honestly, I don't anticipate Rick Martel being able to defeat Maurice Vashon, but we shall see how this shakes out. I'm just being honest with my feelings about the matter. I didn't really do like a prediction show or anything like that, so I'm just sort of reacting live to how these things develop. Let's see if he can do better than I give him credit for as we get down to the ring momentarily.
Fight!
Winners. There we go. Rick Martel, Mad Dog Vashon. Give me those. Give me those. I imagine these two are cursing at each other in French this entire match. That's just how I play it out in my head. Another interesting style matchup. As the 5'7", rather stoutly built Mad Dog Vashon, not shy about literally biting his opponents, do everything he can in order to gain an advantage. You can see he immediately busts Rick Martel open below the 3-minute mark. That is the cornerstone of his strategy. Get your opponent bleeding and then try to finish them off before they can either recover or finish them off while the lifeblood drains from their body. As you can see, even a pin attempt seems to stain the canvas with Rick Martel's blood now that he's been busted open. Martel definitely in the more technical camp amongst these competitors. We'll be looking for that Quebec crab, his version of the Boston crab, but since he is from Quebec City, Quebec, he named it after Quebec. One of the career highlights I can vividly recall of the model Rick Martel was his performance in the 1991 WWF Royal Rumble, where he lasted a then record 53 minutes in the contest. They put him over huge in that one. I remember that he carried that, like that boosted his reputation for years. That was how long he lasted in the Royal Rumble and what great condition that meant he was in as an athlete. Hey Mish, nice to see ya. Hope you're having a good day. We are rocking and rolling with this one. We are heavily into the third round. This is the last match of the third round, I think. Don't quote me on that. Should be at 15-15, right? I think I'm at 14-14 now. I'm confused. I feel like it's been 10 matches. Couldn't this only be 8? Either way, I'm going to treat it as though I think it's another 10 matches. I'm just going to treat it as though it has been. Whatever. And just start counting 10s after that. If we end up with a couple extra matches at the end, because I know for a fact, I know what match is going to be the last match in the round robin portion of this, based on, I've simmed this tournament like 7 times before actually running it. Just because I wanted to make sure the playing field was even and like it wasn't outright dominated by one athlete over another. And I can tell you that of those like 6 or 7 times that I've simulated it, we've had different finalists pretty much every time. About the same 4 or 5 people from each block, but sort of different combinations thereof every time. And we definitely had a different champion, different tournament winner every single time I simulated this. So it is anybody's game. Rick Martel, being very game after being busted open moments ago. Go on, sir.
1, 2.
Yep, that's what it's working out as. Yes, sir. Yep, if this math holds, we're looking at a 15-hour stream today. Well, a little bit extra because we're going to have that 91st match, which is technically part of the last round. But again, if we don't have more marathon performances out of the Hart brothers, we might be okay to finish a little earlier than that. But hope y'all are looking forward to hanging out with me until, I don't know, 3 in the morning local time. We're going all day, baby. Martel looking to go the distance. Been bleeding for about 10 minutes now in this matchup. Yowza. Oh, back to work on those cuts. Just vicious headbutt after vicious headbutt. And now Martel, I don't know how wise this is. Employing an airplane spin in your current condition, I think that's going to dizzy you more than it is your opponent. As you can see, yeah, Martel sucking wind at the conclusion of that maneuver. And then Vashon right back to the forehead. He does have till 5, but it is a rather generous 5 count. As you can see, all those chops only ended up at a 2, where he broke that hold. Now Rick Martel grabbing a bit of an equalizer with that chair, catching his breath, but he has a 5 count to get rid of that thing. Hang on. Oh, no. Butterfly suplexes Vashon away from the chair, but then drags him across it. Oh, Vashon goes low. It was only a matter of time. Big jumping knee drop, I think, to the small of the back of Martel there. Now his turn to be dragged across the chair. Pin attempt on the chair. 2. No. Martel kicks out, despite the extra steel, the cold steel underneath him, which you'd think would prevent his shoulders from technically being on the canvas. Oof. Variations of the atomic drop there by Vashon, but Martel back to that airplane spin. It is technically a submission. I still have to question the strategy. Didn't even plant him on the chair there. Martel missing the chair at the end of that airplane spin. Nice big clothesline though, from the Quebec City native. The city's so nice they named it just the once. Quebec City. Into the Quebec Crab. Giving it everything he's got. Vashon able to power out. Oh, and then a backdrop suplex. You can see the way Rick Martel landed on that bottom rope. Back to the biting. Doesn't even get a break by being close to the ropes. Has to break that hold, either on his own or let Vashon just stop gnawing on his forehead. Now just rubbing the blood in the eyes of Rick Martel, who's been going 15 minutes solid now after being busted open. Nicely done. Excellent extension on that backdrop, but you can see Vashon is the first one up and right back to the choke. Whoa, you see the pool of blood left behind by Martel. That's going to get worse before it gets better. Don't worry, we're going to patch him up before his next A1 Climax match. Don't you worry about that. We'll just glue his forehead shut. Get him right back out there. Yeah, you got to clear up Quebec Crab by rubbing poutine on it. As we pass 20 minutes in the matchup here, Rick Martel taking his time, taking every opportunity to catch his breath, but hard to follow up that jumping pile driver from Vashon. That's his finish too. No, Martel kicks it too. A strong kick out as well. Right back to the airplane spin. Didn't quite utilize this in his previous matches as Rick Martel, but he must know something that I don't. Perhaps the equilibrium of Mad Dog Vashon has always been a question. Oh dear. Nice angle on the butterfly. Now Vashon going up top. Oh, big double axe handle. Fair enough. And now a diving foot drop to the, or excuse me, a diving knee drop to the back of Rick Martel, in between the shoulder blades, I think. Martel fighting on. Another match that is creeping towards the 30-minute mark. Vashon says this is it, though. Looking to finish Martel off, but he steals Vashon's own pile driver. But he can't follow up. Vashon countering with a vicious series of headbutts. Into the Cobra Clutch, and that should do it, and it does. My word. Mad Dog Vashon with the Cobra Clutch. Another 2 points for the Mad Dog. Boink. Let's get him back on the screen here. Okay. That was a 5-star, by the way. That was 100%. Another classic. Okay, I think this is the last match. This has got to be the last match. It feels like the last match of round 3, but that can't be right. It's called the first match of round 4. I'm confused. But that's all right. It's good enough time as I need a break. Before we do the tail of the tape, I'm going to go do the scoreboards here. What just happened? I mean, just in terms of the match, not in terms of what I discussed. Okay, so Mad Dog just beat Rick Martel. 2 points for you. No points for you. Based on that. Okay, so backing out of this. This is fun. Backing out of that. Get that scorecard up. Whoa! There we go. Scorecard numero uno. As you can see, Kenny and Kevin starting to pull away a little bit in the A block, at least. Let me set up my. Oh wait, I can't. Let me set up the second scorecard, and then if we look over to the B block side of things, after 3 rounds, Bret Hart, the only undefeated competitor in the B block to this point, so a little more competitive in A, at least in the early going. In the B block, it is currently Bret's to lose. Mind you, we are only a third of the way through. Okay, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Gene only has 2. Gene and Vampiro only have 2. Hang on 1 second. Do I literally need to do 1 more match in each block in order for it to actually count? 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3. So technically, the match we're about to do should be the end of round 3. Because that's match 15 and match 15. Because we're missing a couple. Oh boy. Okay, so we're still in round 3. I have to do 1 more match each, and then we're technically caught up where we should be. So let me build up this tail of the tape real quick then. Who do we have in the ring? Oh, this is going to be an interesting one, I think. As we get over here, our tail of the tape for this final A block contest in the 3rd round. Because at the end of this, everyone in A block will have had 3 matches. And at the end of the next B block match, everyone in B block will have had 3 matches. Neither of these gentlemen are in any danger of being like the leader of their block, so don't worry about that. We're just making sure that we do this properly. Okay. This is I think, the final A block match of round 3. Let's just let's get to it. The faster we get to it, the faster we can do it. Yarg! We're underway. Leo Burke, Abdullah the Butcher in this one. Boink, boink, boink. Abdullah obviously with the size and strength advantage, as we've noted before. But rather cagey veteran is Leo Burke. Doing much better in this tournament than I gave them credit for at the offset. Mind you, we were still in the first third. It's only their 3rd match. But even to be 1-1, it's pretty impressive. Absolutely. It is the sleeper hold of Leo Burke versus the repeated fork-based offense of Abdullah the Butcher, leading to that Sudanese meat cleaver, a running elbow drop into a pin where he just lays on you. That laying elbow drop. Just don't tell the cat that we're going a little bit longer with this one, because technically I'm late giving him dinner. He'll be okay. This will also assure that we have 15 matches and 15 matches in each of the block, totaling 30 matches. So we know that when we come back, we're primed and ready for round 4. I got Leo Burke and Abdullah the Butcher up here. Okay, Leo Burke, after retiring, became a trainer. They had a hand in training the following wrestlers: Kurgan from the Oddities, Sin Bodhi, who you might remember as Kazarni. They helped train Glenn Kulka, another former CFL wrestler that never really made it to the main roster. When I went to the Raw After Survivor Series 97, yeah, that's right, I attended the Raw After Survivor Series 97. Also, I fell asleep the night before and didn't know what happened. Dad Gnarly had to tell me in the car on the way to the event. Glenn Kota had a dark match before the show. Also, Devin Storm had a dark match. And since he was very bleach blonde and was wearing gear similar to Jericho at the time, the local drunken crowd thought Chris Jericho was showing up 2 years too early. Anywho, Leo Burke also had a hand in training, as well as Kurgan, Sinbodi, Glenn Kulka. He also helped train Mark Henry, Test, Ken Shamrock, and of course he trained Edge and Christian, all currently in this tournament. Oh no, Jimmy Corderas goes down again. He survived most of round 2 without any issue, but that's his 4th bonk on the noggin. Should have made that as part of our celebration game. Every time the referee goes down, imbibe, however you would see fit. Yeah, only like an inch separating these two in height, but a 130-pound weight advantage for Abdullah the Butcher. No, not me. I gotta stay straight. I mean, I will re-up my meds at our next intermission, or our first intermission. I'm imbibing my fizzy lifting drink, if that counts. Poor Jimmy. As always, we'll get him, you know, we'll glue his forehead shut so that he can call the next match. No surcease for you, Jimmy. We're only a third of the way through. That's true. If you are as spherically shaped as an Abdullah the Butcher, you definitely can use that weight advantage to your advantage. You can see, though, the toll it takes on the body. Already significantly slower running the ropes is Abdullah the Butcher, who now grabs the chair. He's going to have a 5 count to drop it, but probably feels pretty comfortable with that weapon in hand. Still got time to drop it. Still got time to... Oh, drops it at 4. Our first near disqualification at the hands of Abdullah the Butcher, getting frustrated, facing Leo Burke, who locks in that sleeper. Hey, Moonlit. Nice to see you. It's going wonderfully. Thank you very much for asking. Hope you're having a nice day. We are almost a third of the way through our fancy tournament for the day. We're waiting on these next 2 matches. Oh, gosh! As Leo Burke gets tenderized on the floor. In the 70s, when facing other African-American wrestlers, that would be an Afro pick that he would just knock into the head of his opponent. I'm just kidding. Hello there! Still working? Well, I hope your shift's over soon. We are 5 1/4 hours into our shift here at the tournament. Started at noon. Looks like we're going to be ending at about 3 a.m. if all things go according to how this is. Perhaps later. Somewhere around then, though. It's going to be a long one. Got our first intermission coming up, though. I mean, that'll add, like a legit add, with the 2 intermissions, that'll add at least a half an hour to the total broadcast. But that's half an hour I'm not physically here having to broadcast. I can stretch my legs, get a change of scenery, go get some fresh air outside, so on and so forth. Moon reminded me to hydrate as Abdullah the Butcher locks in a big bear hug that Leo Burke escapes. Rapid fire punches from lightning Leo Burke there in the corner. We're looking for that sleeper hold once more. Abdullah wrestling more of their match than in previous attempts. As you can see, the chairs scattered throughout. But hasn't quite translated into success for Abdullah the Butcher, and he is on the receiving end of a big bad sleeper hold there. Able to survive is the madman from Sudan, but barely survive. Oh dear. Big old pile driver from Abdullah, who's gassed at this point. Just trying to get his breath back. Leo Burke smartly sending Abdullah to the floor, now appealing to the crowd. Starting to feel it as the lightning one. Oh! What height on that jumping headbutt. And now I think he's just choking him, but there's no ref on the floor there, so you can't really see what's going on, and he can't break the hold. Or he can't escape the hold until he breaks it. Good Lord, another suplex on the floor from Burke, who's having a heck of a tournament so far. Certainly didn't anticipate having them in the conversation for best tournament performer. But They have accounted themselves quite well in their 3 matches to this point. Surviving the fork attack of Abdullah the Butcher without even getting hurt. I mean, like, not busted open yet. Dropping Abdullah, and then just getting some time and space to catch his breath. Smartly done there by Burke. You can only win the match inside the ring. 3 count or tap out within the confines of the ring. Rapid fire, double arm suplex there. Snaps him over, does Burke. Impressively gets him over with a big body slam. Drops a running knee. Some more signature offense from the Lightning Leo Burke. Likewise, that big headbutt from Abdullah. Burke again, suplexing him in between the isosceles triangle of chairs that are set up in the ring. Now backdropping Abdullah to the floor as we pass 20 minutes. Another marathon match here. Oh, Abdullah drops him with a huge pile driver. This could do it too. No. Burke kicks out. Polite applause from the crowd. Almost runs into Jimmy for a second time in the matchup. Another big pile driver from Abdullah the Butcher. Leo Burke creating a little distance there, smartly sending Abdullah to the floor so he can catch his breath. Abdullah grabs another chair. Oh, he has still 5 to drop it. Using it on the midsection of Leo Burke just the once there. Oh, heck yeah, Drago. Sounds like a great day. Oof. Once again, Leo Burke controlling the pace of this one by sending Abdullah to the floor, not letting himself get into any sort of trouble against the bigger man. A very smartly wrestled match from Lightning Leo Burke to this point. I swear he's looking for one more application of that sleeper hold to put Abdullah away. Nicely done in the butterfly suplex once again by Burke. Again, sending Abdullah to the outside, not letting him get any sort of momentum, offense or defense. Just sends him outside to fetch a chair, pretty much. Abdullah in frustration. Got that weapon out. Oh dear, oh dear. Big pile driver coming up. Oh good, I thought he was going to do it on the chair. Didn't quite hit it. Couldn't quite aim it properly, but still, a pile driver is a pile driver into a bear hug. That could do it. Abdullah out of nowhere. Abdullah with a big bear hug at the 25-minute mark. Squeezing the life out of Leo Burke. No choice but to immediately submit. After the 20-minute mark, submissions get real deadly, real fast, for sure. That was a 96% matchup, by the way. Leo Burke crushing it so far. All right, this should be the last matchup of round 3. Because this should guarantee that everyone has had 5 matches, or everyone has had 3 matches. Hang. Okay, what just happened? Abdullah just beat Leo Burke. So Abdullah, 2 points again. Burke. And Leo Burke lost to Abuba. Sounds right. Let's build our tail of the tape, shall we? Okay, back that up. Tail of the tape. B block. We have you versus you, and I apologize again if these take a little time to load in, but as far as my stream deck is concerned, they should be displayed as of now. Bing bong, not too bad. Gene Knitsky El Vampiro is going to be your final match of round number 3. As we have now fully cycled through everything. Gene Knitsky El Vampiro. You know, that old classic. Oh, the feuds they've had. Alright. Everything else is updated. I'm going to take a look at the blocks again after we do this match, because they're going to be updated to actually accurately represent 3 rounds having gone down. And then at the conclusion of this match and looking at the scorecards, we're going to take like a 10-15 minute, probably closer to 15 minute break. I'm going to leave a screen up that's just going to say intermission, and then we're just going to, when I come back is when I come back. But again, it'll be about 15 minutes. If we just leave the feed up, we should just, wait till you hear me yapping at you again. Anywho. before all of that, thank you for the stretch. Oh! Oh, that was worth it. Ooh, that like went all the way down my spine. That was awesome. Okay. One more match before break time. I'm so excited to eat my peanut butter sandwiches. Let's see if Gene Knitsky and El Vampiro can make me wait for him as we go down to the ring.
Fight!
Step 1, once the match begins, get them out of the tail of the tape things. Delete the winner of the last match. Switch to winner, and then have it queued up with the right blocks showing. Knitsky size advantage for sure. He's got, I mean, he according to my notes here, he only has 20 pounds on El Vampiro, but I don't think El Vampiro is 250. I'd put Vampiro between 220, 230 maybe. These are our build heights and weights, by the way. So Gene Knitsky at 270, probably closer to 250. In any event, you know, like 10, 20, 30 pound, like a 30 pound weight advantage, I would think, for a Gene Knitsky. Also a little bigger, definitely thicker in the legs for sure. Got that football build. Banana and cream or banana and caramel. Ooh, that might be a little sweet for me. Like, I'm very sugar sensitive and also diabetic. But that sounds good. I do like a good peanut butter and honey sandwich every now and again. But peanut butter and banana is my go-to if I want to get fancy with my peanut butter sandwiches. Today I just went plain because it's got to be something quick I can eat on the go. So it's just sandwiches. Yeah. Peanut butter, you slice. What's really good? Here's the way I do it. Peanut butter, like a peanut butter banana sandwich. Don't use bread. Get yourself a hot dog bun. And then you can put peanut, like, you know, margarine on either side, peanut butter on one side. You can like slice a whole banana in half and put it down there like a hot dog, and then sprinkle a little sugar on top. Heavenly. Heavenly stuff. Little peanut butter and banana submarines at that point.
5 minutes gone.
5 minutes gone, most of it outside the ring. There are no countouts or disqualifications, but it's a good chance to highlight the tiny URL, tinyurl.com/the A1 Climax. That's the EH1 Climax. We are EH1 storytellers today. That will take you to the donate link, the Tiltify campaign, as we are running the A1 Climax tournament today for the benefit of the Gord Downey and Shani Wenjack Fund. More information if you type !donate in the chat. Thank you, Juice, for throwing that up there. Perfectly done, buddy. Back to the floor they go. I don't know to whose benefit this is. I would assume Vampiro's, with that reverse kudo driver, busting out some heavier offense on the floor. I think it would behoove both of these gentlemen to keep the fighting inside the ring, but here comes Gene Knitsky grabbing a piece of table and swinging away. Surprising tactics out of Canada's greatest athlete, a 40-year veteran that definitely wrestled during like the heyday, some would say, or the silver age of professional wrestling. Oh, big implant DDT from Vampiro, but Knitsky's up and trying to slow things down with a quick leg lock on Vampiro. I don't know if Knitsky quite knows what to make of the modern offense of one El Vampiro. A lot of generational differences between these competitors, between a lot of competitors. Vampiro bringing a chair in, but immediately having to drop it as he's engaged in a strike battle with Knitsky, who he wins. Oh, no. Loses after that big football tackle and landing on the chair as well is Vampiro. Certainly not as soft a landing as if it's hitting the canvas plainly. As you can see, it's sort of propped up on the bottom rope is that chair. Knitsky, after a big knee drop, into the cover. Almost puts Vampiro down. You saw him place that knee in the side of Vampiro's head, looking to knock the man out, just like Vampiro is attempting a knockout with that reverse kudo driver. He's got to slow things down here. I can hear Space Cat already complaining. Don't worry, Space Cat. Don't worry, Harrison. We'll feed you. At the conclusion of this matchup, it's all on Vampiro's shoulders now, much like the legs of Knitsky were on Vampiro's shoulders before he gets dropped, and got him! Reverse kudo driver. It's like how Vampiro was listening to my cat. So he wraps that up in short order. With the reverse Kudo driver, doesn't even need the nail in the coffin, but puts down Gene Knitsky all the same. The axe guillotine driver, they call it. Fun name for it. Okay, we're going to save our progress. And get back to this. There we go. Gene Knitsky, El Vampiro. Yeah, because now we're back to a Kenny Omega match, and that to me sounds like the beginning of a round. Let's see. So Vampiro just beat Knitsky. Interesting. Interesting. I'll tell you why that's interesting in 1 second. Okay. Back that up. Use a big fine scorecard. Won't you back that thing up? As you can see here, that means El Vampiro also undefeated in the B block. He and Bret Hart both sitting at 6 points apiece. Now let me see if I can... So this is the true end of round 3. We're going to look at the B block first. As you can see, Bret and El Vampiro chasing the lead. Gene Knitsky and Roddy Piper are both off to disappointing no-point starts. Here, let me just for the sake of whatever, let's make sure these are all filled out. 0-point starts for both Roddy Piper and Gene Knitsky through a third of the tournament. Let's go ahead and take a look at the A block now that we've gone through 3 rounds. Likewise, we only have 2 leaders at this point. Kevin Owens and Kenny Omega. Hang on, are they in the same spot? Amazingly, also in the number 8 and number 10 spot, as you can see. As El Vampiro and Bret Hart are in number 8 and 10 as you go down and have 6 and 6. And then here, Kevin Owens and Kenny Omega in the 6 and 6 spots. Disappointing starts for Christian Cage, John Tenta, and Lance Storm in the A block. All 3 of those competitors goose eggs at the moment. However, there is still plenty more tournament to go, and we will continue it after this intermission. This is going to be about, let's just call it 15 minutes. I don't want to say a soft or a hard 15. Just assume 15 at the very least. Let's go with that, because I got to feed myself, feed the cat, and get some meds. And meds take about 10 minutes. Okay. So, with all that being said, I can go ahead and fade to this. There we go. Got our intermission screen up. We're going to go tail the tape when we come back. Let me set that up before we even do anything else. Let me set that up before we do anything. Are you serious? Is this the next match? Okay. Okay. All right. Got the next match set up. I'm going to go ahead and mute my microphone. I'm going to fade away from the camera here. And as I said, back in about 15 minutes, like 20 to 6 sounds about right. We'll start the 4th round at about 20 to 6. Sound good? I mean, my time. Now do your own conversions. All right. Back when I can be.